wonder how much, like, how less people are there even. Yeah, baby!
And we back.
Day 3. I feel like I've just lived here the last couple days in this spot.
4 days. Like,
Yeah.
this is the day 4 for us.
Yeah, because we did the Wednesday night main event. So we're back. Round 4 is about to kick off. It's a long one today, too. I checked last year's stream, the ESPN stream. It was 6 hours long. And that was from their first pick to the last pick.
Listen, we did 6 hours last night.
Yeah. That's true.
It didn't feel like it.
It didn't feel like it.
Had a lot of great guests on last night.
Yep.
We got a lot of great guests on tonight.
Yep. A lot of grid guys coming on today.
Oh, Kilo's noticing the bandwagon boys view right there, showing the mainframe.
The mainframe.
They can see. And sometimes, again, people think that we are not in the same room, but we ain't. We're all here. See?
I can see their face at all times.
But unless Ant's out of stewed, and then if Ant's out of stewed, you know who's out. Actually, here's our first question from Cowboys Win.
Okay.
Cowboys Max Dugan ?
I think he's going to be go undrafted. Honestly, I could see them bringing him in as an undrafted free agent, possibly. But maybe in the 7th, they could take a swing at him. But hey, we got another quarterback that we're a little bit high on, and we're about round 5.
It's
he
DTR,
goes by
baby.
the little initials, a DTR. Down to Rumble, son.
I will shit my pants. Like, I'll shit my pants live on the live stream if we get DTR.
Well, now, hey, we got receipts, bro. So now if we get DTR, we have receipts. So
What, do I really want to shit my pants? I don't know if I
mean, we'd go viral.
Wow, Cowboy fan shits his pants on live.
There's a trade. I do like the Saints. We were talking. We're gonna on Wednesday night. We're gonna have to discuss our favorite war rooms.
Oh yeah. Favorite war rooms is going to be on Wednesday.
Another trade.
Barry Grant Jr. says Cowboys grade so far C-.
Wow.
I don't agree. I don't think it's a C-. But I think Barry's coming on at some point today. I haven't looked at the schedule.
Yeah, you got Barry hopping on at some point.
So Barry, you bet. I mean, and you know he's going to come in and he's going to. And Alex, bandwagon boy number 2 is commenting it in chat instead of being right beside me, and he says too harsh.
He's brushing his teeth.
He's brushing his wiener.
As you notice, I am drinking a water beverage.
Why is that?
Because my guts are we didn't drink as much last night, but Thursday night we pounded back a lot of drinks. So
he goes, yep, he's brushing his teeth. Cowboys Win says more like a B+. Barry Grant Jr. comes right back and says, pace yourself today, boys.
Yeah.
I mean, Barry on Wednesday night was pretty liquored. Yeah. I love seeing it like that.
I forgot about that. Barry was having a good time Thursday night.
And Barry ain't no lightweight. Like when him and I, we crushed back a couple brews when we went on our date in New York City, and he took me to Madison Square Garden, and he can down.
He was going for it.
So if Barry was cut like that, you know he was into it.
I like it.
He was into the sauce balls.
So this is the thing. We, at this point, we're not as versed as far as other teams and what they need in round 4. What I will say about us, I feel like we would have enjoyed the draft a lot more last year if we were as prepared as we were this year.
Oh, dude. How did we go in so unprepared?
I think being there was shocked us into wanting to prepare better this year. Right?
For sure.
So we've pretty much known everybody that's gotten drafted so far.
Yeah. I think the other thing too, when you're okay, so they lost 2023. Oh no, sorry. I got sidetracked there. When you're looking at the play all season long, and you hear people talking about other players, and we just don't know. I think that was a big thing that propelled us to try to do our research.
Right.
And then the fact when we were there and we felt like a few
frauds, a little bit
we needed to know. Barry Grant Jr. says, "I didn't hear your takes on the tight end for Michigan. What are your thoughts, boys?"
This is the thing. A lot of people.
This is from Barry Grant Jr.
Yeah,
podcast.
BGJ. A lot of people think that the Cowboys, I wouldn't say reached, but maybe Schoonmaker could have went a little bit later. But there was a run on tight ends. So if we don't pick him there, and we're not fully trusted in Hendershot and Ferguson, we're coming away with an unknown at tight end, basically, in the later round. So I think they had to pick him in the second to get a guy that can come in, and he's going to battle for starting reps right from day one.
Yeah, and if you look at his comparison, I looked at a nice chart. I think it was from Deffy that posted it, or possibly it was Law Nation, showing the comparison between Ferguson and Schoonmaker, and Schoonmaker edges him out on everything except for the weight, or he's pretty even on weight. Looking at Schoonmaker's reel and then seeing Darnell Washington, I mean, Darnell Washington's a beast, but
He fell.
And I think if you look at it, he just doesn't have the speed that I think McCarthy wants for this year's offense. What I will say about the Cowboys draft, so Barry's saying C-, which again, when you look at how they're rated and where they're falling on the board or where they're getting picked up, a lot of the picks have been a little bit of a reach. Now, where that player is technically graded. However, the thing that I feel good about the Cowboys, it doesn't feel like they're panicking and they're sticking to their game plan. They're drafting unsexy players, or they're doing the unsexy draft pick because they're not picking the BPA.
Yep.
They're picking the best player for their needs. And I definitely think that we're going to see these players that they've picked, and it's gonna help impact our team this season. And I think we're gonna all be like, wow, those were great picks. I can't believe we were grading them wrong. So
Yep.
I prefer them drafting for what they need versus just drafting for the sake of it. So Saints are up on the board.
They took a tackle.
Okay, so there's still some tax on the board.
Nick Saldiveri. She got thrown a tough one there. Under control, knee bender, strong hands. I'm rocking a BC Lions, British Columbia, and CFL t-shirt today. Showing a little love to the CFL, even though it doesn't deserve it.
Well, I'll talk about how their quarterback got.
Yeah, and actually a Lucky Whitehead, former Dallas Cowboy, also plays for the BC Lions.
Well, and Nathan Rourke, who is the quarterback for the BC Lions, is on the Jags. He got picked up to the Jags. So, well, he's pretty good. Like, you look at his highlights, they're solid.
He's trying to Warren Moon it. So the Saints picking a tackle. Old Dominion, and speaking of tackles and speaking of the Cowboys picks, I said it yesterday a little bit. It makes me feel better a little that the Cowboys haven't targeted possibly tackle or guard, meaning they are more confident in what they're holding in the facility than having to go out and reach on someone that they're not sold on. So that makes me a bit happier with us not having taken a guard or tackle yet, because I know a lot of people, including myself, we wanted to target a guard early, and we didn't even get one in the first 2 days. So I'd be surprised, again, if the Cowboys don't, at some point today, pick up some depth on the O-line. But you also, I think in the fourth, the Cowboys have to go running back.
Are you answering the question, what do you guys think the next pick should be?
Oh, did someone ask that?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't see it.
Cowboys wins asking, what do you think our next pick should be?
I think running back.
I think running back as well.
Running back, quarterback.
Since we got the TE, I think running back, quarterback, we got our linebacker, we got our defensive tackle. If we don't have that defensive or if we don't have that offensive lineman there, then don't just pick up somebody for the sake of it.
Right. So the Raiders are up. Frankie Mostro, content creators, up in the his A. Super Cowboys going to be making the pick.
Yep.
For the Cowboys in round 5.
Barry wants to know who's left BPA at our running back. I mean, Roshan Johnson's still there.
Dwayne McBride. Evan Gray, I think his name is.
Yep. Eagles traded up.
Jacorian Bennett.
We talked about him a little bit. Daniel Thomas is saying that Dan Bird's traded up. So I don't.
They might be going for the top running back.
If they take Roshan,
they take Dwayne McBride.
Who would you take, Roshan or Dwayne McBride?
McBride.
Really?
I'm a McBride boy.
You are a McBride boy. Do you like his?
I mean, I'd be
toughness?
happy. I'd be happy with Roshan Johnson also. But if they were both there and the Cowboys were taking one, again, back to the Cowboys. They're very good at assessing a running back. So if they take whoever they take out of the two, I'm going to trust in. I'll just be a little sad that I didn't get my guy McBride.
Barry's agreeing with you. I think McBride is solid, man. Bruiser not a pass catcher, but we have that great dynamic.
Exactly.
Which I think that again, you look at somebody like Bijan Robinson, and obviously he's that all around versatile running back. We're not going for him. We need to complement what TP20 is going to do.
Exactly.
So
TP20 and Rojo 1. So the Eagles, they're showing the Eagles picks already: Carter, Smith, Steen, and Brown. So the Eagles have had a pretty good draft as of today. Let's see what they're doing. I'd be surprised if the Eagles aren't going running back here.
Well, I mean, I'd ask Alex, hey, bandwagon boy number 2, who did they trade with, AJ? Oh, wow. Oh, they traded with them? Okay. Good to know.
Eagles 14-3 last year. Bastards. NFC East, first place.
I mean, if you look at I think their defensive, I think their first 2 picks they had a really good day 1.
Mm-hmm.
Day 2 is whatever. Like it's not as, so we'll see what they do here on day 3.
That's a cute kid, eh?
Because you want Dwayne McBride, he's going to the Eagles, right?
But the thing with McBride is I don't know if he's a featured back, and that's what the Eagles need. Roshan might be the better pick.
Or if they don't pick a running back, then
they traded up for DTR. Could you imagine?
No, if they don't pick a run, I mean, I think DTR would be a good option for them based on.
Here's a question: does DTR go in the 4th or the 5th?
DTR is going to go in the 5th.
5th.
If he goes in the 4th, I think it's a great pick. Everyone's going to say it's a reach, but he'll probably go in the 5th. I think if they don't pick a running back here, we're going to see Derrick Henry go to the Eagles.
Fuck, that'd be wild.
Barry Grant likes Mazi. Mazi's a beast. I mean, the more I look at the thing on Mazi, the more I talk to other Cowboy fans. I think it's a great. I'm excited. The better
it makes us feel.
Yeah, to the point where last night I'm like, okay, I think I'm going to get a Smith jersey. If if DTR doesn't get drafted, I think I'm going to do a Mazi Smith jersey.
Oh, here it goes. Here comes the Eagles selection. Oh, jeepers. Don't be looking at anything.
I'm not. And Cowboys win. Yeah, Mazi Smith did.
Oh, they traded up for Ringo. He had a big fall, and he's going to end up being a good pick.
Yep. I mean, you can't be mad about going to the Eagles in the 4th round.
The only thing you could be mad about is the pay drop, but
but you get into a system. Yeah. You get into a system like that, and you can prove your worth, and then you'll make more money on like.
Well, and he's going behind 2 good CBs in Bradbury and Slay, who are only on 1-year deals. So he's in a perfect situation.
100%, he's in a perfect situation. Like this is best case scenario.
And they took another Georgia player.
Man,
they're literally the Philadelphia Bulldogs.
Philadelphia Bulldogs.
That's what EJ Savage was saying. It'd be funny if they got Ringo because he's from Georgia. That's crazy. So they've taken 3 Georgia players, 5 in the last 2 seasons. Crazy.
Philadelphia Bulldogs.
Yeah.
Cowboys win says, do y'all see how much Mazi Smith benches? Yeah, I was watching.
An absolute tank.
35 reps at 225 pounds, and then I think he did 14 or 20 at 350 pounds.
Fuck. That's crazy. That's a beast.
So the idea with having, everyone calls him like the fridge. You to push a fridge down down a hill. That's what Mazi Smith's like. The fact that you can bench that amount and be that size, it just also means your endurance is there. So I do feel like, great, he's not going to get somebody. We're not going to get somebody that's going to gas out on the line and get in for 2 plays and then move. Like,
but that was one of his downgrades. That in some games people noticed that he did. Yeah, they don't know if he gassed out or what, but some games,
maybe I'm wrong then.
No, but he's an athletic freak. That's why it doesn't make sense, because he does have endurance, and it didn't make sense at points in some games that he kind of fell off. Which is weird.
King of Spades, 7-12. God, I hate the Eagles.
Yeah, man, and they're loading up. Look at this. So this is Georgia defenders drafted by the Eagles. Jalen Carter, 2023. Nolan Smith, 2023. Keely Ringo, 2023. And then Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean. That's wild. That's almost the starting defense of the Georgia Bulldogs from 3 years ago.
Yep.
That's half of them almost.
Yep.
That's crazy. That's hilarious, though. Colts selection. So the Colts, they took, obviously, Anthony Richardson. I wish they showed as they were selecting what their other picks were, so you could kind of have an idea of.
Oh, damn.
Never talked about him.
I had the ticker up and I saw it.
You saw it, Blake Freeland. So there's a little bit of a run on tackles going right now. Couple already taken in the fourth round. 6'7", 7'8", 302 pounds. So I mean, 302 pounds seems like a lot, but when you're 6'7", he's definitely lanky, and that's almost too tall.
6'7", 220.
6'7", 220. He's almost 6'8". That's a big guy. BYU. So there's been.
Though.
It's spicy. There hasn't been any running backs taken yet. No, right?
No, not
So
today.
Dallas is still. We're not even on the bottom ticker.
No, we're 129 or 126.
129.
Yeah, we're 23 picks away.
129 and then 160 something, I believe.
Alex, can you pill up the BPA so that we can just see how many, like what range? Okay, yeah. So right now BPA showing that Roschon Johnson at the top of the list, so he's not gonna be there. I don't know the needs of some of the other teams that are in front. So we got Seattle after the Patriots, Houston, Indy, Cleveland. Like there's a lot of teams that are possibly gonna pick a running back.
Yeah,
in the fourth here.
Definitely. I'm getting the old Lappy out here.
Oh, good. Producer mode, Anthony.
Let's do it. Oh, it's dead. I'm just kidding.
It should have been dead.
It almost is.
Okay, so Cowboys win is saying, I feel like we should get a QB. Dak needs some competition. We need Dak to play well. I am 100% in agreement with you. I want DTR, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, down to Rumble, get him on the team, let him learn under Dak and Coop, and I feel like within the next, I feel like he'll supersede Cooper Rush and be the true backup until, But yeah, you want to have that healthy competition in there. You don't want to have just a quality backup for the backup sake. You want get a younger guy in there that can actually push and possibly make Dak a better quarterback.
Fuck, Double A still out there. DeJuan Jones, Henry 2.
Hey, don't try.
Don't try. Just Henry Double T. Clark Phillips is still out there, cornerback for Utah. Roschon Johnson, Chandler Zavala's there still at.
I don't want Zavala. If we pick Zavala in round 4 here, I'll be somewhat upset.
Corey Obi-Trice, A.T. Perry,
Oh, Obi Trice, give him to me.
Luke Weipler. So there is a couple guys. If the Cowboys are wanting to possibly target the O-line, there is still some dudes there.
And if you're tuning into the chat right now and watching this Draftacular Extravaganza, go ahead and smash that like button. Share it on all your social media platforms. We are doing a jersey giveaway, so you just got to comment in the jersey in the chat at some point, and your name will get entered into a draw, and we'll draw it on Wednesday's show. But so hide your kids, hide your wife. Tell them that the day 3 of the Draftacular Extravaganza with the Cowboys CanFan is rocking and rolling.
And this is a first on the podcast. Adam's drinking a coffee and I'm drinking a bottle of water. Yeah. So that's telling you how the last 2 days have went.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. Let's say this. I felt a lot better this morning than I did yesterday morning. I'll say that. Double A's, what's the deal with Double A falling? Because he was getting mocked. Well, he's 51 over. He's the overall 51st grade on ESPN's big board, and we're at 107. So, could this be the Double A pick?
Well,
could the Pats be picking Double A here?
King of Spades 712 saying we're about to see a run on running backs here.
It's got to happen. It's going to happen hot and fast.
Here's his hot take. I'm predicting Eric Gray to Dallas.
Yeah,
is what he's saying.
He's a bigger guy. Tank Bigsby went early too, hey? So
Yeah.
oh fuck, there's a funny on Tyjae Spears' social media, his Instagram. He was out at wherever his draft party was, and he's up on like the bar, shirtless. It's pretty funny. I was watching it this morning. It made me like Tyjae Spears. So quarterback. I mean, could the Pats go quarterback here? They're a team that always likes to have a stable of quarterbacks.
I think fourth is a little. I think because if we look at like Stetson Bennett, Tune, what's the guy's name? Hewler? Howell? And then they're not going to pick DTR. DTR's too.
Well, let's see the top. I got top quarterbacks here. Top quarterbacks still available. Jake Hayner.
Yeah, Hayner. That's who I'm talking
Hayner's
about.
the top. And then you got Jaron Hall, DTR, Clayton Tune, Aiden O'Connell, Tanner McKee, and Stetson Bennett.
Man, there's a lot of good quarterbacks
there's
later
definitely
in these rounds that I think round 5 we'll start seeing quarterbacks go again.
Let me get running backs up here too. I'm kind of interested to see what running backs are still available. So Roche Joe is the top ranked running back still on the board. Then you have Israel Abanikanda, which we've talked about. Eric Gray, Dwayne McBride, Chase Brown. So Chase Brown is the other twin.
He's an RB?
He's an RB and he's Canadian.
Let's get him to the team.
Zach Evans, Deuce Vaughn.
Oh, Deuce Vaughn's still there.
Kenny McIntosh. Man, if the Eagles get Kenny McIntosh from Georgia, that'd be too funny.
You know what? We're probably gonna pick up Deuce Vaughn.
I hope we do, just to see AJ's life crash.
Oh yeah, AJ will hate that pick. But what EJ was saying just about his dad a scout for the Cowboys?
Scout.
I mean, the Cowboys if he doesn't, I mean, I feel like he'll go to the Cowboys.
Wide receivers still. Tyler Scott.
Mm-hmm. No, he's coming.
Hey, Murphy. Charlie Jones. I mean, a lot of these wide receivers we haven't even talked about, Ad. Booty's on an epic fall.
Oh, really? I mean,
after the combine.
I mean, Eli Ricks hasn't been picked yet.
Oh, yeah, that's what I want to check out CB's here. So wide receivers, there's a couple guys we've talked about still out there. Let's check out cornerback. Oh, shit, they picked. The Pats took center. They took a center.
I didn't even hear it. I didn't see it.
Luke Weipler's the next best up. Then 00 for centers. Let's see here. Who did the Pats just take? Jake Andrews, the Patriots took. 6'3", 305 pounds out of Troy. He's the 9th rated center. Overall rank on ESPN, his overall rank was 242.
We are delayed today because I just saw the pick.
Anthony Bradford. So guards are going. So this is everyone's trying to get depth on the O-line right now. There's been tackles, guards, and centers taken, which is good because then push us these running backs. We don't want to run on running backs happening because we still have a long way to go. We're still 20 picks away.
Fuck.
We're still 20 picks away. Do the Cowboys trade up if they?
I don't see them trading up.
They'll just stay in their spot, you think?
They have 2 5th-round picks?
No, one.
They only got one for each now.
Yeah, they have a one pick in each round. So a total of, is that 4 picks then?
But I mean, their 5th-round pick, it was from the... No, actually, them getting Brandon Cooks, they gave a 5th round.
They had a lot more picks, but getting Brandon Cooks and also getting Stephon Gilmore, they gave up some stuff, which those guys are worth giving up those picks for.
Jeremiah showing back up in the chat, he's saying the Philly Bulldogs get Ringo.
Yep, they do. Okay, Texans are up. Texans are up on the clock. This guy looks like he's lost.
He's like, I was supposed to be up on stage here?
Sweet shades, though.
Everyone's cheering for him, so they must know who he is.
I like the delay.
DE, another edge.
This is crazy. There's got to be something up with Double A. So they took a TCU. They took a horned frog, 6'4", 257 pounds. He's a tweener.
He's a tweener.
Looping swim move and excellent versus Michigan.
6'4", 257. That's an AJ guy.
Yeah, and he's could possibly put. He's an actual. They said edge, right? But he looks like an actual. He looks like
Day one start, you think?
This guy, no.
For the Texans, though?
Oh, possibly.
Like, who else do they have?
Yeah, he could be. I mean, you're in a bad spot if your day fours are coming in at starters.
It's not great that they're only showing plays against the Wolverines. Like, they're only putting up plays. Like, did they only play against the Wolverines or something?
So let's check out the Texans draft picks. C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., Juice Scruggs, which was kind of crazy, Tank Dell, and then this cat.
I like a lot of their picks.
Yep. Colts are already selected. There he is. Double A's off the board finally. Off the board finally. That was an epic fall. Wonder why.
I don't know. I wouldn't.
6'1". Interesting. Double A finally off the board after falling. Maybe the Colts just got a huge steal here. I mean, he's got the size. Confusing why he fell. I'm sure it'll come out eventually. Jets just traded with the Patriots. So the Colts draft picks: Richardson, Brent, Downs, Freeland, Double A. Adetomoa. Browns pick is in. Browns, another team that feels like they haven't had any picks.
They've had like two.
It's what it seems like.
I've seen two picks from them. But
Yeah.
I mean, at the same time, the Cowboys have only had three.
True.
Well, how many? What are their positions do they have? They got round four, so there are going to be three picks in the third and the fourth together so far. Oh, and I see them They have another late, so they're picking again before the Cowboys.
Okay, so they're kind of got some loaded up here.
Seattle's picking again before the Cowboys.
Seattle feels like they've had a million picks.
Like Seattle. So the thing that I read off yesterday was all of the picks that they got from the Broncos.
Yeah,
That wasn't including their pickups
picks.
as
I know.
well.
That's insane. That pick that sending Russell Wilson to the Broncos, that's rad, was such a crazy trade that's worked out so well for them, especially if Geno Smith can even have a little bit as good a season as he did last year. They're going to be a scary team.
Be careful though. It's spicy.
And then the Broncos honestly feel like they've had a couple picks, but Seahawks, the Seahawks minus their pick of Charbonnet, which was kind of weird, have had a very good draft.
I don't think it's weird.
It's not weird if he might even be better than Kenneth Walker III, which is crazy. And then I guess you just have that double-headed monster.
Yep.
They're both beast. Like they're the same type of runner. Like they're going to be able to just beat you down.
Well, look at how many times, so think of if you're thinking of the longevity of a running back, and if it's not a bad option to stack 3 to 4 of them on your team that you can depend on.
Yep.
Now, if you're looking at your third RB that doesn't get as many snaps, you could possibly say that it might hurt some of their production. Obviously, their numbers are going to go down, but ultimately, the lifespan of that running back will increase. Or you would hope it would increase.
Oh, it definitely should. So the Browns pick is in. I don't really know what the Browns need. DeJuan Jones is still on the board.
I think they're probably gonna they definitely need some weapons for Deshaun Watson.
Well, let's see. Okay.
Well, they picked up. Who did they pick up yesterday from? Not Mims.
So right now on the wide receiver front, you still have Tyler Scott, Charlie Jones, A.T. Perry, Antoine Green, Xavier Hutchinson, Parker Washington, Elijah Higgins, Trey Palmer, Kayshon Boutte, Bryce Ford Wheaton, who we've talked about. And then it's a bunch of names I don't really know.
So best available, we got D. Jones at tackle, Phillips corner, Herberg for linebacker, Henry edge, Rush, CB.
Are they going Herbie? Herbie the
Okay, so
Birdie?
Kanda for the running back. Chandler Zavala is all the way down there.
Abanikanda. The Browns, let's see what they got. Finally,
Juwan Jones is gone.
Jones is off. Some people had him possibly even in the first round, which is crazy. He's a big dude, man. He is massive.
That's a good value at picking him up for them, picking him up in the fourth.
Addy, 6'8", 374 pounds. Holy shit. That is a big, big, big human. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
We're live. So he's even a hoopster. Wow.
Holy schnikes.
6'8".
Did you just dummy that guy?
Oh, that's hey, Browns war room?
Doesn't look like it does in draft day, but
Oh yeah, Siake Ika, is he still out there?
well, no, I think Siaki's been picked up. Bandwagon boy number 2. Who picked up Siaki Ika?
He did get picked up. Who took him? I missed that pick yesterday.
No, you said it.
Did I? Who's this fucking knob? The 6-time Super Bowl champions.
EJ saying the Browns picked up Siaki.
Oh, did they? Crazy. Oh, they went kicker.
He ain't no fucking Jake Moody, though.
Ain't no Moody. 3rd round by the 49ers.
Well, with all their picks
Fuck, that was crazy.
Falcons are back on the clock.
So now do the Cowboys even bother drafting kicker? Like,
No,
probably not.
I don't think so.
I mean, some people didn't even have Jake Moody getting drafted. Now there's been two kickers in the top 120.
Just say it. Future Hall of Famer Jake Moody.
Yeah, I hope not.
No, it's what's going to happen. We know it's going to happen. It's going to be that stain on our conversations for the next 20 years.
He's finally the guy they need to put them into the over the top. So a lot of people are going BPA now. Clark Phillips, 5'9". It's tiny, though. Excellent ball skills, quick feet, eyes. Darnay Holmes.
I don't know. What is the Darnay Holmes?
It just means that he's similar to him.
Oh.
To the player. Nice pick, though. 5'9", though, kind of scares me a little bit. But if you're just taking him to be a slot corner, then it's not a terrible pick. Again, he was ranked way up there, so they got their BPN.
Oh, he's a ball hawk there. Look at him. Pick's already in for the Panthers.
The Panthers. On the clock. So, it does. Okay, this is cool. So the Panthers' needs are guard and linebacker.
So I'd look at
Frankfurt, Germany.
Hi, welcome to Frankfurt.
From Germany. Oh, look at him. Ha. There's actually Carolina. That's cool. Oh, he's the Panthers punter. Kind of looks like Conor McGregor.
Shut your mouth.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Who are they going to pick here?
Oh, shit. I think I just saw. Yep.
There it is.
Zavala's off the board.
Good, he's off the board for me now.
You had a vendetta against Zavala.
I hate his name.
So the Bears are up. The Bears need offensive tackle, defensive tackle, and CB.
The reality is I would have been fine for us picking Zavala because I do think we still need that O-lineman, but the Bears are on the clock.
The Bears.
The Bears.
Deep dish pizza.
Hey, the Bears.
That's what's known in Chicago, right? Deep dish pizza.
Deep dish, yeah. And when you look at it, it's like a lot of marinara sauce.
Really?
I
So
think
it's kind of like a lasagna.
I think they also do, and I could be wrong. Do they not do like an inverted where they put the marinara on top?
I have no fucking idea. Never had a deep dish in Chicago.
I've never had a deep dish. I've been to Chicago only to be in their airport for a little bit of
You
time.
didn't even get a deep dish.
They didn't have they did have deep dish there, but I think I ended up eating Wolfgang Puck, which was like stupid of me.
What? I need backstory. What is Wolfgang Puck?
Well, Wolfgang Puck is a chef, and there was like a place, and I had pizza at his restaurant. I don't think there was a good deep dish in the airport when I was there.
So Cowboys are finally down on that ticker. You can finally see us back there.
Still, we have Jacksonville doing another pick in front of them, New England with another pick in front of them, the Jets with another pick in front of them.
Yep. Green Bay's had a bunch of picks. Arizona, I feel like, has been pretty active. A team that you haven't seen much of, Minnesota.
Jacksonville has 2 picks before the Cowboys pick. Seattle has another pick.
The Jags have 2 before the Cowboys and then 1 directly after.
It's crazy. Oh, they're in London.
London, mate. Or is that more Australian that I just did?
I think I was Australian. So after this pick, I got a question for you from King of Spades 712.
Rojo off.
Damn.
You know what that smells like to me?
It smells like a McBride.
I'm smelling a McBride sandwich.
That's a good pick for them. That's a good pick for anybody. Roast Joe.
Roast Joe.
Okay, so with McCarthy calling plays this season, do you guys think we'll draft a fullback in this draft? He always likes having a fullback in Green Bay.
I feel like that the Cowboys kind of like to move other players to the fullback position. I could see Fergalicious or Hendershot kind of possibly taking that role in certain formations. I don't think they'll take just a fullback. I think instead they'll convert a certain player on the team to run a fullbacks type.
But the question is, McCarthy likes a fullback, and if he's taking over as calling plays, and
I mean, he still had it. Yeah, I don't think they take a fullback.
I mean, are there any fullbacks in this?
Let me check. Fullback's such a dying
art form. They just want thick.
You can't even select fullback. They're just under running back.
Oh, EJ's also.
Oh no, they have fullback.
EJ's also finally cluing in that he called the Ringo. He says, "Wait, I called Ringo to the Eagles."
The Bulldogs. So they're only showing one fullback that has a chance of getting drafted.
What's that?
His overall rank's 233. His position rank is 1. Hunter Loop K.
Luke?
Either Luke K or Luke.
What's his position?
Fullback.
No, but what's his rank?
233. So 7th round.
So if we don't see them grabbing, possibly.
We pick right around there, too. We pick, I think, 244.
I mean, again, with the way that this draft's been going, it's like, doesn't matter where someone's ranked.
Could happen. So now the biggest fall, the guy, best player available right now, and was ranked 5th at his position, is Henry Toto.
Okay, hey, what I told you before, don't dare try to say his name.
I know.
Big Daddy 88 says, good morning, fellas. Hope all is good.
All is good. All is good.
And then Jeremiah is asking the question that's the bane of my existence. Do y'all think we actually get Max Dugan from TCU?
I don't think we draft him. If the Cowboys think they need a quarterback, they should take one in the fourth to sixth rounds.
Okay, out of the quarterbacks, obviously I want DTR first. The second quarterback I'd be happy with, Stetson Bennett.
Okay, so he's even projected to go, like, you could get him later too.
Yeah, and then obviously Tune's in there, but he'd be like I'd be happy with him as a third choice.
Because you got Jaron Hall, who's up there. You got Tunes up there. O'Connell, who's up there. Stetson Bennett, Max Dugan. So let's see. Max Dugan's ranked. Whoops.
Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe fuck yourself.
Max Dugan's rated the 8th quarterback on the board, left on the board right now.
Yeah, keep him there.
DTR is rated 3.
He's rated 3rd on the board, but number 1 in our hearts.
New England, so Green Bay's pick is in. New England is up next. And you got the dirty Commanders.
And we are 13 picks away on the Draftacular Extravaganza here on a Saturday morning. Day 3 of the NFL 2023 draft. Day 4 of the Draftacular Extravaganza.
It kind of throws me off that today's Saturday. I keep thinking it's Sunday because I had Thursday, Friday off. So my days are all fucked up a little bit.
Kilo said, Adam said that to my face.
Green Bay pick is in. So let's see what the Packers. I like that page that I was on where it showed the needs of.
You are nothing but garbage.
So their needs right now are wide receiver, tight end, safety, outside linebacker, and defensive tackle.
The GB boys?
The GB boys.
Wow, look at how empty that day 3.
Not nearly as many people there.
I mean, and now I regret the fact that we didn't stay for 3 days and do that day 3.
Yeah, but like I'd mentioned already, we barely knew enough guys in day 1 and 2 last year. 116th pick.
Don't even know him.
Haven't talked about him.
I like that we get to see who they picked, though. This is what we didn't really get to check out at the draft when we were there live in person last year,
6 sacks. Wow, 11.5 tackle for loss. That was another thing that I saw about Mazi Smith is he didn't have very many TFLs. Which, I mean, it's hard. It's hard to rank that because they're in a completely different system, right?
The thing that's crazy is when you listen to breakdowns on these players, and again, there's a lot that I do not know about positioning and how a lineman is supposed to play, but when they're saying a lot of the reason for Green Bay's room is just so old school.
It is, yeah.
Their war room.
They have
and they have a turf inside there.
And they have the helmet stickers.
Oh,
wow,
shit.
Patriots are already back. 3rd of the day already. Don't even know him.
City Sow is a guard.
Another guy we never talked about.
We were talking about Mazi Smith primarily playing flat-footed.
Who was? Just some of the breakdowns you were watching?
Some of the breakdown, and then they're saying that that's a thing that could be adjusted when you get into Dan Quinn's, and we could possibly see him become more of a pass rusher.
More explosive?
In certain scenarios.
Instead of sitting in back?
Yeah,
moving forward?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, he has the frame to push a center or a guard around.
Oh, yeah.
And then you match him up. So that's the thing. This is the awesome part about a guy like Mazi Smith. Say you have Jonathan Hankins beside him, you can only double team one of them.
Yeah.
You can only double team one of them. And then if you decide to double team either Hankins or Mazi, well, now Micah and D-Law have one-on-one matchups, or Fowler Jr. or why can't I think of his name? Armstrong. One of these guys ends up getting a one-on-one matchup, which is massive.
The pick's already in for the Commanders. Who have been having a shitty draft.
They've been having a shitty draft.
But you know what's going to happen right now?
What?
They're going to pick my boy.
DTR?
I bet you they're going to pick my boy.
Fuck. I hope not.
Or they're going to pick your boy.
McBride? I think they're set at running back, honestly. Or I think, but this is a spot where you can get good value at running back.
Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe fuck yourself.
Maybe fuck yourself. Oh, so it's the Vikings traded. Major Tutty. That's actually funny. Braden Daniels, Utah off the board. Utah, 2.
Utah, give me 2.
Barry Grant Jr. says, can you guys press the sim to user pick button? The waiting is kills me.
Or on when you're doing your mock draft, have it on. Can we get this thing on turbo?
I mean, it kind of was going turbo for a bit there. It's like whoever picked, and then Patriots picks in. As soon as she walks off stage, she's walking back on stage. And yes, I am wearing the same clothes I wore yesterday.
I showered here this morning.
I haven't showered yet.
That's all good. It's your house. You don't need to.
I'm not wearing socks. I'm wearing my draft shorts right now.
Hey, man. Kevin Costner has a pair of draft shorts. Okay, the Commander's war room looks like a basement. Or like the drinking part of a curling rink.
No, they look like they're in the Legion, or if they're doing like
the Legion.
The Legion's fantasy football draft.
That's 100%. It looks exactly like the Legion.
Kansas City's on the clock.
Oh, what do they got here?
Dude.
Some wings?
Fuck. Just saying. We effed up by not going there this year.
Well, next year, if we hit up Detroit, we're gonna be prepared. I just want to know how would we set it up? Like, are you even able to set up a table?
I don't think so. You wouldn't be able to bring it in.
No. We need to get credentials, man.
It would be, yeah.
I don't know how we wouldn't be able to convince the NFL to let us have a spot somewhere to live stream from if we got on them and play a Canadian content crew. There's just no way.
The goal is to go to NFL Canada and try to start making inroads with NFL Canada.
Yeah.
We should start tagging them on everything on IG.
Yeah.
All the way from Canada.
Canada.
The Cowboys CanFan. It means because they're Canadian fans.
Nick Herbig. KJ Henry. D Rush.
You're looking at Yetis. Daniel Jeremiah's best available top 200.
So even Daniel Jeremiah's got a sponsor for his top 200. Basted. Hey, if this is your first time in chat, hit the like button. And if you haven't subscribed, please do that too. It helps us out. And it pushes us to the algorithm, Cowboys fans.
Algorithm boys, look who's coming in.
Oh, shirtless.
Look who's coming in like fucking
shirtless.
like fucking Will Levis with
sleeveless.
He's coming in like the fucking bad boy of the group, fucking shaking hands.
I'm surprised doesn't have a ciggy lit.
This is how Jerry Jones walks into the draft room on day 3. Oh, hi.
Fucking Motorhead sleeveless shirt,
Yeah.
Flexing, yo.
flexing like Will Levis with no fucking sleeves.
You know AJ did push-ups before he came over.
Oh, for sure he did. Little push-up boy.
20 baits.
20 baits.
Had a bait before and after his push-up regime.
Yep. That's what you got to do. So the Chiefs are selecting. Is this the one they traded? Did they trade up for this shit? Man, everyone's mowing wings.
Oh yeah, it's a wing day out there.
Kind of wish I had wings.
Yeah, we effed up.
Reed?
No, that's
Yeah, it looks like him. Doesn't it?
Eric Stone Street from Modern Family.
Oh, it is. 119.
Jamari
DB.
Conner, defensive back, DB.
Virginia Tech.
Yeah, well, the only reason KC won is because they have a 96 rating on Madden. If you play with a different team,
They wouldn't win.
you wouldn't win.
Kilo says 6 sleeve, man. And he didn't mean to say plural. He wanted to just he only thinks one of your sleeves is sick.
Which one?
Hey, that's what you're gonna have
Hey,
to.
that's what you're gonna have to find out.
Find out. You
Well, I
just-
guess this is the sleeve, and this is the patchwork.
sick patchwork, bro.
So I have a question though. Who's Motorhead?
yeah. What is a motor? You're rocking a Motorhead. I'm wearing a BC Lions shirt.
And I'm the only one that's shamelessly plugging our Cowboys CanFan podcast shirt. There's only three of these in production. One of them I own, one of them Anth owns, and then the other one, Kilo, motherfucking C owns.
That's true.
I don't even have one.
AJ doesn't have it, but this is the Crack 'em if
No
you
one
got 'em
thought
edition.
to make.
But you weren't coming to the draft.
I'm gonna show it on right here. This is the Crack 'em if you got 'em shirt.
These were rapidly made the night before we left last year.
Crack 'em if you got 'em.
Crack 'em if you got 'em.
The spaceship camera, because I've patchworked it to have the length over there, is very shouty right now.
Next time when we go to the draft next year in Detroit, we'll have the version 2 of those shirts.
I like the little emblem thing right here. I want to get another one where it's a little bit lower though.
The tit emblem.
The tit crest.
I heard what you guys were drinking,
What? I know, right?
and so I had to throw a little Kahlua in my coffee this morning.
Did you? That's smart.
Hair
That's
of
a
the
coffee?
dog. Yeah, it's a coffee.
Iced coffee?
No.
Oh, you're like straw. Oh, okay. You get your teeth white then, eh? Like you got your teeth white and that's why you're sipping coffee through the straw?
No.
Oh.
Just because because I had to drive it down from my house.
I know, I'm joking. Because
So you weren't just driving down with a bottle of Kahlua and
Yeah, pouring it and making the coffee,
driving with your knees.
which I have.
Hey,
done.
Zavala's gone, AJ.
and Roche Joe's gone
Yeah,
too.
Roche Joe's gone.
Zavala, everyone put me off him. I
was
thought he
off
was
of him
good,
too.
but here's my thing: is he was just the player that was going to be drafted at this time, who was a guard, who was on a tier by himself, maybe from our ability to scout. So like that's why I was like, look, I wanted to get some premieres, and I think we did that. If you consider the DT, I mean, sure, argue any position is going to be extremely valuable, but the DT can be the thing that starts the entire disruption.
Yep.
Right? You might not even get to cornerback if the play doesn't develop that way.
Oh, exactly.
The cornerback might not even get involved in the play, but the DT has a chance to be involved
Well,
every single
he
play.
is involved every.
Yeah,
he is
yeah.
involved every
Yeah.
single play. Basically.
Same with O-line, like that. Who said it? Was it TGR or someone? Anyways, and someone probably said it a million times before him. But the battle is won in the trenches. So
Yeah, that's
I'm buying into the pick more and more as I allow myself to be influenced.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what Anth and I were when Anth and I had our brother time here on
Which I don't like.
which I know you're just listening the whole time. You're like, I should be there right now. God damn it, I should be there right
Here's
now.
the thing: you did follow the rule of threes for comedy. I was gonna blast you.
How could you ever blast me for that?
No, well, you went to. I'm turning off my alarms, by the way. You went to the.
Preemptive.
I'm not here. Joke, but you did it 3 times. It was
Yeah. You either got to do it once or you got to do it 3 times.
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
A rule of threes is just like comedy's funny, then it's not, then it's funny again, right?
Gotcha.
Like,
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, twice is weird.
Yeah.
2 times is fucking
2
weird.
times is weird.
So EJ was just asking about are these shirts available? We do have a store that's going to be launching somewhat soon.
We're just waiting on some
Yeah, what
schematics.
we're in the process of just getting a legal entity, so then we can set up banking and not have it ding each one of our personal accounts come tax season. Like that's essentially what's holding it back, and then we'll be able to.
Yeah, so that's a little
Set
bad.
up the
That's a lot of behind baseball information. I was just going to say that another big reason.
I mean, we could just give them away too.
Another big reason was that shipping from Canada to the U.S.
It's
is
fucking
very
insane.
expensive, and we don't want our fans, audience, or supporters to have to pay that $30 on top of a fucking shirt.
Here's the thing: if you're gonna have to pay $30 for a shirt, we want the majority of that to be in the quality of the shirt.
Yeah.
So it's a nice shirt.
Yeah, we're not doing it. The point is to not do it to make money. It's to do it so that we can have some CanFan gear out there circulating, which would be that's fucking awesome.
Yeah, 30's high too. I think we can probably we'll get them as cheap as we fucking can.
Yeah,
basically.
exactly.
Yeah, if we sell them for $15 US, it'll be like $75 Canadian to us. So it's a win.
Wow, look at this. Look at this pick.
You know what?
Well, we could just be doing a pick out here in Canada
That's
if
true.
this is the case. If this is what they're doing.
I don't like how they're shot into the light, but they did a pretty good job.
They're shooting through a window.
No, but the lights.
Yeah,
Carter Warren. So we're into.
It's a harsh shadow, a real harsh shadow.
it's called. Yeah, they're shooting into the backlight.
We're getting into the point
like
that
the window?
we're getting to
It's
the
not good.
point that we're in territory we haven't talked about a lot of these dudes already.
But hey, we're 9 picks away, boys.
9 picks away.
Well, you know what we have to resort back to? The CanFan big board, because we have a couple late bloomers. I don't think we like any of them.
What are our tier 2s?
Yep.
Do we have any tier 2s that are still out there?
I heard Double A slipped.
Yeah, he finally got picked.
We know he slipped, but I heard he
Finally got picked. The Jets haven't had very many picks. Will McDonald, Titman, and Warren.
So our tier 2s, Double O, Cody Mock gone, Sam Laporta gone, Siaki Ika
He's gone.
gone. Okay,
He went to the Browns.
Luke we got. We can't be mad at that.
And
He
we
was
had
a
him tier 2. Yeah.
It's like
Looks like we're the smartest guys in the room.
Charbonnet also went on a tier 2.
Yep, which makes sense.
Ricks, Cam Smith, Moro Ojomo,
So Moro
Double A.
Jomo's still there.
and Thule went as well, right?
Yes, Thule's gone. So out of our tier 2 guys, the only ones left are Eli Ricks and Ojomo.
What about Double O?
Oh yeah, Double O's still there too. Sorry, is Ojomo? Did we have Ojomo as a tier 2 guy?
Tier 2 is
And Double O was
we
still there,
drafted
too.
Ojomo a couple times. We drafted him very early on
Yeah.
in the draft. Probably had the discussion about a DT at that point too. If we go back,
Yep.
but then we did also draft him later on in like 3rd or 4th because he had fallen.
So the Jaguars are.
So our tier
announcing.
3s, because we got a lot of those.
They're just reading the pick
Let's see.
here.
Okay.
Oh, Ventrell
Ventrell
Miller.
Miller.
We took Ventrell before, or we debated taking him.
We did take him actually. He's
Like
a tier
late.
4. He's a
we took him late.
he's
So
a CanFan tier 4.
okay.
Which is Jake Moody went tier 3.
Again, it's the size, but I think, dudes, we're gonna see a shift if it's not already begun, where 6 foot 230 is your new coverage linebacker. Like, I know that's not new, but that's what teams are gonna be going for.
Yeah.
You get big because of the kind of arrival of that edge being like across the board. Now it's like a need, right? I remember when they started to shift from just calling them a
Defensive end.
to like an edge. So I wonder if because of that additional person that you can put up front, now it allows a linebacker to be more of a coverage guy, and so you can like have him loose, have a loose coverage linebacker.
John
Loose.
Gaines a second.
Loose like a goose.
Guard.
DTR's guard. We're getting close here, fellas. We're getting close here, fellas.
Oh, I
just saw DTR there.
Dirter.
So we got a Grid Network stacked show.
Yes, we do.
When's the first guest on?
Bryson's coming on at 11 a.m. Same link. You got it here. Okay.
I already set it up.
That over. Then we got Ryan Flowers around 1 p.m. Mike Guido
Nice.
at 2 p.m. Barry Grant Jr. said sometime in the afternoon, so we can just connect with him.
He's already been in. He was already in this morning. In the chat.
Oh, in the chat.
In the chat.
Seahawks with their
the chat.
200th.
That's not a guess.
Seahawks 200th pick of the draft.
And then we have Parnell St. Preux as well from the Grid.
Nice.
At 4 p.m.
Nice.
But we'll see. I had this thing scheduled to go to about when was the last pick? The Cowboys would pick around 9:30, their 7th round. I think I was way off on
Like
my
9:30 at
estimations.
night.
Yeah.
No, it'll be done by like 3:34.
Not
Yeah.
nose tackle Cameron Young, which is good for me because I was only going to be here till 4:30. So if we're done, if we're done and dusted by then,
The way I checked it, the way I went and watched ESPN's live draft last year.
Yeah.
And it was 6 hours long.
Well,
from
what
first
time-
pick
I wonder
to
how
last
I was.
pick.
Maybe because teams don't always use the full time.
no, yeah, this has been like a
This has
turbo
been-
mode.
Yeah, this has actually been pretty quick.
I was hoping that the Cowboys were going to pick before you got here, just to hold it above your head.
Well, this is how we can go. This is how you can tell it. So the Cowboys are picking in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks. So when they're probably around 2 or 10, 20. It started. The first pick was at about 9:10, 9:15. So that's almost around in an hour,
Yeah.
just under. It's probably. I would say it's probably around every 2 hours, which would hour and a half, which would get you your 6 hours.
Yep. Makes sense. And
sense.
there's actually more picks because there's a bunch of compensatory picks or
Yeah,
whatever.
comp picks, yep.
Yeah. So like this is where you get more than 32 around.
And around, yes.
EJ Savage, and we had it on our big board. EJ Savage is saying Eric Gray is a running back to watch out for when the Cowboys get on the clock. We had him ranked. I think you had him on our tier 4. Is Eric Gray?
Oh, did it? Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, we did draft him.
Yeah. So Eric Gray's our tier. We have a tier 4.
I'm gonna go check him out. Oh yeah.
Deuce
so
Vaughn's a tier 4, which
let me get through tier 3s here.
Yeah,
'Cause I
let's
don't
hear the
actually
tier
think we ever went through these, but now is the time. McBride, Akane. Yeah, I'm just going to name them all, drafted or not.
Yep, okay.
Nathaniel Dell, Ivan Pace Jr., Corey Trice, Obi Trice,
there we are.
Kobe Turner, who went early.
Turner's gone. Yep.
Roshan, who just went. Rosjo, Michael Wilson, Andre Carter II, Dorian Williams, Tank Bigsby, Parker Washington, Clayton Toon, Dorian Thompson Robertson, Stetson Bennett, Chandler Zavala, and Riley Moss. Quite a
Moss
few
went.
of those guys are off the board.
Yep.
Did Moss go tier 3 or tier 2? He went round 2, did he not?
No,
he went round 3.
He went round
Or maybe round 4.
No, that was yesterday. Got picked yesterday.
Right.
So who's left off that? McBride, Akane's gone, Dell's gone. Is Junior, Pace Jr.?
He's still there. Yep.
Ivan Pace is there.
Jr., Kobe Trice is gone. Kobe
But-
Turner's
No,
or-
Trice. I think Trice is still there.
Obi Trice is there.
Obi
Yeah.
Trice is?
Obi Trice is.
Obi Trice got drafted.
I'll check.
No,
No, 'cause we were just-
Colby Turner got drafted.
We were looking at him today.
Okay, maybe that's what it was. Roshan's
but-
gone. Michael Wilson,
But
gone.
any of the linebackers, yeah,
I can look. Why am I asking? you guys?
any of the,
Obi Trice is still out there.
Okay.
yeah, any of the linebackers that are on the board, we don't really necessarily need.
No.
This is the only thing about this screen.
I'd be very surprised, and I mean, I have been surprised by most of the picks. I'd be shocked if they don't go running back here.
Well, if they go, I think this combo is what I would like. I'd like either DTR here just to ensure that he's on the team, or a running back. And
DTR?
Hang on. Let me just finish.
No.
Let me just finish.
No.
DTR at number 4, and then a running back at number 5, or a running
Jerry's
back
already saying,
or a running back at number 5.
can you get this guy a pill or something?
Or a
I
running
think
back
he's
at
lost
number
his
5.
damn mind if he thinks we're going to be bringing don't touch run a thing.
No, they're gonna. I would like to see them draft DTR at number 4 and then Deuce Vaughn at number 5.
That's vetoed and get him out of the war room.
Hey, guess what though? You played Jerry Jones. Will the real Jerry Jones please stand up?
Please stand up.
The real Jerry
Not
Jones.
on your
stand
dead
up.
body. I'm gonna stand up.
It is not busy there today, fellas.
No, but I'd be there.
Oh yeah. This is the day. This is the day that you would love to be able to set up by one of those screens.
Oh yeah. Maybe they have one of those like Domino pizza hotspots, so you can just sit there and order pizza right to the field.
Yep.
I don't know if they still do that because that's kind of like sounds like robber. Like you can get robbed easily if I do that.
What?
Like there, I think it was Domino's Pizza, but there would be like now in communities you can get like you can order pizza to a park instead
Oh.
of having to order it to your.
Yeah,
home or
that
something.
sounds terrible.
Yeah, it's like 1 a.m.
We're gonna order the pizza and we're gonna rob them.
Imagine the Cowboys CanFan get up on stage, round 7.
How do we get up?
Well, they've been having all these other influencers and stuff. We just got to put in the work.
Katie Overly.
Super Cowboys announcing
Yeah, number 7.
Tavius Robinson edge. Man, the edge. This has been an edge.
It's been
heavy.
edge. It's been edge and O line. That's what the 4th round's been. Edge and O-line.
I just want to see these guys' heights.
6'6". Which
Not him.
Oh,
not-
like coming up.
No, sorry. I'm looking at the CBS. The CBS tracker,
Yep.
and I'll figure out another way to do this easy. But I'm just looking there. There's Dwayne McBride is actually 5th on that on the list.
It's I'm on ESPN's, and
Yeah.
if you click their name, it literally drops a thing down, shows their height, weight, and school.
Yeah, if you click on, I was on, that's
okay,
where I
that's
was
what
too.
I want.
I
On
was
ESPN,
yeah.
and just go to the
Well, that's what I'm pulling this. That's what I'm pulling our thing from here.
Yeah.
and then just so you go to draft and then
Yeah, it's
best
right there.
available, and you can just go down the list and you can kind of click their names.
Oh.
And
Okay, CBS.
oh wow, they're already,
Already
picking
picking.
again.
This is turbo mode. There's
I
Davis.
like that name for a wide receiver.
And it sounds like
Double
a
D.
superhero.
Double D's in
Okay.
your face.
Oh, so they're
Double D's in your face.
they have a different list. Very interesting. So McBride on ESPN is 3rd, and on CBS he is
5th.
So who do we want?
So here's the CBS list for running backs.
Okay.
Zach Evans in order. Zach Evans, Eric Gray, Keaton Mitchell, Evan Hull, and Dwayne McBride. And then we'll look at ESPN's is how the fuck do you say that? Israel
Apicanda.
There you go.
Apicanda.
we both try.
Israel Abacadava.
Abacadabra.
Varda Kadarva.
Oh, yeah, Varda Kadarva. That's what I was trying to say. Eric Gray, Dwayne McBride, Chase Brown, and Zach Evans. So completely different lists.
Yeah. So
And you just identified that we don't have any Lord. We don't have any. So we have Lord of the Rings sound bites. We don't have any Harry Potter sound bites.
oh yeah, there would be
No
a
Back
couple-
to the Future sound bites. No Star Wars sound bites.
You have some work
I
to do.
have some heavy off-season adjusting to do, boys.
So here, all of those guys, Deuce Vaughn, no, do not draft him. yeah, perfect. All of these guys on the ESPN list, Avacadava, Gray, McBride, Brown, and Evans, they're all about 5'10",
Whoa.
5'11". They're all
Picks up. Man, we're in turbo mode, boys. Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
again edge.
Sorry, I thought we were up next after Cleveland, which we're not. It was just they.
I know, but why would?
I don't know. I panicked.
You do panic.
I panicked. But we also talked. You make direct eye contact with him, so the only way I can ever say anything is I instinctively just have to always cut you off.
No.
I'm always going to interrupt.
It's only I just think it's my point was what you
Yes,
stomped on.
which
And
I
so-
wait, and I don't wait for it.
No, but the point being, all of those guys are that body size replacement of Zeke. 5'11", 200 and or how tall was Zeke? Was he 6 foot?
Yeah, 6.
But still,
maybe even 6.
didn't feel like it,
Zeke's
though.
a fucking.
He is a big boy.
He's a fucking
But it's the
beast.
weight. If you're a 5'11", 215 back that
Yeah.
can run a 4.5, that's hot.
The thing that's probably gonna put McBride lower than Gray and Abenakanda,
Yeah.
they played at more competitive schools where McBride didn't. So that's gonna be the one knock on McBride, but
He didn't have a good collegiate experience.
Oh, well, no, he fucking killed it. Like he absolutely murdered his
He
competition.
only played in his whole career. He only played 2 top.
So that's
teams
the
or something
thing.
like
So
that,
he's not playing against, the LSUs and the Alabamas and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Where Eric Gray, he played for Oklahoma. He's playing against top tier teams. Israel played in Pittsburgh. He's going to be playing against good, also top tier teams. So that's the only kind of knock I could see on McBride, but he's been my guy. So I gotta go for him.
So the Saints traded. Did they trade up? I don't know. That's the problem. Is like, okay, so they trade. I don't know who they traded with though.
Their version of showing the trades doesn't help. It's not good on NFL
No,
Network.
because does it show on ESPN when a trade happens there? You got to be careful if you look at the ESPN big board because it'll tell you who the pick is
CBS
before.
does right here.
So who did they just trade with?
Well, Rams are on the clock.
Well, Rams are on the clock now, but Saints traded with somebody.
Oh, I can look at that.
Yeah, the Saints are picking right now. So they traded up, I believe.
Is it round
The
4?
Saints.
No, it's round 5 right now. No, it is round 4.
round 4.
I guess the Bears and the Saints traded earlier.
Yep.
Oh, that was it. Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's
that was
probably
a
what it
trade.
was.
Okay.
The pick is in. Who did the
Who dat Bengals?
Who dat day big to be that bay? Who dat?
I can't find Eric Gray's 40, but
Maybe he didn't run it.
Yeah.
Sometimes they don't run it, right?
Okay, so I got verification from EJ Savage. It's Ubandaconda.
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 like kind of like Uban Daconda, like
Yeah. You said it exactly.
Uban Daconda.
Ubandaconda.
To me, it's a rap name, Uban, and then Daconda is like an anaconda, like he's the conda.
Ubandaconda. And then Kilo C follows up with a dime soundbite choice. You were supposed to be the chosen one.
Yeah, that would have been good for this. That would have been a good DTR soundbite when he doesn't go to the Cowboys.
Hey, fuck you, dickhead.
There's no way the Cowboys
Even
are
so
going.
fast you can't even talk about it. Lucky person, yeah, out there somewhere is gonna win a silver cloud. What a lucky, lucky, lucky person.
And it cuts. Hodgins Tomlinson's still out there too.
Here's the top bad thing for Eric Gray, though, which is a
here we go.
big question. I'm just saying.
His
and who knows
size.
these things? We've seen players read off their draft scouting reports and saying like the exact opposite of the type of player they are
Yeah.
in the NFL. So, but this is just unable to drive through first level contact, and that's what's necessary.
You don't like that. That's what McBride's a beast at, getting through that first.
This guy got neck tags.
I was just gonna say,
Hayner gone.
Jake Hayner's gone off the board. That's a good pick for
I
them.
like that guy. He's tiny and tatted.
Get him behind.
Not
get him
Jake
behind.
Hayner, the guy who was announcing the pick.
She's tiny and tatted.
But Hayner barely squeaking over 5'11" and a half feet.
Get him behind Carr. Tiny Hayner. Tiny Hayner. Tiny Dick.
Tiny Dick Hayner.
TDH?
Yeah.
PH.
And then so when the Cowboys are up, I'll do the.
Hey, do you want DTR or TDH?
I want DTR.
Micro penis Hayner.
Man, that overshown
This is a
clip
good room.
that we threw up last night is doing great.
Yep.
And this room, guys, this room,
This is your favorite, eh?
that's not my favorite, no.
I like the
standard.
Browns. I like the Browns room, actually.
This is a B room. We got no negatives, but there's no positives. It's just come in here. There's enough. Here's what I like. Small group of guys.
Yep. That's all you need. You don't need more than that. You don't need 45 fucking people in the room. Is he cracking one?
Not
I
yet.
will be. I got my Kahlua.
Toss me one.
Toss me one, son.
Toss me one. What did I make it to? 10:15? God.
Fire that fucking pig skin!
Hey, it's 12 hours since you stopped drinking.
Pretty much. I have a rule. At least make it 12 hours.
Half a day.
I brought a couple over to Tay because I stayed at Tay's grandparents' house last night, and I brought 2 drinks and I cracked one, had 1 sip, and then dumped it out. I was like, I can't even do
Oh, you
this.
id.
can't
But there is 3 fallen soldiers up in the fridge still,
I think we'll be
That
good.
guy's got to put his fucking face paint on every time he goes anywhere.
like a juggalo.
Yeah, but it's gained him. He's probably gets.
Oh, fuck.
It's worked. It's worked
Yeah.
for him because I follow him on some of the social media stuff, and it's definitely shot his.
Does he do it every day?
Well, he does it. So he does
wherever
it.
he is.
He does it for the Eagles because he's Philly sports guy. So he does it for the Eagles. He does it for the
Celtics?
Penguins.
Oh, Penguins? No, Philadelphia Eagles. Or wait,
Pittsburgh Penguins.
Now, do you,
oh, Pittsburgh?
Or sorry, Philadelphia.
Philadelphia Flyers.
Flyers. Sorry, he's Flyers. And then who's their baseball team? The Phillies. So he does it all different colors for each team, and every time he goes, and he's always at all the events.
well, I mean, I was gonna say I don't like the fact that he's a multi-sports guy, but the fact that he commits to
he
every
commits.
sports is
And it's for your brand. That's the best thing because now you're generating off. And this is the thing with
Are you
Philly.
is he trying to pitch that one of us starts to show up with face paint on?
Well, if even if we lived in Dallas, we could commit to multiple teams and we would also blow up.
Yep.
Okay, Ram selection. This is the pick before the Cowboys.
I looked.
Don't look when the Cowboys are up, you fuck.
I'm not going to.
Oh,
Stetson Bennett.
Is there a run on quarterbacks? Are we
We're
going
taking
DTR?
Okay. Hang on.
No.
Hang
we
on.
do not need a quarterback that severely.
There's a run on quarterbacks.
Okay.
Are we taking
No,
DTR?
save that. I'm just about to hit record.
Yeah, but this is why
Okay,
you
save this.
Hang on,
Yeah,
because
we'll
I want to
the
have the clip because I'm just going to load it up right away. So
Some behind baseball.
Yeah, behind baseball. So,
And breathe in.
What? oh my
Why
God.
would you just not do it and then let the natural flow keep happening?
So are we? Is there a run on quarterbacks about to happen? Stenson Bennett went. Hayner went before. What were we calling him? TDH, Tiny Dick Hayner, and then so there's another guy with an acronym DTR. Could he be going to the Cowboys here?
Cowboys are on the clock.
Cowboys are on the clock. Don't you look at your fucking
I'm not.
computer screen.
I'm not.
I do not want TDR.
You don't. I
Not in
think
the fourth.
I
I
think
don't.
it's
Well,
early.
no one wants TDR, but we want DTR.
Yeah, TDR's Tiny Dick or TDH.
TDH.
We don't want
Tiny
TDH.
Dick Hayner.
We want DTR.
We want down to rumble. No, I want a running back here personally. I want one of the running backs of the three that AJ was talking about. I don't like that he said Gray can't get past the first level.
Yeah,
defenders.
but again, don't take that for anything.
Yeah.
I take that he's working. I take, that he's playing in Oklahoma as a big bonus.
Well, because he's going against guys that are going to be in the NFL.
Yeah.
Like the front line that he's playing against, where a guy like McBride isn't necessarily playing against guys that are ever going to sniff an NFL field. So, but wow, Stetson Bennett, that's crazy because they had him ranked one of the lowest quarterbacks, honestly.
Yeah, but he's got, again, he won 2 championships. He knows
Right.
how to play, and he had some great stats. I think he's a type of quarterback who, give him a year, give him a year or two, and he's got that in LA.
Yep.
He could develop into a really solid quarterback.
Oh, without a doubt.
And the Rams are they still in a position to try to win? They had
No,
a shit
they're
year.
rebuilding.
They had
They're
a shit
rebuilding.
year.
They're hoping that he's just going to sit behind Matthew Stafford and
Couple years.
couple years.
Well, Stafford doesn't have too many. I mean, he maybe has a few more years on him, but it's also
Stafford's young.
But he's been. I know. He's totally young. I'm just saying,
Mid 30s.
you have
He's he's an 87, so he's
But it's that
35.
capital. It's that leverage to trade. Like you get a good quarterback, you get them kind of up. You either move them into the position for your team and then move the other person out.
Who was I think? Oh, Goff. Goff is sorry.
Yeah, Goff is relatively
Goff
young.
is-
Okay, pick is in. Woo! Okay, I'm getting one of these in me, kid. Crack him if you got him,
Crack him if you
son.
got him. I like how Roger Goodell's walking around without his suit on. He's
Yeah,
just got
just meeting the fans. Here we
got some
go,
nice-
guys.
Some nice traps on him. Or
You know
flats.
Roger Goodell
Traps.
only works out his traps.
Yeah.
He just shows up to the gym, reps out. He starts at the 5-pound weight and he goes all the
Yeah.
way to the 150.
And he's just shoulder shrugging.
Just 10 each onto
He
the
kind
next
of looked
one.
like he was a little bit. He had like a rough night.
But he's that guy that does not re-rack the weights. He just drops them after he does the one set.
Yeah.
Okay, pick is
Okay,
in.
pick is in.
Who's announcing this pick, I wonder?
I can't get this to work, guys.
It's good.
Oh, man. There's a lot of... Hey, there's some good players still out there. What do we do? Who's the best... There's no offensive lineman in Daniel Jeremiah. Okay, they're happy.
Whoa. And then EJ just dropped some news about the Eagles. Eagles are getting DeAndre Swift from the Lions for a 7th and 5th in 2026.
Wow. That's a steal.
Yep.
So the Giants moved on from him now that they have Gibbs.
Yep.
Did I say Giants? I meant
Sorry,
to say
what
Lions.
happened?
So the Lions are the Eagles are getting DeAndre Swift from the Lions for a 7th and 5th
Oh, wow.
in 2025.
The Eagles?
The Eagles.
So now they have DeAndre
Okay.
Swift, who's a very good running back.
So they're not going to
Had
go.
some injury
Well, so
history.
we kind of called it though.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
Hey, buddy. Former member of the Mexican men's national soccer team.
I love how I just came out and said hi.
Sick hat though.
Biami
Wow, they went Fiocco. Edge.
Well,
Crazy.
there's a little deflator, isn't
That's
it?
hey, well, didn't think it was happening. We did talk about Fiocco last night, possibly going to the Cowboys, but I don't think anyone thought at 129.
So
Fiocco
what?
Jr., what
They
the-
are not doing anything on offense, are they?
No, this is crazy. Obviously they like him. He's a missile though by the looks of it.
Is it Simi Fiocco's brother?
I mean,
So that means they're air cutting him.
He's got the Polynesian
Blood in him.
blood in him. So
I love when they got the flowing hair, Troy
Yeah.
Polamalu style.
yeah.
EJ's bringing up that Fiocco is a guy that Mexican Adam brought up yesterday.
Yep. Wow. Okay. So Edge. So no one that we've ever taken. We never took him.
6'4", 276.
Okay, you got him on your size. You
Not-
like that?
I
Good
do,
size
but
guy.
His arm's not very long at 33. I think that's short. 6'4", maybe that's. It's hard to say because I really only look at that for O-lines, and they're usually a little big. But he's 6'4". That's big.
It's crazy. I mean, and it's crazy to think that with
24 reps on the bench press.
Wow.
Okay,
So
I
he's
like
strong.
that. I like that. It's just when we talk about what's the needs for the Cowboys, and we're all like, everyone's been like offense. It's been a heavy defensive player draft.
Yep.
I'm not going to get upset because we've seen it. The Cowboys could have a plan. Maybe they see a running back who they're going to make a move post-draft who's going to be the guy that we're looking for. It could be Henry. We don't so I'm not going to be upset. I do want to see a running back, but I would have loved to see one of those running backs drafted. Maybe that just doesn't fucking make sense.
Yeah.
Maybe there's too many left.
Or maybe we're getting DH, Derrick Henry. In any case,
I mean, even if it's not him, there are a lot of running backs that could be potentially traded after this draft with what happens.
Well, even look at the Eagles. They just traded for DeAndre Swift for a fucking 5th and 7th. I'm pretty sure he was drafted in the first, that guy.
Well, hey, welcome to the team. Welcome to the team. Welcome to the team. Welcome to the team.
Fiocco.
Simi Fiocco's brother. Welcome to the team.
Okay, hey, Fiocco is the second cousin of Tampa Bay Buccaneers defensive tackle Vita Vea.
Okay.
That is good blood.
I like that. Okay.
Got those genes.
So I just stopped it. Yeah, all I was trying to say was I just wanted a clean entrance to the clip that we'll post, just so that we were starting to talk about the Cowboys right away. That was the only
I know,
reason.
but you can just slice off to where it's.
But I'm not slicing. I'm just taking it straight from that, and I've been throwing them up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just as a straight clip, which they did well. The one yesterday's doing well. Some more behind baseball for you.
Well, anyways,
Pick is in. The
should've-
Jacksonville Jaguars.
I
Hey,
talked it up.
it doesn't
all
matter.
good.
It doesn't matter.
Hey, guess what?
On to the next pick.
It's the Hey, guess what? It's the Jaguars, and we don't give a fuck about the Jaguars.
Well, they had fucking a million picks. They had 2 picks before the Cowboys and then 1 right after them. Round 5 has begun.
and now look, then they got they got the starting pick at round 5.
Yeah, they have just a smorgasbord full of picks here.
Okay, here's his strengths. Fiocco
tell
it.
posted 44 tackles for loss and 22
Wow.
sacks over the
Okay.
last 3 seasons. Hey, there's our sack, dude.
And
There's our sack
TFLs, man. That's
TFLs.
That's high.
Yeah. Plays with force into first contact at point of attack. Play demeanor can be aggressive. Uses bull rush to knock tackle off balance before countering. Violent hand slap and soften the edge. Guess he's really good on his feet. Above average short area foot quickness. So weaknesses, they always love the hips. Tight-hipped with issues getting consistent bend. Might not have the body type to stay out on the edge. Inconsistent commanding point of attack. Gets reached and sealed by backside blocks and needs to control pad level on his rush counter inside. Can the boy play football? That's all we care about. And he was slated to go in the 5th to 6th. So
Interesting.
Well,
could say that's a
EJ's saying that he's a D- on PFF.
yeesh.
Yikes.
Well, let's see what our
I trust Dan Quinn's ability to pick a gem.
It's like, what does Dan Quinn has his ears, I guess, eh?
Oh, they gave him an A on CBS. He's got a 77% chance to start, which is high for this round.
Don't know who that is.
Ends, man. Ends and Tyler Lacey, Oklahoma State. Yeah, so they got Ventrell Miller and Tyler Lacey. The Jags. The Jagoffs. Tyler Lacey. Man, so there's interesting. And we are now very far away from our next pick at, what is it,
168?
168?
We're not even on the board.
Let me see here.
We drafted We drafted a linebacker, a D tackle, an edge, and then on the
169 is the Cowboys' next pick. So we're still 38 picks away.
Respect the dirty little hat he's got on.
Yeah.
yeah.
See, Joe. Well, I mean, KC did to go to the Super Bowl and win that. Or the year before, the Los Angeles Rams that beat you in the Super Bowl. Getting Joe Burrow some more weapons. Charlie Jones, 5'11". God, these wide receivers are just such little bitches, though. They're just also small.
Oh, sorry. So just correction. So two things. Steve Daly's showing up and talking about the Swift trade to the Eagles, which is good because now we don't get they're not going to take Derrick Henry. EJ just wants to clarify, Adam. I'm talking if we were mock drafting right now, we'd be getting a D- with the picks we made thus far. So that's what he's saying.
Oh, for sure. I could see that. Just edge was very straight. Like, I mean, we were pretty convinced the Cowboys were going to go heavy offense this draft. I think a lot of Cowboys fans were thinking that, and it's been the complete opposite. What is it? 3 out of the 4 picks have been defense. Mazi. Then we went with sorry, I thought I saw another trade there for a second. Charlie Jones, who Overon was our 3rd round, and then our 4th round was Fiocco. So we went 3 defensive players out of our 4 picks. Interesting, to say the least. Very, very interesting. So the Steelers are on the clock now. They got their pick in. They're picking at 132. Now we are a full round away from the Cowboys picking again. And do you finally target running back when you get to the 5th round, guys? Or what's happening here? What
DTR in
is
5th
there
round
going to be?
If we're going to get him.
I don't think he's going to be there. I honestly don't think any of the running backs that we've really been high on are going to be there. We're still a long, long way away from taking that 169 pick. So the Steelers draft picks so far have been Broderick Jones, Joey Porter Jr., Benton, and Washington. So the Steelers have had a sneaky good draft, honestly.
Yeah, they have been. Michael Finnegan in the chat saying Eagles dominating this draft, specifically with some of their trades. Daniel Thomas brings up a good point. I mean, how many times do we see Micah over there sucking air and needing a break from carrying the D? It makes sense for them to do that if they're going to rely heavily on their D.
Yeah.
Juan is saying Max Dugan ? And I hope not. I'm a DTR guy.
I don't think Max Dugan's going to get drafted, to be honest. I think he ends up being undrafted. So you got Alex Highsmith and former LB Lamar Woodley.
Hey, I'm not that high yet.
That's the key word, yet.
Mm-hmm.
Those kids look extremely uncomfortable. Herbig finally off the board.
Berrios Niños.
Herberg finally off the board. Explosive football intelligence. Inconsistent tackler.
Nick Hurt, yep. Yeah.
That's not good. At linebacker, that is probably the worst thing you could have noted as you. Inconsistent tackler.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Tracked him down, though.
Yep.
If you have a hard time tackling college guys, you're going to have a hard time tackling anyone in the NFL. That was a nice pop by him, though. He had 15.5 tackle for loss last year. That's pretty substantial.
Yeah. He had 11.5 sacks in, I think it was his career.
So they have him linebacker, but all his highlights, it looks like he's an edge.
Yeah. He's not really playing linebacker
at all. He's been on the line for every single highlight.
or rushing.
Yeah. Interesting. Very, very interesting.
Well, see ya. So long. Wouldn't want to be ya.
See ya.
See ya. That's live too if you want to.
Party till I die.
That's low quality though. Let me get that high quality.
Let's get some of that high quality, boys.
Some of that high quality. Yeah, yo.
That's low quality. Let me get some of that high quality.
Oh. What you just want? I bet you.
No, that's low quality.
Pick is in for the Chicago Bears, another team who seems like they just have a million picks.
Yep. EJ's saying the Cowboys apparently drafted Overshown to be a defensive end hybrid like Micah, so the Fiocco pick doesn't really make a lot of sense to him.
It's very strange days. Oh, we missed what the Cowboys symbol or painting is when they walk out. I bet you it's like a...
It's the old logo, maybe, like a cowboy.
Oh, yeah. This
Like-
one.
This
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah.
It's our boy right here.
I haven't seen it, but maybe
You're probably
subconscious.
right.
Yeah, but maybe subconsciously. I would love it if it was just a star, a little,
Like a rustic star.
Yeah, it was just drawn a little different. It's like the logo, but just a little different.
Like the one right behind Anth, it's just they just add some
Yeah,
rust.
yeah,
They just
yeah.
add some.
I mean, that one is dope. Tyler Scott, wide receiver for Cincy.
I mean, I think they should take those jerseys and make them like a special week where you have those logos, maybe just on a patch or something like that.
I definitely want one. I want a sweater with that old logo on there.
Yeah, we have to wait to see what the Cowboys' old logo is. Let me see if I can find them online.
It's this one.
It's, the guy behind
The
you.
guy behind you.
No, yes, I mean,
Oh, what they look
yeah,
like?
they're not
At the
old.
dra- at
Whatever
the
they're
draft.
doing.
Party till I die. Tyler Scott, 54 wide receptions, 899 yards, 9 touchdowns in 2022. He led Cincinnati. So they're getting some Justin Field. They're getting Justin Field a little bit more help. Don't hate the Bears drafter. I'm still too many people. Just way too many peeps. Man, the Bears have had so many picks.
Found it.
Whoa, that's sweet. Those are so sweet.
Goal.
Yeah, there it is.
That's awesome.
What was it?
It's like this.
Looks like John Wayne.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about the Vikings drafter him? I don't like that they had to say
Different
right
cart.
draft room on it.
Yeah, I don't like that. I think you need to take that down because that's for show, and I don't want us playing up to the camera at all. We have to have the tables are good. There's a little too many people though. You got too many cooks in the
It
kitchen.
feels too corporate-y, and that the Thomas Reuter draft room, it looks like it's a sponsored deal.
Sponsored,
It's
yeah.
fucking sellouts.
like
sellouts.
peel that.
You Lincoln Bank sellouts. Sorry.
But those are actually at their own facility, right?
Yeah, they're at their own facility.
Yeah.
But well, yeah, it makes
So
sense.
that's why Jerry has his fucking war room.
Yeah, but he doesn't have
dark side.
But he
office.
doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't have War Room written on the wall.
No,
which
no,
is nice.
But it is. Let's be honest. It is the best.
Yeah.
We are biased, but the way that it's set up, the amount of people is perfect.
The aesthetic.
The aesthetic.
It's very
There's enough light,
it's
but it
very
also is-
conservative cowboy style.
Yeah.
Banff, Banff, Canada.
Hey, that's close to us, guys. If you
Pulling his
Lake,
pants up.
Lake Louise.
Fairmount Chateau, Lake Louise at Banff National Park.
beautiful.
Skull, eh? That's funny.
Jay Ward.
Good for him. A little representation from Canada. Sucks that he's with Minnesota, but actually Minnesota was,
It makes sense.
and they were good people.
They were when we were down. Hey, speaking of which, if you're looking for our game day vlog, it's somewhere out there. We were down in Minnesota, Minneapolis last year for the absolute ass ramming that Cowboys gave to the Vikings. But yeah,
I love you.
but all the people, all the fans from Minneapolis were quite good,
Yeah,
even
I
after
liked
getting
it.
their asses kicked. Like
Yeah.
everyone was very cordial and nice.
It was a very interesting trailer tailgate experience, sorry, because it was like streets.
Yeah.
It wasn't like one big,
It was
well, at least where we
alleyways.
were coming.
it felt like
walking from.
alleyways.
Yeah, there was like alleyways just packed with people, and you'd go in and then go walk down the street a little bit more, and then there's another one, like a little cutout or.
Yep.
So that was pretty unique. Whereas like you go to Cowboys, it's just fucking open.
It's
Open
just
field.
giant parking
Yeah.
lots around the stadium, pretty much. Didn't feel like you're walking there in Minneapolis. Felt like we were walking around some sort of snow shanty town or something.
But then the fucking stadium was just a beauty.
Oh, so nice. Okay, the Raiders and Patriots traded. The Raiders received the 4th round pick, 135, and the Patriots get the 5th and the 6th.
Ooh, I wonder who they're going for. DTR?
DTR. Did they take who
They-
took Levis?
Levis went to Tennessee. The Titans.
So
I
then-
think.
I can't even remember.
Well,
Yeah, because he's behind. We were like, oh, he's behind Tannehill.
Right. So
Hendon
they
Hooker hasn't been. Is Hendon Hooker?
Hendon Hooker got drafted.
Maybe he went to the Titans.
guys, I'm gonna get to it.
It was so many days ago.
It was so many drinks ago.
How long has it been? Where are my children? Alex, you don't have children.
It's okay.
What happened to them?
Yeah, he went to the Titans.
Yeah, Titans. A minus.
Oh, Lions took Hooker.
Lions took Hooker.
Lions been. The Lions have been having a pretty good draft in my opinion.
Well, and their pick of Gibbs makes more sense now that they don't have Swift on the team anymore.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's why they. You know what?
But they also took Campbell.
So I was watching an interview, and when they were talking about the Gibbs pick, they were very monotone. Like, oh yeah, maybe it wasn't that good of a pick.
That's
Like,
the one
they're fucking
I was
playing it
talking
up.
about that.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, that's the one that I looked for it, and now it makes sense.
They knew they were going to wheel and deal.
Well, so Swift's actually, he's only 24, but he's been in the NFL for 3 years already.
A little bit injury prone.
A little injured, and he's never had. He has a great average, 4.7 average, but he just cannot finish a fucking game. Or actually, it looks like he wasn't even their starting running back for.
Well,
most of the season.
last year he was slated in to be, but then he got hurt, and then they had that dude.
Right.
I can't think of his name for the life of me, but he ended up having a crazy season. The ex Green Bay running back.
Montgomery.
No,
Montgomery is
not-
from
he's not-
Chicago.
Sorry, that was
he's
Chicago.
not on the Lions anymore.
Oh,
He was the one that cried during his speech in Hard Knocks.
well, yeah.
Williams. Jamal Williams.
Jamal Williams, right?
So he ended up coming in and
Which I think I had Jamal Williams.
he had
all
a
last
crazy year
Yeah.
last year. He had over 10 touchdowns.
Well, I just think they figured, hey, so I'm really not upset that Swift goes to Eagles. He's not scary.
He's not scary, but he is quick.
He's quick and
He's
swift.
He's swift.
You fucking fuck.
Would you just look at it?
Okay, here we go. The pick is in, and they just traded. Is this DTR? They're saying possibly Purdue. That's O'Connell, right? Jan. The Raiders. Let's hear it. Aiden O'Connell.
Off the board.
Wow. Oh.
Purdue.
Well,
Two-time second-team All-Big Ten, 66.7 completion percentage. Crack him
Crack
if you got him, son.
Just because he was on our board.
so best available QBs left: Clayton Tune, DTR, Jaron Hall, Tanner McKee. And then
those
I mean,
are-
if
Max Dugan.
yeah. Oh, and then there's a Malik Cunningham just fell like a fucking
Rock out of the sky.
yeah.
Those boys are kind of
Plummeted.
Those boys are kind of warm.
Were they? Mine was cold.
Should go put it up.
Mine was good.
There,
Saying.
we get that fate pull. We got that pull there. There it is. There it is, boy. Is that going to be your new style? Every shirt you get, you rip it off like Mac from It's Always Sunny? You're our Mac?
I bought it like this.
I know, but I feel like you should be every... look at that brisket.
Look at that brisket.
Boys.
Apparently, Kansas City has a very competitive brisket.
I've
heard.
I'll say this. Our drive down from Minneapolis to Dallas, I had a burger at every place we were at. The best burger was the one when we went out for dinner and watched Monday Night Football, and it was like $8.
Where was that?
Oh, remember?
We went. You had like the 9% beer, or whatever the hell it was. We went. It was.
I had a chicken burger,
Yeah,
and I
you
was
had a chicken
disappointed
burger.
after it.
AJ you had something weird. You didn't have a burger. I can't remember what you had, but it wasn't
We
like.
probably have video.
I did a burger though.
I'm kind of remembering that.
It was
that
the best
place.
burger. Remember the waitress kept just talking. It's like, just get us our beers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she was trying to be funny. She was like swearing. And
Was that
she
the one who
like,
came and sat down? She came and sat. I hate when I don't mind it, but I'm also like, hey, you're getting a little too comfortable here to just like come and sit and I'm not like, to me that's like, I'm not going to increase your tip because you sit with me. I'm going to increase your tip because you get me the food and drink quickly, and that's our arrangement here. I appreciate the pleasantries.
Yep.
But also, I don't want other customers looking around seeing you sitting here like we're friends, and now we're keeping you from serving them. I mean, this is just there's too many bad things going on.
And then there was a table beside us. They were loud as fuck.
and they were eyeballing them Cowboys.
Yeah, we were rolling around in Cowboys gear.
And they were eyeballing us.
Yeah, but no one had the fucking guts to come up.
And you didn't even have sleeveless then.
Yeah, it was cold.
You were actually you were wearing your jacket. That you just thrown on the ground and you just don't care about it anymore. There it is. Oh, he's covering the gun shows up. You don't want to get a citation or something?
Well,
A bylog?
You're just
citation?
talking about them too much. I gotta stop it.
I just want to know if you're registered. Out in Canada, you have to have a register. Now you've concealed. You can't conceal carry guns.
Yeah, you just concealed guns over there, son.
Like in Canada, you cannot conceal the weapons. So, give me the paperwork.
This is private property. I can do what I want.
Yeah, but it's as a homeowner, I am worried that DTR is going to go to the. If DTR goes to the Commanders, he's dead to me.
Wow.
He's dead to me.
Why don't you want him to kind of do well so that you can be like, that was my guy?
Yeah, but
You would rather him have a good career, and then you feel justified that your fanboyism.
But I don't want him to go to the Commanders, or the Giants,
Wherever he goes, though, you want
or
him
the
to do well.
Eagles, or
So
anyone besides the Cowboys, and or I don't know what other team. I'm right now. I don't know what team I want DTR to be on.
Sans the Cowboys.
Washington would make sense to draft a QB, I tell you.
Yeah.
Barry Grant Jr. says Barry Grant Jr. says he'd get 2.5 years in New York for showing the guns.
Yeah, I could do that time.
Hey, 2 years, well worth it.
Yeah, all I would do is chin ups, and then I'd come out with even bigger guns.
Chin ups and one-handed push-ups.
Yeah.
I mean, he murdered somebody, right? The guy fucking murdered somebody, and you don't fucking take him.
What's that one? What's that from?
That's from The Departed.
That's Leo DiCaprio.
I mean, he murdered somebody, right?
I heard it the first. Oh, but that's where someone gets hit?
Yeah.
That's good.
I mean, he murdered somebody, right?
Toss me one.
Jeremiah says, ask AJ what his top 5 war rooms have been. And now, Jeremiah, you'll have to find out. We're going to review the war room selection on the Wednesday night main event.
Yeah.
Because we'll have photos, videos, and everything. So we're gonna go through every war room, and then we'll give our top 5. It'll be a nice 30-minute section on Wednesday night's main event.
Totally just
So
wander
me and
out.
Adam did write down grades, but we were just writing down the letter grades and not the team. So I just have a bunch of B+, A minus.
Well, that's what I said. We'll get.
We'll have to refresh, but I do remember this.
Oh, that's
I
awesome.
liked the Bears.
Yeah, but don't give your.
Well, you can
don't
give a little.
Your
You
orders.
can,
Don't give
you
your
can
orders.
tip your
Don't
hand.
give your orders.
You can tip your hand.
You like which ones I like.
Yeah, you like the Bears.
I like the Bears, obviously. I mean, it's no, like, Jerry Jones, and I liked how LA did it. It was very mysterious, but I can't grade it because it's too mysterious. They just
Right.
had that little corner cut off. You couldn't see much.
Yep.
But it's smart, and I respect that. But can't grade it. Sorry. Ones I didn't like, Panthers, too flashy. They had that big fucking, or no, Chargers,
The
sorry.
Panthers were dark.
No, it was the Chargers had their big blue wall.
It looked like a little kid. It looked like a little
No,
kid's
it was
room.
at Walmart. It's the Walmart colors.
yeah.
They look like fucking
If you're-
Walmart lunchroom.
If you build your room to play to the camera in any way, shape, or form, you cannot get over C+. I'm sorry.
I respect that. I respect that.
Yeah.
You should just have a badass room anyways.
Just have a badass room. I don't need to see. But if you have like a tagline or a team saying or something like that, that's different because that's in the room. But if you have something that you built that says like our draft or whatever, that's for the camera. Get the fuck out of here. I don't want you wasting time with the aesthetics when you should be worried about putting every single effort into finding the best picks for your team. And for that, you don't get over C+.
And for that, you were voted off the island.
I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing like I wouldn't mind if they had like I like some of the ones where they have like kind of like a mural type of thing with the team on there, like to show the support.
Like the lion.
But if it's that could just
Lions
be,
or the Browns.
if it's just the room, like if it's like that's part of the room, that's how the room is. That's fine. But like you could have your name on there and it says like we win championships or whatever the fucking slow. Okay, that's probably there all the time. But it's the ones that say like draft room.
I don't want it to be a second thought. Like I don't want it to be like, oh, you're just gonna grab any room in the building. I want a room that's only used for
drafting.
And I do not want to see like black tablecloths on the
No
tables.
tablecloths.
No,
Like either
tablecloths.
pop up those portable tables or fucking put something specific in there.
give me the brown stand-up table.
Yep.
Couple water bottles on it. Nice seats. I like the seats because you're sitting along.
Some gamer chairs.
And then don't have it over 10 people. You got yourself an A.
Yeah, and
Ad, which one was the Legion? It looked like the Legion or like a curling ring.
Phillies has 1,000 men standing around.
That's an automatically a C. If you have more than 20 people in your room, C.
C.
Yeah.
100%.
whose room was that?
It looked like a
Not Kansas City. It was on
was
today. We're like,
awful.
holy shit! It looks. We're trying
I
to
can't remember who it was.
now.
It was awful. It looked like the Legion. Or it looked like someone rented out a hall for their 25th high school reunion or something.
We'll see it. We got a lot of picks here. We'll catch it, I hope.
We'll catch that.
Wow. So the last 5 picks. So Darius Rush, CB, just went to the Colts. KJ Henry, Edge, went to Washington. Yazir Abdullah went to the Jags. Aiden O'Connell and Jay Ward, respectively, to the Vikings and the Raiders.
Darius Rush was someone that EJ told us to watch out for.
We are in round 5, fellas.
Welcome to. Is this?
Do you
this the start of
remember?
round 5?
I don't see him on our list. I have a feeling that we did draft Yasir. I might have. Or did we talk about
No,
him?
we talked about him. We never took him. Abdullah.
Abdullah, yeah, he showed up quite a few times available.
Round 5. This is. I mean, you can still you still can get your Deron Blands. There's still value in the 5th round.
You can still get your Deron Blands. You can still get your DTRs.
Dwayne McBride's.
Oh yeah, McBride.
Running backs are falling now.
A question in the chat a
This is
little
what
bit
I'm
ago
saying.
was like, do we go offense for our next 3 picks? Or is that like a consensus here? Like what other defensive positions do we want to grab?
I answered yes to that from round 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's just not the way that they
Really, since round 1, we kind of wanted to go offense, and it's just
in
hasn't
the form of
hasn't worked that way.
a offensive lineman.
Exactly, or even one of the top tight ends. Like if Kincaid was there, we were willing to swing at
Swallow
Kincaid. We were going to swallow that Kincaid.
What guards are available still? So Jeremiah says, I want more guard depth. I agree, but I just don't know if there is anybody out there.
Here's the other thing to consider. There's a migrating need to, because look at what we see Eagles doing and Giants. We're going to play both those teams twice. You got to play for them. And then, of course, 49ers is who we're thinking about when we get to the playoffs. Playoffs! But I think maybe some of these decisions are being made based off of, we got to counter what we're going to be facing.
Right.
And make the smart decision that they think is smart and not the decision that they know is going to be what people like or
Well, that's how it is.
it could be a right pick too, but
Yep. Well, that's how it starts. You got to go. The main thing, obviously, you want to win the Super Bowl, but the first
before you can jump
do
to
that,
Yeah.
win your division. That should
Yes.
always be what you want to do. Win your division, and how do you do that? You counter what your division's doing.
If we built a team to beat the Kansas City Chiefs, for example, because let's say that's who we thought we were going to face, well, we are building the wrong team.
You might never see them. Whereas you opposed to, like you said, your NFC East foes, you get twice a year, no matter what.
Yeah.
You win
against-
75% of those games, you have a good chance of getting
And
postseason.
it's the double swing. Your win is a loss to them.
Yep.
So like 4 wins, if you can beat them, I mean, it just solidifies you at the top essentially.
For sure.
The problem. How many losses did we have less than Eagles? Was it 1 or 2? Just 1.
1.
So that win against them earlier on in the season when Dak was out, had we would have won that game, and I think that's the one where rushed through the game away, wasn't it?
They had three picks.
Unfortunate. No, I mean, he was great up until that point and not losing the game, but the wheels just came off there. Had we won that game, would have switched everything.
Clayton,
Look at how empty it is.
Clayton Tune.
I know.
Clayton Tune, quarterback, was taken by Arizona.
Oh, that was my guy.
So Toontown off the board.
It's happening, eh?
So wait, Houston, did they draft a QB?
Yeah,
two
CJ
QBs?
Stroud. Or I don't think they got a second one. He was taken by Arizona. Tune was taken by Arizona.
Oh, sorry, Houston was his school.
Yeah, yeah, that happened to me when I was like, so Cincinnati took one of the receivers, and then it was like, oh, wait a second.
I thought there was another trade or something.
And it was Chicago was taking.
What other teams, if we look at that board, do you think are going to take a quarterback?
Fuck, man. Anyone's at this point, anyone could gamble. Carolina could take a quarterback.
We're still like 29 picks away. DTR is not making it to the Cowboys.
He's probably the last. He's the best quarterback now on the board. Or they still have Hall, Jaron Hall. He's still out there.
Yeah, Cowboys are way the fuck back.
Yeah, we're still 29 picks away, guys.
29 picks away. We're 6 minutes away from our first guest of the day showing up. Who do we have coming on first here?
Oh, Bryson Carver
From Carving It Up
from
podcast.
Carving It Up Podcast. I mean, I sent him the link, and
They join when they join.
he can hop on whenever. We're more than happy to have him come on, even just say hello and then hang up.
Hey, man, the Browns have a sweet mural on the back there. It was just like dope dog.
Yeah, I brought up their whole
They wouldn't let us do a crack 'em if you got 'em and drink if we were to present.
we do it anyway.
We'd probably get ourselves banned forever, but it'd be worth it. It'd be so worth it to get banned for life.
You'd
I'd
have to
pull
do
it out from my crotch.
You'd have to do it after.
They took him.
Wow.
They took him.
Now
That's a good pick for them to back up Deshaun Watson. Hey, Ad, you were wondering what team would take a quarterback?
I thought in my hearts of hearts, I was going to say the Browns as a team, but
That's not a bad place for him to
yeah.
go that you can cheer for him.
and look,
Yeah,
Randy,
that is true.
Randy and I can talk about it next time we have him on.
and
I'm pretty
That's
upset.
how I felt when Charby.
I feel sick to my stomach.
The
right now.
UCLA boys are gone.
But guess what?
Guess who we're getting? We're getting fucking
Bobes.
Boba Fett.
Chewy. Chewy.
Bobo, yeah, we're getting Bobo.
Chewbox.
Yeah, DTR.
Should have took him before Fiocco.
Crazy. Hey, that's a spot for him where he won. I'll cheer for him to become the starter because he unseats Deshaun Watson then, which I would love to see. Browns, sneaky
Browns'
good,
room.
sneaky good room.
Great room. Great room.
I honestly think they're in my top 5.
Some negatives for having their board up in
It's very
frame.
it's very simple though. I like the simplicity.
I know,
of it.
but if you wanted to, you could go and look at it. It's going to get an A- because of that.
Hey,
but
are they
otherwise,
playing?
it's
Are
high.
they playing 4D chess though? Is that actually their board?
So now Jeremiah says Max
Fair.
Dugan of the Cowboys confirmed. Crying.
DTR. Wow.
EJ Savage
28
says
rush touchdowns. Trade. Vikings are trading.
EJ Savage says Cowboys didn't read the writing on the wall when the QBs lasted, and now they're too late.
This one's for DTR. The fallen soldier. Crack him if you got him, son.
Crack him if you got him, DTR.
him.
Fuck.
how you feel, Ad.
Well, you've been saying this all draft. You want to see the pain on my face when he
I'm
was
glad he
last.
went to the Browns, though, honestly.
Well, I'm glad he didn't go to the Commanders
Same.
or the Eagles
Same.
or the Giants.
Same. And he's not even in the conference. He's in the AFC.
I would have been disappointed if he went to the Frisco as well.
Yeah,
not
that's what I mean.
the Frisco Star, but the Frisco 49ers.
Keep him out of the conference. Keep him right out of the conference.
So, yeah, you're right. I'm definitely picking him up in fantasy.
You could even maybe get a DTR. You can get a DTR UCLA jersey.
I can't do it.
Can't
I'm not going to do it.
Okay, fair.
Until he gets traded to the Cowboys, I'm not doing it.
This was yeah. So Cowboys probably aren't getting a quarterback
fucking
that
outta
we
here.
want.
Unless he was never on the Cowboys.
Oh, if he went at 140, he was there at 169, they probably would have taken him.
There's no way he was last in 169.
No.
We needed to take him at 129.
The Browns, that's just a good pick by them. I just find it funny that literally 5 minutes earlier, like, which team possibly would need a quarterback? We're trying to figure it out, and then the next pick, it's him.
And I didn't want to say it on the because it does make the most sense for him to go to a team like the Browns.
Yep.
Specifically when you have like Deshaun Watson came out of all of that stuff and he went 3 for 3 last year. It's not like he's the Deshaun Watson that we've all seen before. Can he, is he still out of that mental prison that maybe he's in with all the extracurricular troubles he's been getting himself into? Who knows? And guess what? Who cares?
Fuck him.
They're the fucking Browns.
Fuck him.
That's just why I can't do it. I can't fall in love with players.
DTR. Well, that's the issue. If you end up really, really, really liking a player, the odds are you're not getting them. Like, there's a very good chance that you're not getting the player.
Like,
that
I
you end
wanted
up
to be
liking.
that old guy that we were standing beside, the guy who was cheering for the Giants last year.
Yes! We got him.
That was gonna be me. That was gonna be me and AJ.
Oh, he was so stoked.
AJ has the mustache. I have the.
We got him. I think that guy had like one tooth. He had like one tooth.
And he was sitting there vaping. That is 100% AJ.
And I think he was wearing like a Letterman jacket.
Letterman jacket with the backpack. I don't know if he was wearing a Letterman jacket. I thought he had a backpack. It was too hot for a jacket.
That's true.
And he's from New York, so he's definitely not climatized to the hot weather.
No. Okay, so 5. I don't even know what's going to happen here.
I don't know if I'm sick to my stomach because I'm hungry or if I gotta.
You didn't eat yet?
No, nothing.
I had McDonald's.
Lynn said when she gets home, she'll make us tuna melts.
I don't eat tuna.
Gonna do tuna melts for AJ and I then.
I'll just walk to the store and get myself another lumberjack sandwich.
Lynn's is gonna make tuna melts for us for lunch.
I brought my lunch.
Fuck.
Looks like you're getting tuna melt.
I'm gonna have a tuna melt.
Yeah, tuna melts are the fucking bomb.com. Like I said, I just haven't eaten seafood since I watched Seaspiracy.
It doesn't matter. He buys more tuna for anybody. So you're not having that. I'm just kidding.
Mine has nothing to. I'm not trying to save the environment. I just think there's such. Anyways, that's for another podcast.
Whoa! Someone's trying to get us banned from YouTube.
I don't want big fish to come after us. So here's the quarterback selected. DTR was the 10th quarterback selected. 10 quarterbacks taken. Interesting. So at this point, what the fuck? Did the Browns just trade up ahead again?
EJ Sapper wants to know: are we still doing the yearly awards?
Is someone on?
Oh.
Can you?
Oh yeah, it's our boy. Just creeping in the background. Ladies and gentlemen from the Carving It Up podcast, our man. Oh, there he is. Bryson.
What's up?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Not much, man. Just a lot of draft stuff and excited to be here.
So I'm going to lead out with a question. We're going to lead out with a question here pretty quick. And it doesn't have to be Cowboys related because it's the draft. There's a lot of moving parts to this thing. What has been the biggest surprise from the first, well, I'll say 3 days now that we're in day 3. What's been the biggest surprise or shocking event that has happened in the draft? Because there's been a lot of crazy shit happening.
3 things that stick out to me off the top of my head. I think the first thing that caught everybody off guard was Houston trading up to 3 to take Will Anderson after CJ Stroud. I think that was, trying to get your franchise quarterback, your pass rusher. That's, props to them. They're going all in, which I respect. Jalen Carter, which I can't, I can't imagine you guys were all that huge on him falling to the Eagles at number 9. I think that's obviously a massive get for them. I think he's the best player in this draft. But it's hard to ignore the Will Levis story, right? He falls, how many picks to number 30? Gosh, was it 5, 6 to Tennessee?
Yeah, something like that. AJ,
yeah,
so
33. He was 30. I
30.
think it was 33.
33 to the Titans, who trade up to get him. Obviously, they hope he's going to be their franchise quarterback. And look, where he's in the spot where they drafted him, it's a good get because you consider the fact that he was expected by most, including myself, to go 4th overall to the Indianapolis Colts.
Yep.
Now, when you sit back and look at it, you're like, okay, Tennessee maybe gets their guy. The only concerns I have about him are 2 things: one intangible and one tangible. One, as far as the intangibles, I'm worried about his leadership, his sort of, for lack of a better term, attitude going into the situation, because there's a lot of reports coming out of Indianapolis that he didn't do so well in interviews and Richardson blew them away, and that's ultimately what made the decision. And the second thing is his pocket awareness has got to get better. I watched a lot of, I'm a Tennessee fan, so I watch a lot of SEC football. I'm actually, of course, I'm wearing Kentucky coach today. I probably, looks bad me saying this, but I think the thing with him is, man, he has got to be more aware of when pressure's coming. And, Tennessee is rebuilding their offensive line. So if he starts this year, even next year, that's got to be something he addresses. But to me, that's the biggest surprise of many that there's been in the first round, or really of the draft entirely so far.
Yeah, definitely. The trades have just been wild. Like, it just seems like there's a trade every 5th pick or something, which I found it's exciting to watch the draft and just see all the movers and the shakers.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a recency bias, and I think this every single year, but it just seems like teams are way more willing to make trades, even if they're just little. Like, doesn't seem like significant. But there's been a ton of significant trades too. So,
well, even today with the Eagles trading for Swift, like even that's a significant trade.
Yes.
So
yes, it is.
And it's funny that you say about Jalen Carter. I had him at least. I thought he was going to the Seahawks at 5 personally, and I was on the band or on the wagon that if he fell out of the 10th and somehow got by the Eagles, trade whatever you need to go up and get that guy. But unfortunately, he went to the one team that I did not want him to go to. And then they volley it up, and then they get his teammate Nolan Smith at 30, a guy that was projected in the top 15. So the Eagles just always seem to knock the draft, especially day 1, out of the park.
And especially too when you consider the fact that they get Kelly Ringo in the 4th round, who I think. I know Mike Guido, who was on our draft show on the Grid, was talking about, he would love if the Cowboys stole him to really bolster the secondary. I think he's one of the better pure cover corners in this draft. And listen, if you consider a secondary, if it were Diggs, Gilmore, and Ringo, now in Philadelphia you got Slay, Bradbury, and Ringo. That's gonna be tough. And Philadelphia, listen, many questioned defensively about how they're gonna fare against better competition. We saw obviously against Kansas City giving up 38 points, but the bottom line for me for them is they filled in the needs that they need to, and they strengthened their strengths. Right, their pass rush got better. They were already fine there. They led the league in sacks, but the secondary, which more or less got kind of torched by Patrick Mahomes, particularly in the second half, they drastically improved it. So, and obviously you guys mentioned the DeAndre Swift trade. So, as bad as I hate to say it, Philadelphia is killing this draft right now.
Yeah. In terms of like low key, one of the picks that you think was like a steal outside of like saying Jalen Carter the best, but like at the pick position that the team had and the player they picked up, what do you think is like a sleeper pick for this draft so far?
Joey Porter to Pittsburgh, I really like. Pittsburgh's a team that, you talk about defense, and Mike Tomlin, he's kind of been the anchor and the rock of that franchise for a long time now. It's a Steelers secondary that needed to get better. Obviously, they lost my man Cam Sutton to the Detroit Lions, and so now you replace him with a guy who many had as a potential top 20 pick. I also think Darnell Washington going to the Steelers as well. Again, I think Pittsburgh's another team that's acing this draft. He's almost. I look at Darnell Washington as sort of the Anthony Richardson of tight ends. And there's a lot of guys out there, Michael Mayer, Dalton Kincaid, who people really like, and rightfully so. But if Washington is able to pan out the way that a lot of people, including myself, do. Man, Pittsburgh got a steal in the third round. Could we make the argument maybe this is like the next, dare I say, Gronk type of steal?
The only issue with him is there was some medical stuff that was going around because, like you said, a lot of people had him possibly going in the first round, and for him to fall past multiple teams multiple times, it just makes me kind of worried that there's something that every team knows that obviously the fans and even TV analysts don't know. Just before we jump into anything here, guard Antonio Mafi to the Patriots, and just before that, running back Israel, not going to try to say his last name, to the Jets. So another running back off the board that's starting to get slim pickings for a guy for the Abu Dekanda.
Something like that.
Uba
Dekanda.
Well, this is, I know, Bryson, you're a Dak. You're a Dak man. You're not necessarily a, there he is. There he is.
Man of the year.
So,
yeah, man.
We were coming into this draft being like, all right, maybe one of those top 3 picks goes to defense, but this is going to be an offense-heavy draft. They're going to help out our boy Dak here, even more so than they've done by adding Brandon Cooks. We did get kind of a reverse of that, though. We got one offensive player, and then it's just been a run of defense since. So I could just let it go, like open reign here. How do you think the Cowboys have drafted so far? Big surprises and best pick?
I think the best pick would probably have to be the linebacker of Texas that you guys took. What's the kid's name?
DeMarvion Overshown?
Yeah.
Overshown. Yeah, I think he feels a need at linebacker. They got a little thin there at the end of the year, especially Van Der Esch dealt with injuries, and you could have really used him. And you kind of have to see what the health is of Jabril Cox as well. He's somebody else who has a ton of upside. He's just got to be on the field. I hate to come on y'all's show and say this, but I think this has been at best a B- draft for Dallas. You take Mazi Smith late in the first round. Does he feel a need? 100%. You got the 22nd ranked rush defense in the NFL. It hurt them at times against San Francisco. There were games. I remember Green Bay really ran the football well in Dallas, so it fills a need there. And Neville Gallimore, who I really liked out of Oklahoma a couple years ago, hasn't panned out to quite what I thought he'd be. So you get an upgrade in that position. Fine. Here's the problem, though, fellas. Does Mazi Smith catch passes?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
I mean, he might.
Some in the red zone, maybe, but I'm talking about on a basis. And when you consider Dak has either his worst or the second worst year of his career, I personally think 2017 was his worst year. But you look at leading the league in interceptions, missing 5 games, and a lot of that, while certainly on Dak, if you remember that San Francisco game, fourth quarter, almost every target was going to number 88. Okay, CeeDee Lamb was the only guy who creates consistent level. Now, Michael Gallup, you kind of give him the benefit of the doubt. He's come off an injury. You hope for a bounce back year from him. But T.Y. Hilton, who was very productive, made that massive catch on 3rd and forever against Philadelphia. There was a reason he was still available in December. Okay, the other 31 teams had an opportunity to pick him up, and they didn't. Dallas needed him, and props to him. He played well. And Noah Brown, I didn't want to get into Noah Brown today. Listen, this has been a good set. Been a good draft, and I don't want to ruin the moods of myself and you. And but the reality is, Dak's best year was when he has best receivers. 2021, he had Amari, CeeDee Lamb, Gallup pre-injury, Cedric Wilson was really good. It's kind of a weird concept that when you put really talented receivers around whether you think Dak's elite or not, an upper echelon quarterback, it's crazy how it just so happens to be that he has his best season. And, I was talking on my show yesterday, Carving It Up Live, that there's 2 guys to me in the entire league, quarterback-wise, that doesn't matter what you put around them. Give them like one elite player and just fill in the rest of the holes and you'll be fine. And that's Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow. Everybody else, you've got to do whatever you can, however you can do it to put the players in position to help your quarterback. Dallas has not done that the last 2 seasons. And, I don't think it's like personal to Dak or anything like that, but in 2023, the NFL's won on the outside with your wide receivers and with your quarterback making accurate throws. And simply put, I don't think Dallas has addressed those needs whatsoever.
So my only thing with that is, and this is all speculation, obviously. This is just me. Crack me if you got him, son.
if you got him.
This is just me with pure speculation. I think the Cowboys this year, and I know that we've heard this about the Cowboys before going into a season, that they're comfortable with the players they have. But I don't think the wide receiver room right now, to me, is way better than it was last season. You have CeeDee Lamb, kind of roaming the slot. You have Brandon Cooks, who as a smaller guy might not seem like an outside predominantly receiver, but he is. That's where he plays most of his snaps, on the outside. And then I'm hoping Michael Gallup gets back to MG13 that we all know and came to love. Also, I think they're expecting their third-round pick from last year, Jalen Tolbert, to actually contribute this year. So we are hinging it on a few things with Tolbert, obviously, who did not have a great season, had a very disappointing season, couldn't even get on the field ahead of Noah Brown, wasn't the option. They went out and had to grab T.Y. Hilton, like you had mentioned. But until we see him and until we know that he hasn't taken a step, I think the front office is really trusting in those 4 guys. Is it the right move? Maybe not, but I still don't think wide receiver at 1 or even 2 was the option, opposed to a defensive tackle and a tight end, where those tight ends and the defensive tackle are going to come in and fight for starting reps right off the bat, where a wide receiver would have been a role player who's getting on the field on 3rd and 9 or in certain special packages.
And you don't want to forget Tolbert.
Well, that's what I said. I said they're expecting Tolbert.
Yeah.
They're expecting Tolbert to do that.
We were doing war room.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know.
Ratings here.
Well, just reiterate
But the only thing I would say about all that is, obviously, we understand what CeeDee Lamb is. He's absolutely proven to be a number 1 receiver in this league, well over 1,000 yards receiving, and I think has certainly lived up to being that first round pick that everybody hoped he'd be a few years ago. Everybody else, I think Gallup's gonna have a bounce back here. I think he's gonna have a good year. Everybody else beyond that, it's a lot of what ifs. It's a lot of hoping and praying. Brandon Cooks, while he's certainly proven to be one of the more explosive receivers in the league, man, he's struggled to stay on the field. I know concussions has been an issue. And, there's a reason that some of the smartest organizations, think about the Patriots, you think about the Saints, the Rams, have moved on from him after 1 or 2 years. I don't think it's like a locker room issue. I've heard nothing along those lines. But, he struggles to stay on the field. And so, knock on wood, but if he were to go down, now you're hoping for a Jalen Tolbert, who, as you guys, accurately mentioned, only Jalen Tolbert memory I have of last season is the offsides against the Packers in overtime, which really had the potential to be a game-winning drive. And who else? Did you guys mention any other receivers beyond that?
So the Cowboys, they have Turpin, who they never really saw the field, only on gadget plays. That would be nice to see him out there in a couple. Just get him to run deep. He's going to be the fastest guy. Send him.
The problem when Turpin's out on the field, because they only use him, he's only going out there when he's going to be getting the ball. It's like, okay, 90% of the eyes are on him when he's out on the field, and then when he doesn't, so they need to play him on the field more without building a play around him.
Exactly.
Use him as a fucking decoy.
Why not just
use it to
fucking
stretch
have
it
him
out? Him and Cooks just stretch out the secondary. Like we'll probably see something like that with the speed. Give CeeDee Lamb some of that yak.
In the middle. It still goes back to wide receiver. I don't think it was as big a need as some other spots on the field. I honestly, guard was an issue and we haven't addressed. I think that's more important, us not addressing, than the wide receiver to this point.
Well, guard and running back to me were my highest need, because I'm just nervous about TP being back there, but I guess you got Rojo, so there's a little bit of cushioning, but guard for sure, or a tackle who could play guard as well,
or a center. Even.
Well, think of it this way, though. Actually, sorry, when Bryson, when you first showed up, you started talking about Darnell Washington. I think that if you look at Schoonmaker and taking Schoonmaker before Washington, regardless of you're talking to Anth about medical issues, I just don't think he fits in the offensive playbook that Mike McCarthy's going to want to run. Looking at his tapes, he could be the Gronk. He's that power tight end, but he doesn't have the type of speed that I think McCarthy is wanting to go with. From at least that pick in between Schoonmaker and Darnell Washington. But I do know that when you look at Dak Prescott and how he leverages the tight ends, I would rather get a tight end that can go a little bit further down the field than someone who we have to completely rely on to carry the team. I don't want the tight end to carry the offense.
But how about this though? Then why don't you take Michael Mayer in the first round?
Yes. Well, that's what we were wanting. We wanted Michael Mayer.
Are you guys watching the NFL Network feed or the ESPN feed?
NFL Network.
NFL. We don't get ESPN in Canada, unfortunately.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. But in ESPN, we were watching the ESPN feed, and they were, just going on and on talking about like he's in terms of a prospect. I wonder if you guys agree. He's almost identical to Jason Witten in terms of his route running ability. Like he's maybe not the fastest guy in the field, but a great security blanket. You mentioned Dak loves his tight ends.
Yep.
Obviously, he had 2 years there, and listen, he got Dalton Schultz a lot of money in Houston. You look at Schultz production with guys like Andy Dalton, Cooper Rush. It wasn't quite to where it was with Dak. Dak loves his tight ends. Every quarterback loves that security blanket. And I totally see where you're coming from on Washington. Maybe doesn't quite fit the scheme in Dallas. I just think that in a league where, again, kind of going back to sure things, talking about hoping that the stuff falls into place. If you look at even the Miami Dolphins or the Philadelphia Eagles or heck, the Atlanta Falcons. Atlanta, they're drafted Bijan Robinson and Kyle Pitts and Drake London. Like they want to make 100% sure that the quarterback is the problem or isn't the problem.
Yep.
If Dallas do that, like again, they move on from Kellen Moore. Mike McCarthy's the play caller. Personally, I think that's an upgrade. Mike McCarthy has a tremendous history in his career of play calling. I think that's really going to help Dak. But I think you're hinging on a lot of what ifs, and man, Mayer would have really, really helped that group.
No, like 100%. I thought Michael Mayer. I would rather have taken Mayer than Kincaid, and it seems, from what you hear, everybody saying, we thought that the Bills hopped up and stole Kincaid because Dallas was going to pick him, and then Dallas comes out and says, no, we picked Mazi. Mazi was the guy that we were going for. But yeah, no, I totally agree with you. Michael Mayer would have been the better choice than Schoonmaker. Even Laporta, I think, would have probably been a little bit better.
Laporta went sooner though.
I know, that's what I'm saying. But I'm just bringing up a thought.
Yeah, I think the defensive tackle if you look at the perspective at it from what they're up against, and we were talking about this a little earlier, playing the Eagles twice a year, playing the Giants who have improved in this draft twice a year, and now, and obviously looking to the playoffs, we'll have to get through the 49ers. So you got to build your team to beat what they're doing, to try to counter what they're doing. And I wonder if some of the decision making was like, okay, there was that great clip from Micah Parsons where he's like, no more quarterback sneaks to Jalen,
right?
And so after they drafted Mazi, so. But
Jalen Hurts squats 600 pounds, Alex.
Hey, Mazi Smith squats 601.
Ooh, take that, Jalen Hurts.
No, but
I like it.
Yeah, the defensive focus makes sense to me because I'm not saying I love it, but I can understand it making sense because, like, fuck it, we're just going to pile up our defense, score more than 21 points a game, and beat everyone that way, like just by not letting them.
Well, yeah, remember the Cowboys defense at the start of the season last year? It was like they went with Cooper Rush. They were allowing under 20 points a game.
It was great.
And I was like, man, once Dak gets back, everyone is done for. And then it was like that defense went away, and I don't know. Obviously, Hankins got hurt, and then LVE got hurt, so that played a big fact in it.
Your boy Sewell, all the way.
Sewell just get taken?
Sewell to the Bears.
To the Bears. The Bears.
Good place.
Sewell went 5th round. Wow. He's a hard-nosed football player, that guy.
So Bryson, because you're a Dak guy, it took me a while to realize that you weren't like a Cowboys fan necessarily. Who is your team?
Or you're looking?
I'm looking. It's funny you guys ask that. So I was, and I'm, by the way, for the record, I'm still gonna support Dak. I know you guys, love. I should have worn my Dak hat today. Now I think
that's
about
okay.
it.
Rep the grid. We like the grid.
Gotta rep the grid. But I will say this: I was down to 8 teams. I know Seattle was in there, the 2 LA teams. I think the Ravens were there. And I narrowed it down to 2, potentially 3. People out there don't know I'm a Tennessee fan, Tennessee Vols fan, college football. So I was waiting to see where Hendon Hooker went. I think he's going to do big things in Detroit. I can't do Detroit. It's just I don't know.
I don't know, dude. Detroit finally feels like they have a team that is kind of up and resurgent with Dan Campbell and what they did last year, and then the moves that they made this year. So it's not a bad place to hang your flag, but it'd be a frustrating place to hang your flag, I think.
It's kind of like I know our guy Alfred Parsar Jr. here at the Grid. Shout out to Alfred. He was trying to recruit me to be a Jets fan. So it's kind of the same thing. They're going to be contenders this year, but I can't wear green. I can't do that. It's down to two. And both just so happen to be, one more so than the other, rivals of the Dallas Cowboys. Both of them are outside the NFC East. So
I was going to say, if you say fucking Eagles, we're deleting you off this chat right now.
No.
You can, it sounds like you're trying to go to the 49ers. We do have a guest who frequents our show, and he's a 49ers fan. So certain 49ers fans, we don't mind. So I won't necessarily boot you if you're if you're going to put yourself to the 49ers.
Anything's better than Philadelphia. Okay,
yes.
I will. Browns. I'll choose the Eagles. No, it's down to two though. It's like you guys mentioned, the 49ers and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Both are well-run franchises. Both have, because part of the reason I became a Cowboys fan back in the day, and then I transitioned to just a Dak fan. I'm like, I can't. You guys are tougher than me. I'll give you that. You and every other Cowboys are mentally tougher than I am, because I could not do this anymore. But between those, so. I will say this, and I'm not even lying to y'all, and this is breaking news in the Cowboys CanFan podcast. Y'all ready?
Hot news.
Hot take.
I've already made my decision.
Oh, the pick is in. Who is Bryce picking?
Now, commissioner's not announcing it today.
Okay.
But soon.
Okay.
I've made my.
Okay. So you'll have to let us know when you're going to announce it so that we can promote that.
I'm hoping Steelers. I'm hoping. I can respect the Steelers. The San Fran with the history with the Cowboys. Obviously, love Nate Dogg, huge 49ers fan who's always on our show. But man, there's just too much history. Make the right pick, Bryson.
So Bryson just went like this. He's not. No. I'm not gonna tell.
What I want to say about the draft though is with the Mazi pick. I didn't hate the Mazi pick after we kind of got to think about it a little bit, but I expected the Cowboys then to kind of start addressing more offensive needs, kind of like how Bryson was saying, help your quarterback out, right? Which I thought they were going to do with the tight end pick. Then I thought they were going to go guard and running back.
Dan Quinn rules with an iron fist.
Yeah, we know it didn't go that way. It went complete opposite. We went defense, offense, defense.
Yeah.
So,
opposite of what we thought.
Can I make this case too? Because you guys talk about, obviously, again, I mentioned Cowboys had the 22nd ranked rush defense. It was by far the weak spot, and they addressed that with their first pick. And it looks like they've addressed that throughout the draft. I haven't seen, before I continue, who's been some of their picks beyond that after the third round? Have they made any?
Yeah, so there was...
they took the edge, Fiocco.
Viliami Fiocco.
Okay.
Defensive end. Edge.
That's their only pick so far. That's the only pick they've had today. They're up in 19 picks.
They're not even on the ticker at the bottom.
They're not even on the ticker on the bottom. So I'd say they're still probably about a half hour, 35 minutes away from their next pick.
So that's interesting. Again, you add another defensive lineman, maybe in some way, shape, or form he can contribute and try and help against what wasn't a good rushing defense. But I can make this case. You get to the divisional round, you're playing the 49ers, who I thought had the best roster in the NFC. I think would have had a great chance to beat Philadelphia if Brock Purdy's arm doesn't basically fall off.
Yep.
And again, the Niners might be the best rushing team in football outside of maybe Philly and Baltimore. Your defense gets plenty of pressure on Purdy. And with all the way San Francisco can run the ball, great offensive line, CMC, they had Elijah Mitchell. Dallas held that team to 19 points. Defense was not the problem. It had everything. I mean, again, San Francisco barely had more success to run the ball than Tampa Bay the week prior, and Tampa Bay can't run the ball at all. So it certainly wasn't a fluke. It had everything to do with what y'all's guys Dan Quinn was doing over there. It had everything to do with the offense. They couldn't move the ball. Dak, that was probably the worst game of Dak's career. Certainly didn't help that. Again, outside of number 88, nobody was separating. And so if you don't address the ultimate need in the draft, I don't know how much better you got as far as trying to contend for a championship, which is obviously what you guys and what all Cowboys Nation is hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying is definitely the reality. I mean, obviously pulling in Cooks.
Well, Cooks is the whole reason they didn't address it. They think he's the answer. They think Brandon Cooks at his size is a better option than any wide receiver in the first 4 rounds.
But now we fall down
for a 5th round.
But now we fall down to, Ronald Jones is not the answer to our running back situation.
They think Tony Pollard is.
But if he's healthy, right? Like, so it does.
Yeah, they believe he's going to be healthy.
I guess what I was gonna say to you guys and the thought about where how the Cowboys are drafting. Although defense wasn't a problem last year, picking these areas to fill the needs on defense is just going to make them that, like, when you're looking at, like, do we want to have our defense, which we hope is going to be just as good as it was the last 2 years, and then have, like, maybe a decent offense, decent defense, or do we want to have a decent offense and an incredible defense and then just allow, like, no team to run up? I mean, I don't know how you can do better than holding teams to under 20 points.
Under 20 points in the fucking postseason. That's as much as you could ask for, man.
Yeah, I mean, it falls in the offense, and I mean, if you look at the recent Super Bowl champions, you've had teams where we talk about defense wins championships. What Mike McCarthy had to say about that? What did he say? Defense wins championships, offense wins Super Bowls. Isn't that what he said?
Probably.
So, like, I remember.
I'm pretty sure.
Sounds like a Mike McCarthy.
Yeah,
we'll give it the benefit of the doubt.
But hey, you got to say, out there, defense. We all know defense wins championship, but offense are what wins Super Bowls out there.
That's what Mike McCarthy said.
I've been critical at times of Mike, but it's hard to dislike the guy. It just is. He's a lovable character. But the thing too is, if you look at recent Super Bowl champions like Kansas City's defense, which it seemed like every year in and year out they're not very good in the regular season, and then I forget their defensive coordinator's name at this time. He was with the Giants years ago, but he always gets them ready to go in the postseason. Spagnuolo, exactly. Steve Spagnuolo really gets them ready to go. Year before that, the Rams, good defense, but I mean, we got an offense where Stafford and Kupp has probably the greatest year of any receiver ever, and Odell and everybody. Year before that, Tampa Bay has an awesome defense, but let's be honest, their offense was scoring 30-plus points a game. So it's all about, it sounds cliche, but complementary football comes into play. And, it seems like recent Cowboy playoff losses, one of the two units don't show up.
Yeah.
Think about 8 years ago, Dak and the offense were outstanding. Defense couldn't stop Aaron Rodgers. To now 7 years later, it's complete opposite. So
flipped it. I think flip the switch, basically.
Yeah, literally flip the switch. And it's crazy. If you'd have told me that 3 years ago we'd be worried about the offense just trying to break 20 and the defense is holding one of the best offenses in football to sub 20, I believed you. But goes to show you how important Dan Quinn is.
Well, any Cowboy fan would have told you going into that San Fran game, if we hold the Niners to 19 points, we win.
Yeah,
no matter what.
You're winning the game. Yeah.
Like, and again, you can't ask for more.
Yeah.
I look at tight end as a receiver position. So when we're looking for a wide receiver, I could say that I wasn't super confident in Ferguson and Hendershot, but there was a lot of people who were, so I can give it credit. I love the dudes. I just don't think that either one of them is a number one.
They haven't put enough of it out there yet.
And with the arrival of Schoonmaker, maybe he comes in there and he's just on par with them, or maybe he's better. But I think as a receiver threat, he's got a little bit of a bigger physical stature than those guys, so at least he can potentially be a mismatch up the middle. Not to say that you wouldn't be able to have either Ferguson or Hendershot out there as well. So there is that. Okay, the wide receiver was a necessity, regardless of how well you think Cooks is going to contribute. But does Schoonmaker kind of come in there and fill a void, because it's a target on the field's a target on the field, right?
Well,
call him a tight end or a wide receiver.
And it makes you wonder. Obviously, the front office and Mike McCarthy aren't as high on Hendershot and Ferguson as the fan base is.
True.
Otherwise, you're not disposing a second-round pick on a tight end. They're not convinced that those two guys can do it themselves. They took second-round pick is still a very, very, very lucrative spot in the NFL draft, and they decided to use that draft capital to go out and get a weapon for Dak because they're not convinced with those other two guys.
And something else too that the Schoonmaker does well that that Ferguson, definitely Hendershot might as well be a wide receiver in terms of his build, in terms of game. I mean, didn't they use Hendershot? I remember on like an end around in the Thanksgiving game against the Giants. So I mean, he's a great athlete, but I don't know if he's necessarily a pure tight end. One thing that Schoonmaker can do that those other guys can't do at near as high of a level, he's a tremendous blocker.
Yeah.
So that's going to with Tony Pollard again. You guys mentioned Ronald Jones. I think Kevontae Turpin's got to be used more, not just in gadget plays necessarily, but why don't you use him in the running game? I mean, they've used CeeDee Lamb in the running game, so you could really kind of keep defenses on their toes with those three guys, and then Ronald Jones that could go kind of like what Zeke was last year, kind of a goal line, short yardage, change of pace back.
Yeah, I mean that's also a thing. Ronald Jones was no slouch, but he also was not on a tier of. I think it was like in my mind like a third tier type of running back in the NFL. Good enough to be on your team. Good enough to be in your team. Not like a outstanding starter, which I would say is like tier 2-ish, and then tier 1 would be your elites, right? But yeah, so I think I don't know. It's interesting to see what he does. Maybe he solves the issues that are in my head,
right?
Where it's like, we need the guy who can rush 3 yards and then lean forward to get 4.5 yards. Like Zeke did that very consistently. When he got tackled, he would push for an extra yard or two. He maybe only averaged 4 or 3.5 yards, but it was rare that he was getting knocked back. And we need a solid red zone running back for when we get to those close yardage scenarios. So maybe Rojo does solve that issue. I just think he's kind of in that very average territory.
Yeah.
One thing I worry about a little bit with Rojo, and I've watched, obviously, I think we all watched a lot more Tampa Bay Bucks football when they had Tom Brady, man, struggles to hang on the ball. Like that's one thing. I remember Zeke struggled with that early in his career and really did a good job as time went on, like not giving up the football, not coughing it up. That's really why Tampa Bay moved on from Rojo when it was all said and done. It wasn't necessarily production. I mean, he's got home run speed. I remember he had like a 99-yard touchdown against the Panthers 3 years ago. But ball security is really, really important, and that's something Zeke brought to the table. And if Rojo is able to bring that, then you should be fine. He's a great, like I said, change of pace back, 3rd down and 1 or goal line guy. But that's, again, like I said, Dallas has plenty, because that's one thing I saw from the Cowboys that really genuinely shocked me as the season went on. And you guys mentioned the guards spot was a little shaky, and I agree. That offensive line played outstanding in the second half of the season. They were playing some real defensive lines. Philadelphia, Tampa Bay, Tennessee was playing their back as they could still get to the quarterback. And obviously San Francisco, they did a good enough job. Problem was, as you guys said, receivers can't really separate. Dak got a little gun shy from what started early in the season. But given how good the O-line is and given how many weapons, I mean, there's so many ways you can use them creatively in the run game they could really make your offense really difficult to game plan for.
Hey, so the Niners have a pick coming up here. And just prior to this pick, the Seahawks took 00 guys at center. 00 for Michigan is off the board, who we have talked about with Cowboys Chris a little bit. This makes me wonder, just getting to the draft here a little bit, with as far as offensive linemen left, Weipler, I believe the center, has fallen like crazy. Like there's another weird spot that guy was projected possibly 2nd, 3rd round, and he's kind of falling out of favor by the looks of it for some reason. I thought he would get taken before 00, but this San Francisco pick is one I'm interested in just because they haven't had a whole bunch. I think their only pick was kicker Jake Moody in the 3rd round, which was a while. We actually had a bet with our buddy Nate Dogg, who's the San Francisco fan, on who would take Jake Moody first, and he won the bet by the Niners trading up to take him in the 3rd round, which is wild.
He's a good kicker, I'll tell you that. He was automatic in college.
Great mustache too.
He does have a great mustache. I agree. He's got that swagger.
He's got that swagger.
One thing I do want to know, and I'm not sure when you have to hop off, Bryson, so I want to get this in before you do. We do the annual trip to Dallas for Thanksgiving, and there's actually going to be quite a few people from around the world now. Paul Stewart from Blogging the Boys is going to be coming. Yeah, and I believe that him and some of the guys from Blogging the Boys from UK are coming. And then he mentioned also potentially, I think it was Spain and Germany maybe or something like that. So it could be this international fiesta. I'm just wondering, what are your chances of getting to Dallas for Thanksgiving? Or is that too much of a national holiday for you? You can't do it.
Well, and listen, I never say never. There's no question about that. It might be a little tough on my end to down to Dallas for that particular day. But listen, we definitely, at some point or another, we are going. I can't go because I've been to one Cowboys game, and that was when they played the Bucs in that Week 1 game. That was such an exciting, 60 minutes. I do not want to go to the Cowboys game unless you guys are coming on the trip. So
that's right.
We got to find a way to make that happen. We got to find a way.
I thought you were gonna say, because you're gonna announce that you're a San Francisco fan, that you're not gonna be able to go into AT&T Stadium.
No announcements right now. Announcements right now.
The way you were talking about San Francisco, though, it was like, oh yeah, he's in love with the gold and red. He's a Frisco boy. They took a safety, I think, or a CB.
Who did?
The Niners.
The Niners.
The Niners.
Oh, okay.
I think that's who they picked.
Defense. So that's because they got that one kid last year that I love. Hufanga is his name. Excellent play. I think he made the Pro Bowl. But yeah, their secondary has been kind of. They lost Emmanuel Mosley also to Detroit. I'm telling you guys, you people have been I've been crazy the last couple of days. Detroit's contending for a Super Bowl this year. I guaranteed it.
Really?
I think.
They've made some damn good moves.
And look how many picks they have: Gibbs, Campbell, Laporta, Branch, Hooker. Like, they got some good value picks, man.
I'm telling you. And look at how they finished the year last year. I mean, how much? I don't know if a non-playoff team finished. I mean,
sorry, that's the first time that happened in a little while. My bad.
No, but I don't think a non-playoff team finished any better than they did. I mean, you consider it told you a lot about where they were as an organization. Where they go into that game against Green Bay, they know just 30 minutes before kickoff that their season is over. They're not getting in the playoffs, and they still come in and kind of the score didn't indicate it, but they outplayed Green Bay for 60 minutes straight through, and pretty much ended the Aaron Rodgers tenure there. I think got a lot of momentum. I think even before the draft, they had a great offseason, great free agent moves. Watch out for the Detroit Lions. Like, watch out for those guys.
I know you're a big Volunteers fan. One of the guys that I messaged you on Instagram, or I believe it was on Instagram, asking you about him. Darnell Wright. I was interested in him as a prospect, and I was kind of hoping that was kind of the guy I was hoping somehow fell to the Cowboys, and he actually ended up, I think he was he the second tackle taken off the board?
Yes.
So that's a guy that I kind of was hoping the Cowboys. I feel like he would have definitely addressed some needs. Does he have the ability to play guard, or is he just strictly a tackle?
I think he's a little bit too big to be a guard, but I know you hit me up. You were talking about, man, I hope he falls. I'm like, Dallas is not getting this dude unless they trade up. Like, he is. I keep using this word to describe him, and I think it does so well. He is just a nasty player. And I told you about this. If I had to describe Darnell Wright in the most simplest way possible, when Tennessee played Alabama in the third Saturday in October, just 6 months ago, Will Anderson, who I think I don't know what y'all's thoughts are on Will. I think he's the best pass rusher in this draft. Did not get a finger on Hendon Hooker. That's and something else about Darnell is he's kind of I tell the late great John Madden would have loved this dude because he is just a pure football player. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was him who about fourth quarter this is just this crazy back and forth Tennessee-Alabama showdown, and he dips his head down and just basically spits out vomit. Like, he's not like, you got to look up the video, and there's an Alabama player looking at him like, this dude's crazy. That's
who is this guy?
Darnell Wright.
Darnell Wright.
All right, you're gonna have to Google the video. But it was like, whoa, like, okay, this dude's for real. Chicago got a good one, man. They've got their left tackle for the next decade. There's no question.
Well, and that's for speaking of Chicago, that's exactly what they need to do for Justin Fields. Get that guy as much help as possible.
Absolutely. And he fits exactly what they need. And they've got to. I still think they need to address the offensive line more. Maybe do they make we see a lot of times some trades during training camp, depending on injuries. So could Chicago make a move in some way, shape, or form, maybe, but no, I'm huge on Darnell Wright. And you guys, I know, hit me as well. Not to stick just on Tennessee. I know you guys hit me up as well about Jalen Hyatt, who ended up going to the division.
Yep.
Giants.
Yeah.
What's thoughts on him? Because I think he could have been a great fit with Dak.
We think the Giants have had. So we kind of ranked last night after the top 3 rounds who we thought from 1 to 4 was the best in the division for their draft. We went. I think the thoughts were Eagles were first, Giants second, Cowboys third, Commanders fourth, and because the Giants just kept getting players that we liked, and to get Hyatt in the 3rd round. It was, I think, just before us too. We were talking about Cowboys possibly taking him if he was still there at 90. So I think it's a great pick. The guy had some 1st-round grades by some people. So a lot of people thought he was going in the 2nd. So you're just adding such a good piece to Daniel Jones's arsenal, and I have a feeling he's going to make problems for a lot of defensive coordinators in the NFL.
Yeah, and let me ask you this here. Because this is kind of what happened with the Giants. This is what they ended up with. Would you give up your 4th-round pick for these 3 players in order, rounds 1 through 3? This is the Giants. Deontay Banks, John Michael Jingleheimer-Schmidt, and Jalen Hyatt. But they gave up a 4th-round pick there.
All three of those guys, I would have.
Fill needs.
Sorry?
So I said they fill needs with all 3 of those picks. I mean, we know of playoff teams, they had by far the worst receiving core.
Yep.
So... And defensively, they had some struggles there as well, particularly in the secondary, especially after losing Bradbury to Philly. So, man, the Giants. Well, I agree with y'all's overall grades. Washington is still. I feel like Washington might be in a tank job this year, maybe for Caleb Williams or Drake May next year. And then everybody else, the other 3 are certainly competing for that division and for the other playoff spots.
Well, Washington did. I mean, depending your thoughts on Emmanuel Forbes, they did go ahead and get him, so he's a definite
and he's good
prospect for the future that you can. Yep. Have a solid CB, I'm sure. Hopefully that works out. Not, I am as much as I hate to admit, I don't want to wish. These guys are all young. They're not loyal to their team yet, so I can't hate on them.
Well, you don't want a kid to get drafted and be like, I hope he sucks and he's out of the league in 2 years.
Yeah,
no one's ever going to say that.
But I don't want him to be. I don't want him to be so good that it affects the Dallas Cowboys.
Let me get one of these in there. Crack him if you got him, son.
But you know what? That my favorite thing about the draft every year, like as far as at the draft in person, you guys went. I know last year in Vegas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Adam and Ant went.
2 of the 3 of us went. AJ was on
Vietnam.
Yeah, he was on his travels.
Oh, there you go. But I always get a kick out of like when they show the fan base, and it's like 7th round, like 3rd to last pick of the draft, and with the 200-something pick, the Arizona Cardinals select this guy, and the fan base is going crazy. Like listen, you got to welcome the guy with open arms, and but no, listen, you guys are doing a fantastic job with draft coverage. I've watched y'all stuff for a long time this offseason. You guys are putting in awesome work, and hey, maybe Dallas will shock me and do a little something this year. Who knows?
Hey, well, first thing to say is appreciate him. We look the same to you, man. We your opinion, your shorts is what I really get to digest, but I do hop on the show once in a while when I'm able to while I'm working at home, and I love your opinion, man. It's one that I do consider highly. So take that for what it's worth. I'm not saying I give respect. I know what the fuck's going on. But.
I give respect to Bryson, and I give respect to anyone that can do this. They can have a show that is generally just them, and they're able to have it be like flow nicely. I know for myself personally, I could never do it. I need to have.
It's nice to have.
I need to have you two to bounce stuff off, or you guys to bounce stuff off me. Where Bryson can do it very, very like there's no skip of a beat.
And a great guest.
Yeah, and then when he's an awesome guest, and he'll have guests on. But when he's just himself, he can handle a show just himself.
So props.
Well, and I know that's not an easy thing to do because I've tried it and it's hard to do.
So what helped me do that is I'm not even joking right now. I'm one of those people who maybe is a little bit psychopathic in this way, but I talk to myself much. And so like I kind of look at my show as like I'm talking like my camera, my computer's right here. So I'm just looking into a camera. I'm just talking to myself. And but that's part of what I love doing about, and I'm sure you guys as well love doing this with live shows, is getting to interact with people in the comments. Like that to me is the best. Starts new discussions. It like I might have 2 other topics lined up for the show, but I get to talking about something with somebody if they pitch an idea or hey, what do you think about this? I may get to talk about that for the next 15 minutes. So that's I started going live about 2 years ago. That's a whole new dimension to my show that's really been fulfilling. And but no, it's as obviously I enjoy going solo, but having guests on to me is like 15 times more fun. Like the one-on-one discussion. case, just a group of guys talking about sports, talking about the Cowboys and the draft. That to me is like that makes it. So, but I appreciate you guys a lot.
So, well, let us know where people can find the newly to be Carving It Up 49ers podcast.
Yeah.
Already predicted. Okay, well, I'm not announcing it yet, but I want to go around. You three guess which guy I'm going to choose. I'll start with you, Anthony. Who you think?
I just got to say 49ers because it just feels like
The rival.
Yeah,
The
Adam
rival
made a
gave
good
it.
point that the way you were talking about something, it seemed like you were 49ers. So my vote's 49ers, but my heart wants it to be the Steelers.
Okay. What about you, AJ?
49ers.
Ooh.
So I think, even though I said the 49ers, I have a sneaky suspicion based on what they represent as an organization and how they carry themselves and even what they're doing in the draft. And he kind of said Pittsburgh has been having like a pretty good draft so far. I think he's gonna give the black and yellow allegiance.
Black and yellow.
And then he's going to have the black and yellow Wiz Khalifa song just so there's some sort of Weed and Boys association there, right?
There you go.
So I'll say Steelers. Sorry, I cut you off there, Bryson.
No, that's interesting. I never thought about the Wiz Khalifa aspect of it. That's fascinating. Huh. Well,
but I do think you should, based on you being a Tennessee collegiate fan, and how we were talking about the Lions, like if I didn't have a flag right now that I'm standing behind, my flag wouldn't be the Bills, it would be the Lions, which would be a tough go. I know.
Bryson, I want to add something to it. I think you're trying to keep it in the Bay Area. I know you're a huge Golden State Warriors basketball fan. And I think you're trying to keep it in the Bay Area.
I mean,
Carving It Up Bay.
For marketing.
Carving It Up Bay podcast.
Yeah, marketing purposes. Carving Up Bay.
Listen, you guys make great points across the board. You guys make great guesses, but I'm keeping it internal. I don't know. Either it'll be this week, because what I'm going to think about doing is maybe like buying a little bit of merch to kind of make the announcement.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you have to.
I don't have it yet, so whenever I get it, I'll set something up, and you guys will know. Everybody on social media will know. When we make that announcement. But I think Alex, you asked where they can find my show.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so Monday, Thursday, Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific time. It's on my Twitter account, which is at Carving It Up Pod, and then on the Grid Network's YouTube channel, and then the Carving It Up YouTube channel, 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific, on Monday, Thursday, and Friday. We talk about all different sports. But again, gonna have a lot of reactions to the draft, I'm sure, on Monday's show. NBA playoffs going on. I talk Major League Baseball if there's a big story, college football, just basically any big story in the world of sports we talk about on Carving It Up Live. So definitely be sure to tune in. And like I said, big shout out to you guys. You're doing a fantastic job, and very, very proud to have you guys as Grid teammates.
Absolutely, yeah. Grid represent. Thanks for joining us, Bryson. Of course, we will definitely be in contact, maybe make a live show sometime in Dallas one of these years. So
that'd be epic.
Or when Dallas comes to the Bay and they're playing his Bay Boys.
Well, that's true. That's true. So
thanks for hopping on, Bryson. We appreciate it, man.
Thanks,
yes,
dude.
sir. Appreciate it. Take care.
See ya.
Cheers. Bryson Carver from the Carving It Up podcast. Oh, Anth has
Lynn's. Oh my
his meal. Anth is a sandwich boy this weekend. He got a big ass sandwich yesterday.
Do you like pickles?
Like she brought you even like chips. I didn't even get chips on mine.
What I love about Bryson is for a person who knows sports well enough, and like I know it's good for a casual fan because it can get me. I like listening to him. He summarizes things very quickly, or concisely, I should say. Maybe not always quickly, but we're not looking for rushed information. Sometimes things take time, like this sentence I'm going on right now.
No one's Darius rushing through that sentence for you.
No. Who just got drafted?
He got drafted at 138 by the Colts. Darius Rush at 138. He was a while ago. But they're drafting now at 162. Colts have been having a good draft.
So next up, we will have Ryan Flowers.
Not for a while, though. I'm just going to say it. The one thing that Bryson was talking about, and Ant kind of alluded to, is that, you know, running a show by yourself and being able to talk by yourself is absolutely difficult. The difference, though, with him getting into that habit is he's not reliant on having guests. So a lot of the times we're reliant on, oh, you know what? I don't even think he saw us the whole time. I think he was just hearing us. I realize now I didn't give him a camera feed to see us. But most of the time, you know, you're reliant on having a guest if your show is all about a guest. And I think one of the things that we set out to do as a team was to just be able to talk to each other, as annoying as it is. Like, I hate talking to Alex and I hate talking to Anth. Specifically when Anth isn't on the mic and he's able to shove his face. Do it. But, you know, the fact that when we do bring guests on, it's fun because you get that other perspective. You get to interview them about their show. You get their opinions. But it is nice. Like right now, we don't have anybody scheduled to come on. The last few days, we've had like just a jamboree of guests on here, which has been fantastic. But it is nice to settle in with the boys and, you know, chop it up a little bit, as the kids like to say, right? AJ, I was giving him... Oh, he scared the shit out of me. Let's hear it for the boys. Jeez, that scared the shit out of me.
You jumped like a fucking spider came out.
Chase Brown, running back.
Chase Brown got the other twin.
The Canadian boy.
Teach me how to Dougie. Oh, there it is.
Make sure you wipe your stash a little bit there, Anth.
They drafted another fucking Georgia guy?
Philly?
I don't know.
Philly did.
We are having an awesome.
Minnesota Vikings are on the clock.
Bryson said we're welcome on Carving It Up. I might hop on. It's kind of during the days for you, Ant, so I don't think you'll ever really be able to, unfortunately. Yeah.
I hopped on one time, and I actually liked it. Yeah, I liked it.
I could probably hop on sometime.
It was nice
on a Thursday or Friday show.
It was nice to get to talk for a little bit. Usually I'm too preoccupied. I can't do two things at once. A lot of the time.
Lynn's best made a fucking bomb sandwich. That was so good.
I got a nice can of tuna, 2 eggs, a little bit of cheese.
Sounds amazing.
Half avocado.
So, okay, so you should have had the tuna melt with me. I know, unless you're not Carbon It Up podcast. But she mixed the avocado and tuna, and I had a tuna melt. So it was so good.
I have I don't like tuna.
Really?
I mean, the tuna.
You just do it for the gains.
I do it for the I do it for the high protein, low cal. But then there's also that mercury, so I had to cut back on that, and I added chicken.
So you did start cutting back on it?
Oh yeah. I mean, the reality is, from what I looked into, you would have to be eating like 2 cans every day for 6 months for it to be. Now, it doesn't matter. It still scared me. It like scared me enough that like I was like, okay, I'm gonna like
mercury poisoning is not something you want to fuck with either, man. It does not look like a fun thing to get.
No, but like I said, and it would have to be at the highest limit that's allowed, and not every can is at the max. In fact, if you're eating cans of tuna, it's a lot. It's like 5 or 6 times less mercury than a salmon. So if you're eating salmon once a week, it's the equivalent. And there are a lot of people who will eat fish multiple times a week. So the difference, though, is, and the argument's fair, is the tuna's coming from Thailand or that area, and there's certainly a lot more mercury probably in pollution over there, arguably, than the rivers of British Columbia.
Right.
I mean, so Jaron Hall just went
to the Vikings.
Not
a bad pick. So as far as quarterbacks go, that's it pretty much, besides like Dugan.
You fucking better not pick Dugan.
Yeah.
The whole fucking time we've been saying don't pick Dugan.
The quarterback was a pick I think you'd take, but then this happens and it's none of these guys for where the player would be have been worth the pick yet.
Right.
I think maybe people would argue yes, but the Cowboys are definitely not seeing that way. If Rush wasn't on the team, that's a much, much different story.
Oh, and you know that you can win. The Cowboys know they can win with their current backup quarterback.
Exactly.
Whereas, like, for instance, the Browns taking DTR, if Deshaun Watson goes down, they might think they're completely just fucked, right? So
yeah.
We are coming up here. We're what 1, 2, 3 away.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
This has been going quick.
it's going. It's going. Better stop going.
So as soon as the pick after they announce the pick at 168, I'll stop and start the recording, and then I just like to have a nice little. That's a good one.
What did you do that scared at? I didn't have the.
Let's hear it. It's because everything was so quiet.
Because I was sitting here eating and I seen him jump, but I didn't have the headset.
He peed a little.
You are nothing but garbage.
Would you look at that?
Are we gonna go on one of those runs?
It's like Dallas is going for it.
AJ, I meant to bring it up when we were talking with Bryson saying there's still a guy, a wide receiver that me and you both like. Crack him if you got him, son.
Got him, Bryson Ford Wheaton.
Yeah, he's still out there.
And there was another dude who was very similar in size, but I think we just have a love for this guy because we figure like BF Dub. But Dupree or something like that.
Well, has A.T. Perry been picked?
Yep.
He did get
Oh, no,
picked?
he didn't.
Let me look.
The other guy from Purdue got picked.
O'Connell?
Yeah, Aiden O'Connell got picked.
Best available wide receivers. Parker Washington still on the board. A.T. Perry, Cation Booty.
Yeah.
Then there's our Bryson Ford Wheaton, and where's that other?
I mean,
motherfucker?
I would take Booty.
Yeah, but Ford Wheaton's that size, son.
Grant Dubose. He's another.
We took him.
He could be a 7th rounder.
He's a big boy. But if we're gonna go big boys, it's Bobo O'Day.
Is Bobo even on there?
Yes, he's number 280. He's probably gonna go undrafted.
I think Cowboys have to, in my mind.
He's getting angry.
I'm getting fucking pissed. I've had 3 drinks before noon. Hadn't eaten anything, so I'm like right back to where I was yesterday. But I think they have to go running back or wide receiver. I really do.
Yes, now is the time. Like, if I'm Jerry Jones, I've said, look, listen, Dan, I've given you a long enough leash. I don't got a fucking inch more. Let's look at these positions that we have left for running back. Then, I mean, running back.
Eric Ray's still there.
That could make sense.
Yeah, but you know who else is there?
Dwayne McBride.
Dwayne McBride. Okay.
You know who else is there?
I really want a running back. You're right. Do I want a running back more than O-line? Well, what's left on O-line?
Yeah, what's left on O-line?
Andrew Voorhees, 6th rounds. Oh,
Whippler's still there.
That's what I mean. He's fallen for some reason, though.
Whippler is the one I'd want, though. Yeah, but now?
Over RB.
Yeah.
Over an RB. Okay.
The only thing was Whippler, one of the centers that wouldn't go to guard.
Oh, okay. No.
I think he was. I think he was one of the guys.
Chat. Is Whippler a pure center, or is he? Could you potentially this fucking commercial? It's just everything's fake about it. Get the fuck out of my face.
Bud Light. And we're not talking
It's
about.
not the Bud Light. It's the fakeness of the commercial.
When they
you
all
don't
open
crack
their beers and walk.
and then just walk away. Fake it. Do something.
Cheers, even.
Cheers.
I know. Or when
Hey, do you want to all simultaneously crack our beers and then walk away into the sunset together?
or when
Kind of now.
or when we get to announce at the 2026 NFL draft, and we pull out our crack 'em koozies and we crack them, we start chugging there, and they cut away really quickly. That's what's gonna happen.
Oh, that's gonna be a. Oh no! Oh my God! DX has entered the building.
We can't tip our hand to NFL yet, Adam.
No. If it ever happens, I would.
2026, guys. I'm just telling you this.
Yeah, well, don't tip it to them.
I'm just letting you know.
I'd risk it, and
they're
I'd
gonna
want
go back to this.
You guys need to act like no, don't do it. So so I am the one that gets banned, but you guys don't.
Fuck that.
Actually, you know what? It'll probably be by the
We
time
all
it gets-
do.
They're gonna have an AI bot that can scrub every single YouTube show just to find whatever they can to disallow us. Okay, so EJ Savage says Whippler is undersized for center, so guard flex is doubtful.
Yeah, that was the issue with him.
Give me Eric 50 Shades of Grey, just so I could say that. What about the Hand of Crod? Where's he rated?
Who's Hand of Crod?
Christian Rodriguez.
Corey Obi-Trice is still out there too, isn't he?
Let me pull him up.
Are you Obi Trice or Hand of Crod?
Who's Hand of Crod?
Hand of Crod
yeah,
was
Corey Trice still out there. Ranked 85.
Right?
Ooh, I mean at this
That's
point,
defense again though.
yeah, but
Right?
kind of a nice pick.
AJ Tossman, one son, please. How many do we got left? We're running lower.
Kayshawn Booty, question mark. Trey Palmer, A.T. Perry, question mark. EJ Savage says it. Yeah, we were just talking about the three of them.
And I think I got 2 warm ones in my bed.
And I got 3 upstairs.
Oh, we're laughing.
We're good. And I'm
And that's a drop.
That was a drop.
First one of the season.
I just had salt and vinegar chips, man.
Can you scroll down? Can you scroll down the running backs for a second? I just want to see if the Hand of Crod's there. To be fair, I don't know the position or the name.
Who's
but
Hand of Crod?
Chris Rodriguez right there.
Oh, Chris Rodriguez.
Chris Rodriguez.
What was
Jr.
it that you liked about him?
Just the name. Hand of Crod.
Hand of
so
Crod,
we could say
right,
Hand
right.
of Crod.
I like that. At this point of the draft.
And he's
If they have a
rated,
good name?
that could be 7th. He could be a 7th round snag. But
I don't want a 7. I don't.
But the only reason we brought it up is so click his stats. There was a reason. Like he sounded like a good pick. We didn't pick him though because I think we picked a Deuce Vaughn instead.
Stocky, old school power back.
Yeah,
power back in every way.
Yeah. Legitimate bruiser. Look at this. That legitimate bruiser who will laugh at weak arm tackle attempts.
Unfazed by the tackle. Good between the tackle vision and minimal burst though. We're not looking for long speed with this running back. I don't think.
No.
Cutting skills are barely there.
That's all right. Run through them.
Sounds like
Hit the A gap.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why. So when
He's barbarian.
Mike McCarthy's saying, okay, let's just bring a Hand of Crod right now. Hey,
Give it to Crod.
give it to Crod.
So he is 5'11", 224.
Me likey. Cracky if you got it.
Crack him if you got it.
I've not been able to get hard since the last time we won a Super Bowl, but damn if this guy doesn't get my motor going.
Someone said Cialis. Someone said that blue pill, black pill, red pill. I don't care what kind of pill. Give me the Hand of Crowd, and I'll go from 6 to midnight in any second. East Coast, West Coast, Pacific Standard Time. I don't give a rip.
Hey now, little guy.
Salt me up and put me up.
Watch my heart. Don't get too excited.
Get the salt going from my heart and get that blood flowing with the crowd.
Northbound, southbound, around town.
He's like, that's not the old. He walks in. Mr. Jones walks into the locker room and he says, "Hey, this isn't the only helicopter that flies to AT&T Stadium." And he starts just going,
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, you're not wearing pants.
Mr. Jones, are those are those your balls, or do you have 2 bowling balls in a sock?
It never hurts to just walk into a locker room and helicopter it.
Oh yeah,
It's always a power move.
you know, y'all look outside and you see my EC-130 out there flying to AT&T Stadium into Arlington. But here's another one that's coming to you. This is a military grade
Prison talk.
Hercules style. Yeah, this is a major prison talk section.
I mean, that was a long ass wait between picks for the Cowboys.
That's how we do, baby.
Henry 2-2.
So what do
baby, that's what we do.
what do we pick after 169?
212, I think it is.
212 and then 244?
Something like that. Let me have a look, skis.
And the Cowboys are trading up from 212 to 210. Meaningless picks.
169, 212, 240.
Oh God! So 169. Then we're like, it's gonna be a long
40-something picks.
It's gonna be a long time.
Man, too bad. This is where I would start to consider a Moody pick.
45 we're after this pick, we're 45 picks away.
Yikes!
Cowboys are on the clock.
Oh, Tony Goat Romo was yelling Max Dugan. Tony.
Max Dugan could probably walk on as an undrafted free agent.
Yeah, and he'll want to go. He'll want to go to Dallas, right? As a UDFA.
Yeah, Tony. I think you're trolling me because you know that I wanted DTR so bad.
Hey, Dugan is faster than DTR.
Hey, guess what? I haven't. And Jeremiah saying, "Give me Max." So guess what?
Hey, that's Dugan speed, baby.
I think I based my dislike for Max Dugan off of his picture, which I can't even remember what he looks like.
Oh, he looks like a jester.
And his name. And I was like, no way. And I don't care if he's faster than DTR. I just
The
don't
name
think
is not impressive.
Oh, right. He looks like a Max Weasley. Oh, yeah, that's right. We were looking at drafting him or DTR, and we picked DTR.
Your face just looks all scrunched up.
Okay, pick is in.
Flat face.
Owen Papot, Auburn, linebacker to the Cardinals at round 5, pick 168. That puts the Cowboys on the board.
Hang on. Tony Goat Roman says Cowboys are good at developing gingerbacks. So,
Yes.
It's true.
possibly Max Dugan. Welcome to the team.
So we're hopping in here.
Rush goes up to him, nose to nose. I'm the only fucking ginger in this room. You piece of shit. You better die. You better shave that head or dye it before you come into this locker room.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dallas Cowboys are on the clock.
Yeah, we're on the clock here.
Round 5, pick 169.
169.
Best fits: J.L. Skinner, James Redmond, and Andre Carter II.
Hey,
We've got
the
an
Army
edge.
boy.
We've taken Carter before.
We have, but do we need another
no,
edge?
we do not need another edge.
We don't need another. We definitely don't need another edge. Okay, pick is in, man. Round 5, pick 169. I feel like we waited 6 days for this since round 4.
Oh, yeah. And
Here
then
we
guess
go.
what? It gets even worse.
Well, the time speeds up.
I haven't seen light for 34 hours. The Cowboys picked. Tell me.
Oh, yeah, this is Super Cowboys pick.
Well, you went right to my nipple.
I know. I forgot that you had.
Adam tweaked my nipple.
Found it? You found it?
real quickly.
Okay, so we want running back. Okay, Ant, the name. What running back do you want?
McBride.
Panthers actually have an
Okay.
interesting team.
Who do you want
Who?
to pick?
I don't even fucking know.
Don't tell me the
Bryce
position.
Ford Wheaton.
He wants
That's
Bryce Ford.
AJ's
I love
pick.
Bryce Ford
That's
Wheaton.
AJ's
Absolutely.
Kayshawn Booty.
You're a booty boy.
I'm a booty boy.
I
but,
wouldn't be mad with Voorhees.
Jason.
I think he has too much medical problems. That's why he's dropped.
No,
so far.
he's just not playing this
We're just
year.
going to call him Friday the 13th if he's on
I mean,
the
I'd
team.
love Friday the 13th just for the name. Eric 50 Shades of Grey, just because I want to say 50 Shades of Grey every single time he takes a snap.
Yep, fair.
I want McBride because I just think he's the type of running
Why
back
did
that complements Tony Pollard.
Tony Goat's saying it's O-line. It's going to be an O-line.
Is this where someone finally takes Wipler or Whippler?
How did we even ever think that Bijan was going to get to 26?
Yeah, it's.
I thought you
Oh, tackle, Asim Richards.
Okay.
Cowboys take a
There we
tackle.
go.
Finally address the O-line. North Carolina. I don't hate it. 6'4", 309,
Love the
40-yard
size.
dash, 5.16. We don't know much about this guy, but hey, man.
Bringing him up right now. I'm going to have a little look-ski at him. Oh, I like him. He looks nice.
Asim Richards, welcome to the team.
team.
Give us some hits on him, AJ.
Here's the kicker. He's from Philadelphia. Ooh. That's all right. Come on over to Texas. We'll treat you right.
We'll treat you well.
So Richards was a 3-star prospect who starred as a tight end and defensive end at the Harvard School in Pennsylvania before signing with North Carolina. He played in 9 games as a reserve and on special
Haverford
teams in
School.
2019.
He's not smart enough for Harvard. It's the Haverford
Sorry,
School.
the Haverford School. And then moved into the starting lineup for 11 to 12
Okay.
as a left tackle. Richards started all 13 games at left tackle in 2021 and all 14 in the spot in 2022.
Okay.
And he garnered third-team all ACC accolades.
What's some like highlight
4 to
stats
5,
from?
round 4 to 5. His strengths: 3-year starter, well developed, lower half, understands where to target, hand placement, carves out space, climbs his combo blocks with adequate timing, fires heavy hands into the pass rusher. That's nice. Makes proper adjustments. Play strength benefit him in scramble situations in protection. And weaknesses: below average body control. He pees himself a lot on the field.
Again.
Hasn't learned to control and sustain his blocks. Lacks athleticism. Heavy-legged. Below average reaction. Fails to find proper footing. It's kind of which side do you believe his strengths?
So this is the thing with his size, 6'4", 309 or whatever the fuck
Yeah.
it was. He could possibly play guard. He's got that size where he could play guard.
In my mind, that's what they're thinking when they draft him. I don't know if... actually, let me go and have a look right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a run-in right now. It's Barry Grant Jr. from the All Even podcast coming in to give a hot take on the Dallas Cowboys round 5, pick 169 pick.
And he has a chair. He has a chair.
He has a chair. He has a chair.
Hello, guys.
Oh, this
Hey,
is
a little-
much somber.
a little-
More somber.
I think the word you're looking for is sober.
Yeah, it's been a lot of drinking over the last 2 days.
Absolutely. So, Barry, what do you think? We just drafted a tackle here, Asim Richards.
I would have preferred running back. Would have preferred my man McBride here, but I don't hate the tackle because you always need more depth on your line. And like Ant was saying, that he's small enough to be able to move to guard. So if you can have a tweener, a guy that could be able to move around the line, then that's really good as well.
In 2021, he did play 49 snaps at guard. Not a lot, but they tested him there. But then I assume North Carolina needed him where he was because he played his entire season on tackle there. So great, a lot of experience, 3 years of experience. So that means that there's a lot of tape on the kid. They probably saw something in him this late in the round. And hey, at least finally we addressed an offensive
Position other than tight end.
Tight end. So, I mean, are we happy about it? It kind of feels like
It's kind of like kissing your cousin, isn't it? It's like, yeah, you're kissing, but it's your cousin.
You know what it is, fellas, is that every year we react to the draft, whether it be positively or negatively, when the pick comes in. But we have to give Will McClay and all the scouts and everybody that decides on these picks a lot of credit, because they end up working out more times than not.
Yep.
So, it may not look sexy today or, for the 3 days that we've been picking these guys, but it's not about looking sexy today. It's about having them produce and having them be a part of the group and be effective, for years to come. So, the sexy picks, a lot of guys get hurt. A lot of guys don't meet their potential. It's the guys that are the lunch pail guys that end up being the great players most of the time. So, I had my reaction. Everybody saw, it's on my IG when they.
I was about to bring that up.
Me and you did the same thing.
Yeah, when they picked Mazi Smith, but he's a good player, right? It's just that you want something else for your team. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. We have to trust in the process and see how it works out.
You know why I walked out is because I knew at that point we're not going offense, we're stacking defense. Yeah. Like I just had that feeling. I was like, okay, fuck, because that just kind of shifted everything down a little bit, where it's like, okay, so now the running or the O-line is going to be our second round O-line if they went that way, which they didn't. Like, that's where my mind was going. And and that's why I was kind of like, had to reset myself.
Yeah, what I've noticed about this regime with Jerry over the last 10 years or so, maybe less, Jerry doesn't like to move up. And I don't particularly like that, because if you have a guy that is on your board or looking like he's going to fall to you, it doesn't make sense to wait. Go up and get guys. That's what a lot of the great teams do, is that they go up and, think about it. If we would have moved up a spot to go get Kincaid, right?
Yes.
All we're literally giving up is probably a back end 4 or 5.
It would have been, it probably would have been a 4th round. You would have given up a 4th.
Exactly. So is it really that much to give up if you're getting a perennial Pro Bowl guy, an all-pro guy that has that type of all-pro potential? Those are the things for me that, as a Cowboys fan, is really frustrating, is that you hear all of this talk, you hear all of this buzz, you hear all of these things, and it's like, when it comes to time to do something, they just sit on their hands and say, oh, well, we wanted this guy in the first place. And it's just like, we are not stupid Cowboys fans. We understand the needs of the team. We study the team in and out. We understand that, yes, interior defensive lineman is a need. But did we really have to go in the first round to get one? Like, couldn't we have probably taken a flyer on another guy? I'd rather get the all-pro guy. That's my thing, is that if you have an all-pro guy, get the all-pro guy and deal with the stuff later.
What about this? What if Cowboys do make that trade? They get Kincaid, and they end up with Kincaid and Kobe Turner in the first 2 rather than Schoonmaker and Mazi Smith.
Oh, for sure.
Is that an upgrade?
I think that's an upgrade.
Yeah. So they could have gone that route.
This
too.
is the main thing with defensive tackle. You want a big body, right? You just want a big body that's going to disrupt, not necessarily make plays. They didn't take Mazi Smith for the fact that he makes plays. And I hate to say it, he wasn't jumping off the stat sheet with TFL.
Yeah, one sack.
One sack, and then he only had 3 tackle for losses in his whole career, or something crazy. Right. So he's not making plays behind the line of scrimmage. They're basically taking him just to occupy space. Where if that's the reason you're taking a guy, you're going to find a 330 plus pounder in the late rounds.
Exactly, so that's the whole point.
I have grown on the pick, though. I have grown on it. I posted a video of us saying, or AJ made a video of us saying, if Micah and Dan Quinn are jacked up about this dude, well, then who the fuck are we to say we're not?
Nah, of course, exactly, absolutely. We have to see how it plays out, but it's like, obviously we got Brandon Cooks in the offseason. Rojo is here, but Rojo I don't think is enough at running back to be able to really be secure that position. You need a bruiser. We don't have a bruiser behind there, and that's a concern.
Yeah.
I would have loved for them to go draft what's the kid, Musgrave. That I
up.
Oh yeah.
There was another war room that was up, and Bryson I think was chatting, so I didn't get to say, "Oh man, this is a good war room." Also, can't remember who it was. Was it San Fran?
Lions.
Oh yeah, Lions. It was Lions. Lions war room I like it. They got a mural on the back, but it fits in nicely.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't look cheesy. It looks cool. 49ers pick is
okay.
in.
So Kilo can hear us. We're back there.
Hey guys, look at this. Round 5. Pick 173 is San Fran, and then you got Los Angeles Rams, Los Angeles Rams, Indianapolis Colts, Los Angeles Rams. That's pretty wild. So even with LA's next 3 picks out of 4, if they get one guy that can start, you're happy.
I'm gonna change this link here. Can you?
Okay. Yeah.
The Rams are taking Dwayne McBride with one of their picks.
Just delete it and put the new one, and I'll send it over.
Dwayne McBride's getting picked by the Rams in one of their 3 picks here.
Ant's freaking out right now.
No, I think it'll be a good pick, and I'm interested to watch him. I'm interested to watch I'm interested to watch the guys
That's the thing, right?
About.
I think that's what's going to make the NFL a little bit more exciting for me to care about other teams. Is now these picks that I thought were really good. I want to see Did I have a good idea on him, or
it makes you feel better?
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is, I used to sit there and watch NFL Sunday Ticket, the Red Zone feed from 10 a.m. till 5 p.m. and every single game. Since we started doing the podcast, I kind of have fallen out in knowing who guys are on other teams because, well, let's be realistic. On game days when the Cowboys are playing, 6 to 7 hours of our day is set to this.
You get to the point where you're kind of a little bit
Burnt out.
Yeah.
Not even burnt out. Usually when I leave here, I'm too drunk to care about what other teams did.
Nate Dogg saying this is where San Francisco picks up a running back.
Dwayne McBride?
So you want Nate to get our kicker and our running back?
I think Los Angeles Rams take him. TBH.
I just heard from Bitches Love Sports podcast. They were also on that chat with that broadcast on Twitter with Ricardo Morales, who was an awesome guest, and we're gonna put that out just as a separate little podcast. It was a great little segment last night, recapping the draft, and it'll still be relevant for us to put this out. But it was between, not between. We had on Adam.
Yanez. Talking boys with the boys. Ricardo
Morales, who's calls himself and we will too, outsider insider, Dallas Cowboys outsider insider. So I like that tag. And then who else was there? Oh, EJ Savage, of course. So
TGR was kicking around too.
And TGR. So it was a nice little segment. We had a bunch of different opinions from a great group of Dallas Cowboys. But right now we coming up, and Adam, this is going to be fun for you. Barry Grant Jr. might call in. We also have Bitches Love Sports, we just added them to the list. That's how we roll. They might call in. They only had an hour though at 12, so we'll see. But also too as well from the Grid Network, we will be getting Ryan Flowers, aka Clutch Talk Sports, coming on, giving his opinion. He does a lot of great content.
I love Ryan Flowers.
Yeah,
I really do.
Yeah, he does a lot of great content. He is a Dallas Cowboys fan as well.
He is. Yep. So the 49ers, before you finish that there, AJ, they just took Robert Beal Jr. edge. So they did not go running back. I mean, and this is a edge at 173, who's 6'3", 3.25,
4'4".
Yeah. I mean, that's not a bad time to take a guy like that. And he's from Georgia.
Hey man, look at Max Crosby, 4th round pick for the Raiders. Okay. And I that's just one. I'm sure other chat throw out right now. For an extra entry into the jersey giveaway, throw out right now your top 4th round plus picks who are currently playing in the NFL right now. Could be obviously from like 8 years ago if they're still playing, but a player who was like drafted late and is well above where they were drafted. Performing well above.
Dalton Schultz.
And we thought that Barry Grant Jr. was out, and he is back in.
Hey, yeah.
And this time with a table.
Yeah, that's Bitches Love Sports as well. So we
got two here.
We got two. So Barry Grant Jr. back in after we fix those audio complications. And then we have from the road. I hope it's safe. Bitches Love Sports podcast. I was on that broadcast on Twitter, and you were on there and sharing your thoughts too. So I thought it'd be awesome to have you hop on and maybe share. We can have just a little group discussion of the. We were halfway through it with Barry Grant Jr., but adding another opinion here. How have the Cowboys been drafting so far, and what do we think we're going to do with these last two picks?
Okay, so I'm gonna be honest with you. First of all, thanks for having me on.
For sure.
So following the draft this closely is a little bit new to me. So when it comes to all the mock drafts and projections, as far as like anything past around like 3.5, maybe 4-ish, I have no idea. And then you compound on top of that the Cowboys haven't done anything that I've predicted they do up until this point. I cannot tell you anything about what I expect for the rest of the draft. I am totally lost.
Sounds like now, as far as, all of us.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, as far as what they've done so far, I think my biggest disappointment comes from the fact that, like, with each pick, I had certain favorites that were left on the board. So obviously, from my perspective, it seemed like they were leaving a lot of talent, a lot of value on the board. And that seems to be the sentiment shared among a lot of Cowboys fans and analysts. Even if we didn't have the same favorites in mind, everybody is kind of on the same page. It's like, that guy. Like, even with Mazi, I know a lot of people who like Mazi, but didn't expect him to go first. And the gap just seemed to widen from there. And so I'm not necessarily in the camp of like, oh, the Cowboys have done terrible. They're just doing awful this draft. And that's mainly just because I like to look at things very big picture, So I do think about the fact that, we've been wrong about players in the past. There are players that fans have been very high on that didn't do well, and vice versa. People that we were just kind of like, huh? Are you serious? That guy? And they come out and impress us.
Tyler Smith.
Exactly. That's a really good example. And so I guess I'm just kind of trying to be patient. Plus, I'm also a coach of a roller derby team. And although they're very different sports, and obviously, pro football is on a completely different level than the highest levels of roller derby, one thing I can relate to is that idea of when you're trying to put a team together, there are a lot more things besides skill set and talent that have to be considered. Like when we're doing our tryouts, we have to consider organizational fit. We have to consider coachability. We have to consider, okay, how do we plan on using this player? And do we think the player with the most talent is the best for this role that we have in mind? Or is there somebody else who maybe they don't jump off the board as, as high of a pick, but we think the way we plan on using them is going to be a good option. So there's a lot that goes into it. There's a reason that, the combine happens and they do these 30 visits and all these interviews and all this stuff. They've got a lot to consider. So I'm just trying to trust the professionals who are paid a lot of money to do this work. But I mean, I don't know. I need to see it.
well, hey, don't worry. But you said you don't follow the draft too much past the 3rd round or 4th round. All of our mock drafts were basically based off of how a guy's picture looked. So, so don't feel too bad. We were picking players in our mock drafts purely on how they looked in their picture.
Yeah.
So
if they had a mustache, it was
you're up there.
High praise.
If you had glasses, you're down a bit. You know, like we're like we mocked Nolan Smith because he was wearing glasses, and the guy's a 1st round pick. So don't feel like we're in the same boat. We're just trying to learn the draft process. This is probably our first year that we've really kind of buckled down and tried to do as much research as we could, and it could be overwhelming. Like there's 200 and something people getting picked, and there's so much information and so much conflicting information that it's just this big crazy off-season mess kind of.
But it isn't. It is a perspective that I always I don't know how to do it, but I do consider that too as like we do trust the offensive or the front office of the Cowboys. They've made some very good picks and some boner picks too, but so be it. You gotta take some risks, I guess, in life. So I do have confidence, but the draft didn't go the way that I wanted it to go. But I am good. I am on board. I'm a bandwagon boy. So
yeah. And I think one thing we have to remember with the Cowboys is that they don't look at the draft as the end all be all of talent acquisition. The Cowboys really do like to look at players that maybe aren't a good fit with other teams, but do have talent. Like Brandon Cooks. Brandon Cooks, that was a choice that had been in the works since, the middle of this past season, And so I think if you're expecting, especially on the offensive side, if you're expecting them to do a lot in the draft, then you might end up being disappointed. There was an interview with Mike McCarthy probably around the middle of this past season. And I wish I could find it because at the time, I just kind of listened to it to understand his philosophy better. I didn't think what he was saying would be relevant so many months later. But, somebody was asking him, I think they were asking him about the rumors about who they would and would not want a long-term deal with or, who they'd be letting go in the offseason. But he basically ended up talking about how sometimes players coming out of college are overrated from his perspective, and that even when they have a lot of talent, sometimes they just don't fit in well with the scheme, or they just can't pick it up fast enough to be productive as soon as he'd like them to be. And so in so many words, he was suggesting that he didn't really trust rookies out of college to contribute on the offensive side of the ball. So there are a lot of people who are like, why aren't we doing more with the offense? That was the weak point of the team this past season. And it's just kind of like, well, they might have other plans for that, right? Especially if that is Mike McCarthy's philosophy that, rookies out of college just can't really get it done on the offensive side. Not saying that he's right, but if that's his perspective, it might mean that he's going to start looking at some undrafted guys after the draft, some people who might still, end up in free agency or some trades or what have you.
Mm-hmm.
So, I just think Cowboys fans should just kind of like remember there's a bigger picture. There's more places to get new players than just from the draft. So we might have to wait a little while to see what the full plan actually is.
We all just, it's like you did a mic drop there.
Yeah,
and no one would say anything. I think we're all waiting.
Well, it's one of those things when you start getting multiple people in 5. I know I'm very bad at kind of hogging the mic a little bit.
So you want to?
So I'm trying to be a little bit more conscientious about that, and not just.
You're the damn host, Dan. You're the damn host of the show.
Well, I got the mic. Let me say this. Can you toss me one, please?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
That was what you were going to say? Okay,
Well,
so next up, Barry Jr.
No, but I'm in the same boat. There's frustrations that happen after each pick, but then I always sit back and can at least feel confident that they have made good moves in the past, so I can at least say, okay, I'm not going to lose sleep over these next 4 months while we're kind of in that dead zone of the NFL. After the draft.
Barry Grant looked like he was going to have a panic attack when fucking Mazi Smith was taken. I saw the clip on the internet, Barry. You were not impressed. You dropped some fuck bombs and you walked off your own set. Crack him if you got him.
Yeah, crack him if you got him. I definitely walked off my own operation, absolutely, because it's too many years of the same thing. Because the thing is, like, I have PTSD when it comes to the Cowboys. You see, a lot of times they will pass on some skill position guys and then go into the season, and then those guys that they brought into the season are underperforming like everybody knew that they would. Like, just for example, this season, right? Like, we knew that some positions weren't that great, especially at wide receiver. And look what ended up happening. We had to go sign T.Y. Hilton. We had to try to go get other guys. So if you would have filled those spots with some guys that you could have drafted, you wouldn't have that problem. And we constantly fall into these traps of, we have everything. We have everything. We like the guys that we have. And then you don't like the guys that we have. And then you have to go out and seek otherwise. You put yourself in bad spots all the time. If there's talent there, take it. Stop overthinking it. Stop trying to be the smartest people in the room. And I think that the Cowboys do that year in and year out. Now, granted, they draft a lot of good defensive guys, but they haven't hit on every offensive guy as well. So are we going to see Tolbert step up this year? Are they going to give the little guy, what's the guy's name? Punt returner. Turpin, are they going to give him some offensive snaps? Like, if you tell me that that's going to happen, if those things are going to be able to be a possibility, then cool. You can pass on some weapons because you already got some young guys there. But if you're going to use Turpin the same way you used him last year, if Tolbert is not going to take a step up, you have problems.
Barry, Dallas traded up.
Good.
Dallas traded up.
Dallas just traded up.
Dallas traded up
to the start of the
So let's see what they're trading up to get.
First pick in the 6th round by the looks of it.
We have a look-ski here.
McBride, baby. Let's go, son.
Are they eyeing running back? Can we get McBride?
So Dallas trades up, first pick of round 6 at pick 178. Then
hopefully they got rid of their. Hopefully that's for the Rams.
No, I know.
Oh, let's hope that they traded their 7th away so that we can just wrap this before.
we're all
I gotta go look at what that trade is.
Because we broke the stream there for a second. We are on. I don't even know what hour we're on, but we've been going the whole time.
Since 9, you guys hopped on.
Oh,
that's
okay.
only 3.5 hours,
This is great. We're all going to experience Dallas Cowboys
trading
6th round first pick for the trade up.
And I was just shitting on them, remember?
Yeah, they never trade up.
I know.
I will say this though, Turpin needs to be just used in plays more, just in general, so that every time he's on the field, we talked about this with Bryson, every time he's on the field, you know, like, okay, Turpin's going to get the ball because he only comes on the field when they're going to try a trick play with him. So they need to get him on the field more, just running streaks down the field.
It's more of a gadget. He's more than just a gadget guy, AJ. He is. He's a guy that can catch the ball and really be effective, but they have to trust him.
Yes.
Okay, so the pick is in. I'm going to drop the ticker off the screen so that we can have some sort of sense of excitement.
Yeah, don't you ticker
The pick
us.
is in.
The pick is
If Ant
in.
gets so Alex didn't get Charbonnet, which we wanted. I didn't get my man DTR. Crack him if you got him.
If you got him, son.
Ant's gonna fucking get McBride. Ant is gonna get the player that he's been talking about our entire mock drafts. And
I hope
it's gonna
so.
be disgusting.
I hope they go running back here, and I hope they pick McBride. He's a perfect complement to Tony Pollard. This would be awesome.
Or do you think they're trading up for Deuce Vaughn?
AJ will bury Grant off set. if they
AJ will
take
bury
Deuce
Grant
Vaughn.
off the set.
I'm just looking to see where we first drafted McBride.
What did we give up? What did we give up to move up into the second round or the 6th round? Sorry.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I can't see that. I'm gonna.
They'll announce. They usually will announce it right after
Yeah, the pick was taken.
of what they
go-
gave up.
Let me see if I can look it up for you.
But Barry Grant, dude, don't you dare spoil who they picked.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
And if they did keep the 7th round, well, fuck, we got a long wait till our next pick.
I know. It doesn't look like they say it, but yeah, Barry, if you can find it,
I don't think they usually announce it until after. Yeah. I mean, that could just be a nice early day.
Maybe take a
Chief-
nap.
Maybe Chiefs just gave us a favor and said straight up, just we'll drop back.
You guys haven't been getting too many picks up this
Maybe
early.
we traded them Boss Man Fat and just swapped
please.
picks.
So just while we're waiting for this, sorry.
She was
Oh
just
no, I was just
laughing.
the coffee and fat.
Yeah, we all want to trade away Boss Man Fat.
We did like 11 mock drafts leading up to it, and one of the boys who was always on our
Eric
our
Scott
sites.
Jr., cornerback, Southern Miss.
Okay.
So this isn't a bad
That's not
spot
it.
to take a cornerback because realistically,
Not a running back.
Not a running back. So again, you're seeing that we're really targeting the defense.
Yeah.
I don't love it. I don't hate it. Obviously, the Cowboys see something in this guy to move up to grab him.
Maybe they did trade away Boss Man Fat for the quarterback. Hey, we're gonna pick a quarterback. Get Boss Man Fat out of here.
Just put him in the deal. Put him in the deal.
Well, there you go.
Okay, so we traded a 2024 4th round pick for that pick.
So they really like this guy. So they really like this guy.
That's no bueno.
They really like this dude.
But maybe he's good.
Hopefully he's good.
Let's go around round table. What do you think? I guess let me pull up some stats on this guy.
AJ will read some of his stats so that we can see what type of boy Eric Scott Jr. is.
Don't forget they got Deron Bland last year late. So they obviously have a way to pick some gems in the later rounds.
Yeah, at least on the defensive side, it seems like Dan Quinn has a way of just getting the absolute most out of these guys. So,
I think they're more confident picking defensive players. They've shown the ability to be able to pick defensive players. I don't necessarily believe that they have a knack for offensive talent because we swung and missed with Tolbert really bad.
Hey Barry, you don't know that yet. Come on, give the kid at least a second. Give him a second training camp.
I'm writing him off already, and he's a bum. He's a bum.
That's offside. Come on, it's not like a couple of drop passes.
True.
Man, the man couldn't even dress and then got into a game and lined up off sides. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm just trying to be I'm trying to be optimistic with it because I feel like that's the reason they haven't targeted wide receiver is they still have hope for their 3rd round pick from 2022. Yeah, he had a couple bonehead things he did last year. Barely got on the field, and when he did, he completely fucked up. But I think the reason the Cowboys haven't targeted a wide receiver is because they think he can still be a contributor on the team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're very confident in his year 2 development. So
I have more faith in Simi Fehoko than Tolbert. Honestly.
Really?
Yes. I think if Simi hadn't gotten injured, I think we would have seen him just like grow and keep contributing more and more over the course of the season. Because so far during his time with the team, he has he started off on practice squad, came onto the 53-man roster, started making contributions on special teams. Then he finally got on the field, and it's not like he did anything terrible. It's just he wasn't the main target. Okay. But, for the few games that he was active in before he was injured, he did his job. He was in the right place, made a few catches, got a few yards. Okay. So I feel like had he been able to keep growing off that momentum, we would have seen him become like a really valued member of the receiving corps. Just he got hurt. It was an injury he couldn't play with. It's a shoulder injury. Literally couldn't lift his arm above parallel. So like, what was he supposed to do? You know, and that was before the season was halfway over. But now that he's healed and he's back and he's working out, we've seen him in the Dak yard with Dak and the guys.
Yep.
I have high hopes for Simi Fehoko this season.
Hey, now to be honest, I don't give a fuck who ends up being the wide receiver 4. Just one of you two between Fiocco and Tolbert. One of you figure it out,
right?
And get out there and be productive. Be
exactly.
Be that guy with the one-on-one matchup that's going to kill teams. I don't care if it's our 3rd pick or our 6th pick from 4 or 3 or 2 years ago, whatever it was. Right. Just one of you two better show up to play, because the Cowboys have shown they have trust in these guys by not drafting a wide receiver.
And look,
absolutely,
the opportunity is there. Like, you're not going to get a much better set of 3 wide receivers ahead of you to take the more dominating cornerback's eyes off of you. Like, you're going to end up with one of the best positions on the field, so make the fucking most of it, please.
I agree. Listen, I'm going to tell you guys right now, I'm just saying it right now. It's a mandate. If they go ahead and fail at wide receiver again this year, and they have to go ahead and try to look into the bargain bazaar bin in free agency to try to get one, I am going to lose my shit. I'm telling you, I'm going to lose it.
But are you not confident with the 3 guys that they got? Obviously,
no,
Michael Gallup has some question marks, but like Brandon Cooks, I think people are. I get it. He's been traded from a million teams, but I think people are kind of looking away from what the guy's done in the NFL. He's had what 6?
No, he's solid. Yeah,
he's solid.
He's solid.
He's a great compliment to CD and Michael Gallup. And Michael Gallup, if he comes back to how he was pre-injury, even a little bit. Yes. I love the 3 guys that we have in our top 3 spots.
I look at it like this, right? Is that I'm not down on the wide receiving core. I think if everybody plays up to their potential, Gallup comes back and plays well, we should be fine. If Coach continues to do what he does, we should be fine. If we get some production out of the tight end position, we should be fine. The running back position definitely does. I have questions about, right? Because if the running game is not great this year, then play action is going to be very difficult. And Dak is a very good play action quarterback. So if that's not an option, that's a concern, right? So we have to find a way to hopefully be productive at running back this year, because if we're not, then those wideouts really are going to have to do extra, and they're going to have to try to get as much separation as possible. And sometimes those guys have difficulty doing that.
Yep.
Well, that's the biggest concern is giving Dak just everything he needs, and
by drafting all defensive players.
No. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I thought they were going to do, is like, there's going to be no mistake, because I was pretty confident with the defense they had. But when you look at the picks, I'm an easily convinced person. Okay, I'm starting to see. Okay, well, let's just like get that elite D. But it does leave a lot of questions, because if, you know, knock on wood, I don't want to see it happen. I don't think anyone on this call does either. But if we lose one of our offensive linemen, it gets a little scary, doesn't it? Like, who's the depth player anymore? McGovern's gone, and he was kind of that big safety net who could fill a couple roles, even if not all were very, very good. But like, who's the backup now? I guess they are high on that Witzowski guy or whatever the hell his name is. He's got a huge, massive wingspan on him. And then who was it? Ball, maybe? Or am I getting that name wrong? Who was moved from tackle to guard or something like that? So there have been some like.
Josh Ball?
Pardon?
Josh Ball?
I thought so. Maybe I'm getting the name wrong, but there was a player who was moved, who they were talking about anyways, moving into a guard position. I don't know how accurate that was, or if I'm just making that up.
Tackle. I wasn't impressed by anything I saw from Ball. You know, like, as a matter of fact, there was that one game where Peters had to step in for him and basically save the day because he was messing up so bad. So I hope they're not putting their faith in Josh Ball. That would be really discouraging.
Yeah, if I read it right, the only thing I could think is like, okay, we got this guy. Let's test him at guard. It's not necessarily a for sure pick, but there's also that, like, what you got to consider is players, for not only financial reasons, because Texas offers doesn't have that additional tax. There's that reason that players do want to go play in Dallas when they get a little bit older. What are you doing? Oh, okay. Sorry. Sorry. They get a little bit older. They'll want to come and play in Dallas because they can save on that. And then also Dallas is a great organization too. It's one of the more higher ranked organizations. So there is the chance that they could be looking, nothing's for sure, but at filling some of those roles and just band-aiding them like they did with T.Y. Hilton late in the season last year. I just feel like if it comes down to it and players have a choice, there's good reason that they'd pick Dallas over another team. I don't know if that's like a massive benefit, or you certainly don't want to like bet the season on that, but that could be part of their plan. And then you got to trust them.
Trust the process.
Trust the process.
As we all like to say when we're unsure of anything. Trust the process. Okay, so, what do we think we're going to target then?
Last pick?
For the last pick. Like, corner was not something I was
who
thinking
knows?
they would move up for. Like,
Punter?
that's just...
I don't think anything has changed. Running back.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, if so, what did we get as a rating then for that Eric Scott? That Eric Scott pick.
C-.
Goodness gracious.
Well, that's from CBS. I don't know. Let me go look what ESPN gave him. So what's your real name? Just so I don't have to call you Bitches Love Podcast. Bitches Love Sports.
I go by Jazz, or Lethal is my derby name, so people call me either one.
Okay, Lethal.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. We want to make sure because you got some fans in the chat who want to subscribe to your channel and they want to check out your show.
Yeah, where can they find you?
Easiest place right now is probably on Twitter. On Twitter, you should be able to type in Bitches Love Sports.
Yeah.
The actual handle is BTCHESLUV Sports. We do have a YouTube. I don't really know how to get there right now. We have like 2 videos posted on YouTube. We haven't done a lot with it. But if you follow us on Twitter, at some point we'll start being like, hey, subscribe to our YouTube channel. So yeah, just go to Twitter.
We actually don't know how we got here yet either. We don't know how we somehow are on a live YouTube stream right now. It just happened. I missed your name, but I was kind of letting ads dog
Jazz.
out. Jazz, and I don't want to call you bitches anymore.
That's what Alex said.
I know. That's what I heard him say.
Yeah.
Although I had a good chuckle about that.
Hey, I love the name of the. I love the name of the podcast. I just think it's a little informal. You know. You could call me Cowboys CanFan.
That's what we were going for.
Yeah. No, well, thanks for hopping on. I know you can. I don't want to.
It sounds like you're trying to call Jazz, aka Lethal, out.
She had mentioned that she was en route to someplace. Didn't ask where. Could be. Who knows?
I'm going to a CrossFit world.
Oh, okay. Well, whenever you have to hop off, I mean, we're happy to have you stay on, but I know you said that there was like you had an hour drive or whatever, so don't know if we're getting close to that.
I have like 20 minutes left. I'll probably hop off in like 10 minutes or so. You know how you get to that point where it's like, okay, I'm in the neighborhood now, I need to watch the turns. That's when I'll be like, okay.
Yeah, gotta start thinking. I get it.
Hey, Travius Hodges Tomlinson just off the board. So speaking
good pick. That's LaDainian's family member right there. So shout out to him.
He did go all the way back.
We took a corner before him even. And he was projected possibly early third, so
and we didn't take him.
And we didn't take him. We went elsewhere.
And we didn't take Corey Trice either.
Obi Trice.
Obi Trice.
Trice I did like it. See, I'm a size queen, as they say, Jazz. And I like my players big, okay?
You like them beefy.
Maybe that's because I grew up in just a 5'8", 160-pound body, but
you're just thinking of them as like Madden players. You're I want him to be 6'8", 295 pounds, ripped.
Running back.
running back. Yeah, he fell.
I mean, there's value in that.
Right?
I think teams have gotten kind of enamored with how well small players do in football, especially at the college level going into pros. But I definitely think there's still value in just like having big guys who can take up space and just squash people, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's also position based. I just feel like a cornerback at 5'8" in the NFL, there's just so many guys who could be not as good athletically and just They can just jump up and catch a
They
ball.
can
over
bully
top
you,
of them. Yeah,
basically.
bully
They
them.
block you out. They rebound you out, and they can contest you. I mean,
But you play him different. I don't know. Like,
but realistically, you put that guy and he's 5'8" or 5'9", right? He's playing more likely in the slot. You stick even Schoonmaker out there who's 6'4", 6'5". All you have to do is run and do a curl route. What the fuck is this 5'8" guy gonna do to that? Right? That's the issue with size. Size, it's a physicality of the sport. Size beats. You take a player that has the exact same speed, exact same every intangible, but one guy's 6'2" and one's 5'8". Well, who's gonna be the better player?
well, and Schoon's 6'5" too. So
Exactly.
he's
What they've been finding with like small receivers versus bigger cornerbacks, right, is that these receivers are able to just kind of get so much more separation. So even though like the corners do eventually catch them and bring them to the ground, obviously, right, but they're able to get so many yards before that happens. And so I think now some people are kind of looking and saying, okay, if we have a cornerback who's just as light and just as fast, can they kind of mitigate that separation that some of these small and fast receivers get? So I think it'll be interesting to see what that side of the coin looks like.
It's kind of the NFL thing where every 5 to 10 years it changes, right? Like I remember 10 years ago, you were never talking about a wide receiver under 6 feet. Like the draft was littered with guys that were 6'1" and up. This draft was just full of like slot type receivers, and that might be the reason why, like you just mentioned, where a smaller slot receiver is going to pull away from those rangier cornerbacks, whereas a slot corner is usually a smaller dude.
Yeah.
But look, I don't want to ignore the tackles for loss that some of these CBs have too. A lot of them were in the highlights I was watching. Probably no one left anymore, but they were coming up to the line, even the smaller guys, and making some tackles behind the line. So I value that too. If they're kind of playing, I don't know, a weird like cornerback safety-ish type of position sometimes.
You want that guy that's going to bring the heat.
If he's small, but he can come in like a fucking little pinball and just hit behind the line. There's value in that too. If you have two cornerbacks that are going to be out there covering the wide out, like the sidelines.
Hey, this pick's right from Mexico.
Hey. It's
So
too bad they're a bunch of Denver Broncos fans.
Yeah, why are you Broncos fans? That's just
When did Kid?
really
I thought
weird.
Kid Rock was from Detroit. Why is he on the Broncos stage right now?
That guy's been living in Mexico for years.
I didn't even hear. JL Skinner.
JL
Safety.
Skinner.
So that's a big safety right there.
Guys, what players available you think that the Cowboys should land right now?
Who fucking knows, man? Who fucking knows?
Let me just roll through a list and stop me if there's someone that you like, okay?
I have two names. Obviously,
Sure.
it's still McBride, but I got two more names after that. I'd like to target. But go ahead.
Yeah, we got Jalen Redmond, edge. Andre Carter, the second edge. Moro Jomo, D lineman. Corey Trice.
Obi Trice is still out there? That's
CB.
wild.
Eli Ricks.
Eli Ricks is still out there? That's wild, man.
Parker Washington, Jalen Duncan, Jalen
I hate
Jones.
to keep saying it, but
I
Parker
know.
Washington's out there? That's wild.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's one of my guys that I wanted, Parker Washington. I think he's built like a running back. He's a little physical. I like wide receivers like that can be able to kind of play dual roles, right? You can be able to put him in the backfield as well as put him into the slot, put him in everywhere, and he can be able to make plays. And then you got the big guy. What's his name? A.T. Perry?
Yes.
Out of Wake Forest?
Yep. He's still there.
Get a big body guy, man. He has a lot of drops in his career, but at the same time, you can be able to help him develop. You can't teach size. And a lot of these good teams have a lot of size on the outside. So it's beneficial for you to take a flyer on a guy in the late round. We got 2 picks left, so
take
a flyer. Oh, 1 pick left. There you go.
Well, look, we're 60 picks away from that pick.
Hey, oh no, we got 2. Sorry, my bad. We do have 2.
Yeah, we have another 6th-round pick.
Oh,
35.
we kept that? We kept
we kept that
because we didn't trade.
We
We traded
traded
4th. We
Oh.
did the 4th. Yeah, my bad.
we traded 4th for next year.
I like that. So I thought we traded I thought we swapped spots.
No.
And traded a 4th.
No.
we did.
We just traded the 4th.
Next year.
Yeah, next year though.
Yeah,
so we
yeah,
just
yeah.
traded the 4th,
yes,
and
not this
we
year.
keep our 212 pick. Okay.
Right.
All
So we
right.
got 2 picks left.
That makes me feel better. I was like, well, I'm going to be wasted by the time the next pick happens.
This is what I like about A.T. Perry here. His combine results, take him for what you will, 40-yard dash, 4.4.
That's fast.
And
That's
jump,
really good.
A broad jump of 11 feet, 1 inch. That's
anything
fucking big.
11 and up.
Oh, yeah, that's probably 99 percentile.
Oh, hundo P it is.
Yeah. So he's got a lot of power in those legs.
What about this? What about the draft? The Jets draft room? Did you guys see that?
Yeah, it's very Legion. It's very Legion.
Curling rink. It looks like a curling rink.
Totally curling rink, and it has the flags there.
For anyone outside of Canada, you don't understand what a curling rink looks like. Just look at the Jets draft room. That's what a curling rink looks like.
Yeah, Jazz, we are in Canada, so we'll say things that might not make a lot of sense to Americans sometimes.
Like anything to do with curling.
What part of Canada are you in?
We're just outside of Vancouver, so on the west coast.
Okay, I've been to Vancouver before. I liked it there.
Yeah,
it's beautiful. And in fact, today, actually, the last couple days, we've just exited our second winter. We get 2 winters in BC here, and now I think we're in kind of that fake summer mode right now.
Yeah.
Where we get like a lot of heat, and then it starts to rain.
Then it gets shitty again for 2 weeks, and then it gets nice again for like a day.
Pacific Northwest, we deal with rain, so a lot of the times we're just taking B12 so that we don't get so depressed with how dark our years are.
Have you seen Twilight? It's just like that. Have you seen the movie Twilight? It's just like that. The vampires can walk around during the day because
they glitter. Like Alex is going to start glittering as soon as the light starts hitting his skin.
Where were you from,
Yeah, I
Jazz?
was there for a week. I guess I got lucky because the weather was really nice. Like it was really cool. It was a lot more diverse than I expected.
No, summer, like summer weather, or like later springs to summer to fall. Really, it's a beautiful weather. Awesome place to come visit.
Yeah, June to September, it's decent.
Yeah.
Where are you located?
Jazz.
Sorry.
Lethal.
Austin, Texas.
Sorry, Austin, Texas. Okay.
The only person actually from Texas in the chat.
Well, we do a Thanksgiving trip every year. And this year there'll be an international flood into Dallas for the Thanksgiving game. So I'm not sure if that's something you hit up, but that's how you can meet some Canadians.
Parker Washington off the board, guys, to Jacksonville.
Barry, your guy's gone.
I actually have never actually been to a Cowboys game. There is this massive sports bar that's like a couple. I don't even know if it's a full 2 miles from the stadium because like a lot of people walk from the stadium after the game to go to this bar. Yeah, Texas Live. And so a lot of times I'll go watch the games there. But I haven't been a Cowboys fan that long. So like if there's a big game that comes up, I might actually like try to get into the stadium. But I'm also usually out like by myself. So that's another reason I just go to Texas Live and just chill and have a couple drinks or whatever. So I don't know, maybe I'll have actual friends this year. That sounds so bad.
Oh yeah, no. Look, there's already probably 10 of us going. I would say if you count all the heads. So I mean, there's 3 of us in this room. Always trying to get Barry Grant Jr. out there, but
always trying to get Barry Grant Jr.
He's a hard man. He's a hard man to get.
We'll just have to kidnap him.
Listen, I play hard to get. All right, you're gonna have to sell me a little.
Yeah, that's it. We like it. It's a nice little waltz. A little waltz we do.
Tell Barry we bought him a ticket, get him to fly down there, and be like, "Oh no, we didn't actually buy you a ticket. We
just wanted to get you here."
But now that you're here, you may as well buy a ticket.
Right. No, I'm definitely with it this year. I promise, guys. I promise.
Yeah, and Kilo C is saying he's booking a ticket again because Kilo C met us
Kilo
down
was with
there.
us last year.
He's in the chat right now.
Kilo's the man. Kilo's the man.
Funny story about the Thanksgiving Day game last year. We didn't have a seat beside. Like there was us 3 went in and we got up there. We were hanging out with Kilo prior to going in. He had tickets to other spots, and then we didn't have anyone sit beside us. So I was texting with Kilo. I was like, "Fuck it, man, just come sit beside us." He's like, "Are you sure no one's there?" I'm like, "No one's here. Just come up here, sit beside us." As soon as he gets up there, sits down, has like 1 beer, the guy in the 3rd quarter comes up to his seat and he's like, "Oh, this is my seat." I'm like, "Oh, now I feel like a dick."
Yeah.
Well, no, and then that guy, he was sitting beside me for a bit, and then
he was there for like 15 minutes.
He bought us all drinks and then he left.
Yeah.
He was like this rando guy. It's like he just wanted to kick Kilo out of his spot just so he could buy his drinks
And then leave.
I'll take it all day. Not that I want Kilo to leave, but I'll take the drinks, and then it still ended up Kilo sat with us, didn't he?
Yeah, we ended up getting him back.
I was a little faded by that point.
Yeah, we know you were a little faded. Actually, we didn't post the vlog yet. I was gonna say the whole internet knows you were faded.
Another funny thing, there was guys sitting behind us, and Alex was hitting his vape pen, and the guy behind us is like, "Hey, what's the rule in Texas for weed?" And we're like, "We don't know. We're Canadian." And they're like, "Oh, we're Canadian also." And Alex gives this one dude a hit of his vape, and the guy fell asleep for 3 quarters.
The whole game. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not gonna babysit a dude.
Well, and then his friends are like, "What's in that?" I was like, "Guys, rule 1: don't take things from strangers. You just smoke something from a guy you just met."
That's opium. Yeah, well, look, he was from Canada, so I had confidence that like
And he can handle his weed.
He's East Coast Canada, so he can't handle it.
No, they're Alberta. They were Albertans.
Even worse. They definitely can't handle their weed in Alberta.
They were Alberta boys.
Jalen Duncan, a guy that we never thought about drafting, is picked up.
I mean, all these names now are pretty much like, realistically, we don't know who the fuck anyone's talking about now.
So, okay, Jazz, you said you were a brand new Cowboys fan. What got you to be a fan of the Cowboys?
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm brand new. So like, I grew up a Saints fan because I grew up in Louisiana, and I've liked sports for a long time. And years ago, when Dak and Zeke made it onto the team, just all the sports stations were talking about their story, and especially when Dak ended up taking over for Romo, that was a big deal. So I followed them a little while. I'm one of those people who, like, if I like a player, then I'll like kind of root for their team just to follow them. So I kept up with them for a little while, then went back to, only loving the Saints. And then when I started this podcast, at one point we decided to talk about sports related content on our show, and Hard Knocks was covering the Cowboys. And so we were like, yeah, we should watch Hard Knocks. Plus the Cowboys are right down the road. My co-host is from Spain. She had never really watched American football at all. So we're like, yeah, we'll watch the show. We'll come on and talk about it. And so she like fell in love with Ezekiel Elliott, just like his goofiness and his look and everything. And she's like, oh, I love this guy. And I kind of started to follow CeeDee Lamb in college a little bit, but I wasn't like super into college football. But I saw him on there, and he became like my new NFL crush. And so like we just kind of became Cowboys fans from there. And then on Twitter, just like learning some of the more popular content creators and just like really getting into how they keep up with stats and watch film and the Twitter spaces, we just kind of like got absorbed into it. So we're fans now.
Nice.
That's funny. That's very similar to the story of
the bandwagon boys.
Me and Adam here. We joined on about 3 years ago now. Sorry, with Ant. Ant's been a 20-year whatever Cowboys fan, and was doing
I've seen some shit, man.
He's seen some shit. He was had a pretty successful social media and was doing a podcast of his own. But me and Adam come from media backgrounds, so we're like, hey, we'll come produce a podcast.
Let's take your shitty podcast the way it looks and make it feel and look a lot better.
But same thing happened with us. We ran into it just kind of coincided that the Cowboys had the Hard Knocks, and I mean, you can't help but fall in love with a team when they do these types of documentaries that just bring you into the players.
I have a new favorite team. I have a new favorite team every year. I'm like, I love the Lions. The Lions are just on Hard Knocks. I love them. It's all done so well.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked that more teams don't do it just on their own.
Well, a lot of them are
starting to, but like, it should be across the board. But anyways, that very similar. That's what got us going, got us over the hump, I would say, and right onto the bandwagon. So. Funny, similar stories. Jazz, how close are you? Do you? Now I'm gonna.
Now he's kicking you off. Now he's really kicking you off.
She might have just dropped. She's had enough.
She knows her stuff though. She's
there
good.
You go.
Oh, there she is.
So I am driving through an area signal. And it's close to where I'm going, so probably it's time for me to hop off.
Yeah, no worries. You went full robot mode there, so we definitely, I think it's probably perfect time. We appreciate having you on. Obviously, I'll say it for you just because you were cutting out a bit. Bitches Love Sports is where you can find Jazz on Twitter. Yeah. We appreciate you hopping in. It was great to talk to you, and I'm sure we'll talk again.
And keep Thanksgiving on your radar.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jazz.
Thanks, Jazz. Take care.
I will.
Damn, I just looked up at the screen and it's Andy Reid. It kind of scared me.
He looks like John Lasseter.
Looks like John Wayne Gacy.
Yeah, he looks like he owns...
John Wayne Gacy.
But instead of being arrested, he went and opened up a beach bar in like Southeast Asia.
Why?
Oh man, that's funny.
Hey, look at his books behind him. They're all read.
That's
Are
hilarious.
those books or binders?
Binders, yeah.
AJ, can you toss me one there, brother?
Fucking A. Hey, great.
All right, man. A.T. Terry or whatever the hell his name.
I thought he got taken. No,
Did he?
No. Washington did. Parker Washington got taken.
Oh man, don't
My
scare
bad,
me like
my
that.
bad,
man.
my bad.
Don't do that, man. I'm about to throw something.
Barry, we do have
I will just say, Kilo C, I think he fell in love with
I
Jazz.
saw
Yes,
the chat.
yes,
Kilo's
yes.
in love.
Kilo's in
Yo.
love. Hey,
Bro.
great. Jazz was awesome. She just came out on the fly. She said she had to drive, so I threw her the link.
Well, when it
Great to have her on.
when I was sitting here like this, waiting, I was doing all the technical stuff, and then she popped up, and I had no idea that you invited.
Well, because she's not on. She wasn't on the.
That's how we roll
schedule.
draft day.
I know, and then so she popped in for a second, and I thought she could see me, and I was like, "Whoa." And then she went off, and I was like, "Did AJ just send the link to some random person?"
Oh yeah.
I was like, and then when Barry was on, and then she popped in, and I was like this. I was like to AJ, I was like this, and then he's like this. Yeah, I was like,
My favorite thing is I
chill,
can't
chill,
see
bro.
anything. I can't see anything you guys are looking at, and it used to distract me when you guys get into that mode, and I couldn't even think to talk. I'm so good at just kind of just blocking you guys out now that I'm just like, okay, they're doing. I'm not gonna be like, hey, what you doing? Why are you looking at each other like that? Which I used to do because I was so thrown off by your shenanigans back there. But now I'm like, I'll let them roll with it.
man, Andy Reid is trying to wear the same kind of outfit as John Lasseter from the former Pixar dude who only ever wore like Hawaiian shirts.
Well, let's be realistic here. Is Andy Reid a top 5 head coach of all time?
Yes.
Yes.
He's got to be.
I'd say like top 3, don't you think?
He's top 3's encroaching.
Okay, Belichick's in the top 3.
You can do it two ways. You can have a Rushmore, which is a 4 list, and it's not always necessarily the Rushmore is not always necessarily the best of all time, but the most impactful coaches of all time. But if you're doing a top list, then that would be your best.
And I think you could almost break it into like.
I mean, I'd like to see Andy.
Well, I think you could break it in
top list.
I think you could break it to like 60 to like 93, and then 93 to 2023.
Yeah, like the top 3 for Andy is a little much because he's not better than Chuck Noll. He's not better than Don Shula.
Shula, that's who I was thinking. Shula for sure is up there. No, I mean Landry. Landry's got to be up there.
I would even say that he's not better than Jimmy.
Okay.
Exactly.
Well, okay, well,
for sure.
Here's the thing. Nate Dogg's giving a hot take in the chat. I don't think he is. Patrick Mahomes makes him look good.
I gotta go eat quick.
I would disagree with that because he had Donovan McNabb and did really well with Donovan.
Yeah, but did he never won? He never won a Super Bowl without he never won a Super Bowl with McNabb.
But he did get there.
Well, and he had coached how many teams they were like in 5 or 6 NFC championship games.
Right.
Which
so
is
you can't,
bonkers.
You cannot discredit that.
And for a coach to even go to 2 Super Bowls, minus obviously he didn't win one with the Eagles, but to go to Super Bowls with 2 separate franchises, and then to still have on top of that 2 Super Bowl wins with one of the franchises, and then have the criteria of NFC championship games is pretty wild, and AFC championship games even.
Absolutely, I agree.
So he's at least, I mean, we're gonna say at least he's top 10 without a doubt. Fringe top 5.
Okay, so we have another fellow grid member that just popped on in. Our boy Ryan Flowers.
Ryan Flowers in the hizzy.
What's up, fellas? What's up? How you guys doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great.
We can hear you.
And you look great. Give us some good hips. Barry's unoptimism is just killing us right now.
You know, I wish I could be optimistic.
Oh no!
But
Thank you. There's my guy.
I was just looking at the picks because I didn't catch this morning. I was out and about with my kids, but I'm just looking at these list of players and I'm just like,
wild, right?
What are we doing?
Wild. Just before you get into it, Kayshon Boutte did go add to the Pats.
No.
Boutte is off the board.
Boutte's a Pat guy, eh?
But Ryan, I agree. Like we're sitting here kind of calling out guys, or even it's not even guys, we're calling out positions, and then they go completely opposite of what we even think they're going to do. They went full on defensive this whole time, and we've been screaming running back, or we've been screaming guard, or we've been screaming anything other than what they've picked. So it's been a wild draft.
Yeah, man. Listen, like the only one I can maybe justify so far is the first night. Which and it's a stretch to justify it. I get it because I've been hearing a lot, on other, social media platforms. And even I had made a video yesterday about the Cowboys and what I thought they should have done. And people are like, well, did you watch a game all year? I'm like, yeah, buddy, I fucking run an NFL show. Like, I watch the games. Like and before I get into that, people are just retarded. Can I just say that? A lot of people are just retarded.
Dropped it, said it.
Like, they're just stupid. Like, people don't realize how much time we spend before we come up with these videos. Like, content creating is not just something you do. Oh, well, I got a camera and a phone. Let me just throw some shit up there. Maybe some people do that and it works, but for myself, and I know you guys and everyone else on the grid, we're not about that life. When we put some shit out there, it's legit. So I just want to make that known out there. But in regards to watching the games, yeah, of course I watch the games. I'm invested in the Dallas Cowboys, But anyway, Mazi Smith, I get it. We needed to stop the run. I get it. Jonathan Hankins is 31 years old. If I'm not mistaken.
He's on a one-year deal.
He's not a long-term solution.
Yeah, he's
gone. So I get it. I get it. But I feel like the offensive line needed more addressing. And you guys had mentioned it earlier, not that long ago. Connor McGovern's gone. He was that guy in the middle, next to Zach Martin on the other side. And now you don't have anybody. So who's going to play that position right now? Off the top of my head, I mean, you could move Tyler Smith there, right? But he did such a good job at left tackle. Why not leave him at left tackle?
Well, they've kind of mentioned, and I don't know how much of this is true, but they're talking about Josh Ball possibly playing guard, which seems like not a good solution to me.
No, I don't think so. Josh Ball is a guy that would come in if you need someone to spell you, if you got an injury. But for a 17, 18 game season, he's not the guy, man. And you had two premier guys in Osiris Torrance. You could have Steven Avila, who's fucking right down the street from you guys in Fort Worth. And you go and get Mazi Smith. Hell, you could have even got Torrance last night.
Yep.
But they ended up taking fucking Luke Schoonmaker. A 25-year-old fucking a super senior from Michigan who can't separate, who can't even make tough catches over the middle. And he's big. He's like 6'5", 6'6". And when you throw on the tape, he doesn't play big.
I gotta stop you. I gotta stop you for a second here. You're making me upset about our picks now. we're going to have to. All right, that was Ryan Flowers from Clutch Sports. Thanks for joining. Cut him. I'm just kidding. No, but you're real and you're spitting facts. And my only defense before you go on to the other picks that the Cowboys have done with the Mazi thing. Okay, I agreed. At first, when we went live, I was standing and I just kept muttering to myself, "I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it." I've grown now to like it. I sobered up. It's a position of need. I've also bitched about the Cowboys being able to stop the run for the last 20 years, right?
Right.
So they all have. They addressed it, right? The Schoonmaker pick, I'll defend it just because if they don't go and get him, there was a run on tight ends. They're probably not going to get a guy who starts at tight end who they draft, and it makes me believe that they're not set on Ferguson and Hendershot. They don't think Ferguson and Hendershot can carry the tight end room themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't have drafted a tight end in the second round. So that's my defense on that. Everything past that, everything I've guessed hasn't made any sense to me, and I've just kind of tried to be as positive as possible.
Okay, so before Ryan makes me want to slip my wrist, crack him if you got him.
Crack him if you got him.
Go ahead, Ryan.
I'm just drinking some water. I still got soccer games to get to, but
oh yeah, I got an afternoon nap.
I'm taking the kids. I'm going to get the wife to drive us tonight, but we're going to see independent wrestling tonight out in Vancouver.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice.
There we go, baby.
Nice.
So is that just
so that means I can drink all day long.
Exactly.
Like you guys say, man. But I mean, the Luke Schoonmaker. Listen, if that's the case, why did you let Dalton Schultz go? If you're just going to go get some unproven guy, really, at the end of the day, might as well would have paid Schoonmaker. And then you draft a guy that's probably, I mean, you're bringing him to maybe block because that's probably pretty much all he can do. And I just don't get it, man. To me, the best pick outside of the Smith one is DeMarvion Overshown. I had a couple times to see him play. He balled out in the Red River shootout. You know, he's athletic. He's super fast. And he's more of an outside linebacker, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he is.
So, but he fits that mold of speed that we want on our defense. So,
Right.
And like Barry made a good point a couple minutes ago. Like, we've shown the ability to draft really well on the defensive side. We haven't really hit it on the offense side. Maybe Tony Pollard in the last couple of drafts, right?
Yes.
Obviously. But the other guys, I'm just like Akeem Richards. Like, no, you get a lineman with the 5th round pick who was a 3-star recruit out of high school. He transferred from Harvard, went to North Carolina. Not that great of a blocker. He's not going to even probably be on the 53-man roster at the end of the training camp. So at this point, I'm disappointed, man. I really thought they had a chance to get some guys, honestly, after the Mazi Smith, and they just they blew it. They actually blew it.
So who would have been a couple guys that you would have taken that would have, I mean, it's irrelevant now, but it's a fun discussion. Who are some of the guys that you would have taken, say, in the 2nd round, where there was some decent players? Even 3rd round, there were some guys.
Yeah,
but
I
like the 3rd.
I like Torrance. I like Osiris Torrance.
Okay,
he's a big road grader guy. And that dude's a big ass dude. Like, you need that in the middle of your offensive line, especially now. You got to go up against Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter twice a year now. And who do you fucking get? Fucking Luke Schoonermaker. Like,
Scooney.
He's Scooney. Like,
listen, I will never know his name. I'm always gonna mess his name up. I'm telling you right now.
Neither does AJ.
I kind of start going with one, and then someone else says something different, and then I switch to that, and then someone else says something different, and then I switch to that. I'm just gonna call him Scooney.
His name is going to be Schumacher for the rest of his career.
Michael Schumacher.
Hey,
I'm Schumacher.
Why does it smell like a skunk in here?
I don't know. I was outside. There was a rodent or something that Murph was attacking.
I think somebody just got high.
I did. Hey, look, I had to go eat some food. And guys, we are from Canada, where this is as illegal as beer.
Yeah, there's still a stigma.
I just feel like I would prefer to smoke then eat. You're eating and then smoking.
Right.
Interesting. Yeah.
It's usually the other way around.
Guys,
it's usually the other way around.
Not for a career smoker.
Listen,
like
I'm gonna say something that's probably gonna make people's minds blown.
Oh God.
Since I was 19 years old, I've only missed, traveling. There were some more weeks, but in Canada, the max time I've missed smoking weed was 2 weeks one time. Other time I smoke it multiple times a day, every single day.
You know what we call that 24/7
I know, and I should be
faded.
I'm
now
doesn't affect me.
Here's where things become interesting. Is there are people have different reactions to marijuana. For me, it really helps me focus and work. Like, it's equivalent to like what I hear Adderall is. I've never done it. I'm just saying, like, the focus that it can create. Now, can I smoke too much and get fucking jelly headed? Yeah, absolutely. But for the most point,
moderation.
We traveled with you without weed. I prefer you on weed.
I do get.
It's like the Snickers. It's like the Snickers.
It's like fucking someone just give this guy a joint.
Oh yeah, you want to know someone who gets very irritable very quickly?
I know. It's something I try to work on, but
That's something I try to work on, so I smoke the weed.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
I try not to strangle anybody, so I smoke the weed.
Exactly. Fair.
Gentlemen, Coop Whitson wants to know, why has no one picked up McBride? I feel like McBride's going to go to the Commanders right now.
Yeah,
you know what it is?
I like him.
I will say this. I think the fact that he's a one-dimensional type of running back, that is going to push his value down, because everybody has to be a pass catcher. Everybody has to do this. Everybody has to be dynamic on the outside. Like, there's still great north to south runners that they're just bruisers.
He's a little bowling ball.
You know what I mean? Like, exactly. So he just kind of puts his head down and he makes people pay.
Which is
he's like 5'9".
Yeah, and that still plays. Yeah, he's
like 5'9", 2 something.
Well, and he played at a small school. That's another thing that's kind of plus not catching the ball out of the backfield. So that's the one thing.
What you're looking for, I think, is what's interesting. In these positions is the evolution of the position, where it's like, okay, more teams want this style of running back. When did that start to happen? 5 years ago, just theoretically, right? So now Well, what happens? A natural growth of college players who suit that need start to develop and become prominent in a college offense, and that leads to X amount of years later. I think the window's like probably obvious, like a 3-year window, where players who are going to develop into that caliber for the NFL, it takes that amount of time when they start looking for it. So are we entering the time? And I think that maybe has happened with linebacker. That's just something that stood out to me with like how the linebacker,
sizes.
The linebacker I like is not really the dominant type of linebacker. And I fully could be wrong that that's the linebacker of today. Maybe they're too slow now. Right.
It's
Also,
changed.
too, Ryan. How many carries did McBride have in college?
A fuck ton.
Oh yeah,
I don't know.
He had a fuck ton.
I don't know.
I can pull that
He had a
up.
fuck ton. He had like his last 2 years. He had last year. I believe it was like 16 touchdowns. The year before he had
He has a
high
lot of-
touchdowns. He's had a
So-
lot of carries.
So that's another thing too that I think that are worrying teams as well, because you only get so many carries in that body, right? So
he had
you know,
550 roughly in his college career.
That's a lot for a college player.
That's a lot. Yeah,
Touchdowns or yard
No.
carries?
Yard carries.
Sorry.
Oh,
Hand of Crod has been taken.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just under 500, but still.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
under
yeah,
5.
he
Okay.
was,
So Chris
he's got a lot of wear and
Rodriguez,
tear.
a running back, just went. Chris Rodriguez, also known as the Hand of Crod.
Oh,
That we've led him to believe the Hand of Crod. So McBride is sliding a little bit, boys.
Well, yeah, because Christian Rodriguez was rated like probably 10 spots behind McBride on the rankings.
Well, Rodriguez is a big boy too. He's over 220 pounds, and
Call him by its real name, the Hand of Crod.
Hey,
And that
can we circle back to the wide receiver thing? You guys were
Yeah.
talking about
Yes.
that with the Cowboys.
Yes.
With the last guest you had on Jazz, or excuse me, her name was.
Yep.
And my thing is with receivers is that you're going to know if they're going to be good or not within the first year. I think personally, because here's the thing. If you even go back to youth football, high school, college, teams are passing the ball at an early age, right? So these guys are exposed. They have the resources. They don't need 2-3 years. This is not 1996, 98. Guys can play now, so especially with quarterbacks. So like the whole Tolbert thing, and I know you guys love him, or Ant loves him so much. I hope it works out for him. I don't want to wish anything bad on him because, you know, he's a Cowboy, right? So you want to try to support him, but it didn't start off right for him. Obviously, you know, he didn't look good. Simi Faco, you know, whatever his name is, you know, he was hurt a lot. Honestly, I felt like we probably should have went and got another wide receiver at some point. Whether, you know, I know we added Brandon Cooks, and I know he's been around a lot. He's well traveled. I think he's a solid player, but CD needs somebody else too to take the load off him. I don't think CD is like Justin Jefferson. He's not a Jamar Chase. He's good, but he's not a transcendent player, in my opinion, at least. You know, because in games when, you know, we're looking for him, like, well, where is he at? And a lot of that could be play calling and whatnot. But when I see CeeDee Lamb, I don't see a Justin Jefferson. I don't see one of those top guys like that. And
Can I say this though? Can I say this though?
Justin Jefferson gets taken out of games too.
Yeah,
we watched him get live.
Yeah, we watched it live in person. Justin who?
But I just want to say this about CD. Is there times that maybe Dak he's one-on-one, maybe, and he thinks he's covered, where he could probably throw it to him, and maybe he does come down with the ball. So it's tough to say.
And that's why I'm not all the way out on CD. I think he's a tremendous talent. Don't get me wrong. And I love having CD on our team, but I think we just needed somebody else, man. And I hope Michael Gallup comes back, because I was a big fan of him. When we drafted him out of Colorado State, I had the chance to see him a couple times. You know, they played UNLV, it was a Mountain West team at the time, and he was tremendous. But you know, those knee injuries, man, you don't know how these guys are going to come back. And
he snorts his finger when he catches the ball.
Yeah, right.
What of that? I don't know if he's wiping it or if he's getting one up there, getting a Peru up the right nostril.
Right.
Who knows?
You don't know, man. So I think that's why the tight end or the wide receiver spot, the draft, we could have built upon that. And I'm a big believer in the draft. Like, I know somebody was saying, you know, the draft isn't, you know, just this is where you build your team, man.
It's
like,
the base of your
it's
team.
good to get. You got to get young players.
Yep.
Because you can't look. The Redskins used to go into free agent, or no, excuse me, the Commanders. They and for years they would go into free agency, and look what they've done. Squat.
Well, the Cowboys used to do that too. The Cowboys swung and missed on a lot of free agents in the early 2000s. And sure, there's the resurgence of the Rams who kind of bought their way into a Super Bowl, and then the Eagles who also threw some money, and it kind of helped. It's the perfect blend of draft plus big name acquisitions that win you the Super Bowl.
Well,
but the base of your team is still the draft.
Yeah, you know the deal.
It has to be.
You know the deal in the chat. I wasn't saying you know the deal as what you were saying.
You know the deal.
You know the deal. Just is wanting to say, and you kind of just brought that up, Anth. Is it just me, or do the Cowboys feel like they're afraid of striking out and don't want to swing for the fences beyond frustrated at this point?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because they're playing it safe.
They all they do is like I said before, is that they overthink this. They just want to be the smartest people in the room to say, hey, you guys didn't see this guy coming. We picked him. And now look, like, instead of getting the guy that you know is going to has tremendous upside, who's good, who can help you now, they don't want that guy. They want the guy to be like, oh, you guys didn't like him. You guys didn't want to pick him here.
Exactly.
We got him. And now look, that's the type of player that Jerry likes. That's Jerry Jones for you. He doesn't want to take the sure thing. The only reason why we took CeeDee Lamb is because he was right fucking there. Yeah. That's the only reason. We took Micah Parsons because literally nobody else.
He fell.
Because we were going to take a corner,
and we were just like, okay.
We were so unsure. We were so unsure of Micah Parsons that we traded back 2 picks and then took him. Hey,
exactly.
Barry, A.T. Perry off the board to New Orleans Saints.
New Orleans. There you go. Carr has A.T. Perry.
A.T. Perry, man, his physical attributes.
Bro,
the guy's 6'3", 4'7".
4'7". He catches the ball high with his hands. He has a long wingspan. You know, he has some drops. So like I said, those are things that you can be able to help him focus on in regards to being able to just stay within his technique and finish through the play. So, but you can't teach size.
Nope.
And the thing is with that is that you can be able to now move him around. You can slot him in the tight end position. Yep. You can put him in the slot. You can put him on the outside. You can do a lot of different things with that guy. And it's one of those guys that now we don't have. We have a lot. The problem with the Cowboys, I always say, is that we have a lot of the same type of player.
True.
You need diversity on your outside. You need guys that can be able to get separation. You need speed. You need guys who can be able to just take a cornerback and just, get in front of him, box him out, and go up and get a ball. So we don't have that type of dynamic. And that's the problem, is that you pigeonhole yourself into a style of play, into a style of throwing because you don't have that size on the outside or the inside or whatever it is. It's a problem.
Yeah, it is not having that guy that big bodied wide receiver. Whereas kind of, I thought if Quentin Johnson fell to the Cowboys, it wouldn't have been a terrible pick just because he's so different from anything that we have currently on the roster. Right. And it just shows every team that's successful does have that. The only team I think that's been successful in the past 20 years that doesn't have that big bodied guy, your prototypical wide receiver, was the Kansas City Chiefs from last year. Right. And they can mask that because they have one of the best quarterbacks to ever play. So,
and also too, you have Kelsey, so he's your big body guy.
Coaches. Right. He's one of the best coaches. He's that guy. We actually talked about that the other day. Kelsey is that position. That's his role on the team, as being that possession receiver, that big bodied guy that can cause just mismatches all over the field.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, what's going to matter to me at the end of the day is I want those first 3 picks to be starting week 1.
Wow. Week 1.
Yeah.
I don't think Overshawn's going to be
no. Well, okay, maybe
2 for sure. I'll say 2 for sure.
But I want to see Overshawn on the field. Week 1.
Well, and I was going to say, when you guys were talking about him, the guy that needs to start worrying about his job, Drew Bilcox, because Damone Clark and now Overshawn here, those guys are the same. They're all cut from the same cloth.
Yep.
So he's definitely on the clock.
Yeah, but who do we lose?
We lost Anthony Barr, but he's a different type of. The way those guys are, they're Anthony Barr's kind of AJ, how you were talking. Anthony Barr's like that old 6'4", 255 pound kind of guy. Where these 3 dudes, Damone, Overshawn, and Cox, they're all like that 6'2", 230 to 250 50-pound type guy that's speedster.
So those are the so it's LV in the middle, and then one of those three guys or two of those three guys on the outside.
Possibly, and then I guess depth you're going to keep.
I guess. Well, technically,
because you could technically. Well, Mike is considered a linebacker, so you could probably on the high side keep on the active day roster because the linebackers do play special teams. 5. I think you could realistically dress 5 linebackers. So maybe Cox does slide it still into the 53-man roster.
But did they also draft those players who they think are going to be coming up on the D line and making it not as necessary for Micah to play on the line? Like he could still be rushing, but he's a pure fucking linebacker or sorry.
He's roaming the field more so.
Yeah.
And that said, I want to actually, that's a good lead in, AJ, a good question to ask everyone. Where do we want to put Micah going into next year? I know year one, we kind of wanted him to be more on the line.
Yeah.
And then last year was kind of like, well, we maybe shouldn't have him playing every snap on the line. Yeah. What's the happy medium with him?
Mm-hmm. I think he's got to be balanced. I mean, he's not a big dude, so he can't hold up. Obviously, you see how he got injured down the stretch. He was not effective, and the way he started the season, you're like, oh my God, this guy's going to have 1 million sacks. And then he faded, unless hopefully he's been working out, maybe putting on some size. But does that take away from his speed? I don't want to say he's TJ Watt because TJ Watt is just another dude out there, but they're comparable because they're kind of like the same size or same build, if I'm not mistaken. But TJ Watt is definitely, he's an edge rusher. That's what TJ Watt is. He's an edge rusher.
He's never dropping back to play linebacker ever.
He's not. And Micah, I feel like, can do both because he's rangy. He's got tremendous speed. So Dan Quinn's going to have an obstacle. Do you want to keep him fresh at the end of the year? And so you limit his snaps on the D-line, or do you keep him on there and then you risk the chance of him not being fresh again down the stretch? So I don't know.
I like the idea of when you use him, he's going to get sacks, but you can taper back a little bit. Because you got to think, there's also Sam Williams there.
Yeah, he came on.
And give him twice as many plays next season. He's going to only take up 2/3 of the play. So there's still room for someone else to come in. He's not overworking. But, I mean, I think I want to see it at least, right? Yeah. Like, I want to see him try because I think that, what was he, 2nd round, right? So.
Yeah, Sam Williams.
Yeah. So you gotta put some faith in that.
Well, and the thing with Micah off the line, it's kind of like one of those things is Micah has otherworldly speed off the edge, right? So the more you give one guy X amount of reps against him, they're gonna eventually they build a rapport with him. Would he not maybe benefit? Like, is it a more is less type thing being on the line? It's tricky to say.
I agree. I think they got too comfortable with him in that spot. Yeah. I think his talent is
like a safety
is him at a hybrid position. Move him around.
Yeah.
If you move this guy around, it's very hard to game plan for that.
Yeah.
But if you have him right there on the edge, it's very easy to be able to just double team him and take him out of the game. That's what you saw in the second half of the season, that they literally took him out of games.
Yep.
And if you move him around, if you use him for his potential, for his real talents, because he's so versatile, do that. Like, use him as a Swiss Army knife. It's okay. You don't have to just pigeonhole him into one thing. But that's why I guess that they're trying to get way more bodies on the defensive line. They're trying to make sure that they have some diversity, so maybe they can be able to do that with him so they don't pigeonhole him in one position.
You know what's so wild with him? It's last year was his 2nd year. He's only going to get mentally better because you're right. Yeah. There was times last season where they would have plays specifically targeted and they would go right at him. That's how they would get plays on Micah. They would run the ball either to his side or they would run like a little screen play to his side and it completely would take him out of the game. So he's eventually going to learn when they're doing stuff to him like that. But it's also kind of the flip side to that is the more he plays, the more tape teams have on him.
Well,
the better they can scheme against him.
The 2nd year is the slump year, quote unquote. So he got over that pretty damn good.
Yeah, if that was his slump, sign me up.
If that was it, then the 3rd year is when you start to, if you're a player and you are who we think you are, that's when you fucking start to shine. And
exactly, it doesn't matter what they throw at you. You're that dude.
Yeah.
So.
And I honestly I'm thinking positive now because I got a little.
Because you're feeling what are you? How vaped are you right now? I know
9.
you're not actually vaping, but how vaped are you?
It's about a 7.
Because you ate food, so you're feeling.
Yeah.
If you hadn't eaten a 9, you think 9?
Oh, yeah.
Soak it up.
Yeah, the eating food was but my I don't really even know what my point was now. You've taken
I think honestly, AJ, I think it's just one of those things where the Cowboys just need to stop overthinking things. Like you didn't see them like bump Ray Lewis around, right? They just kept him there.
Right.
They just kept him at middle linebacker and made him just wreak havoc on everybody. Same thing with LT, right? Like if you have a guy that has the IQ that Micah has, and he's going to get stronger as he gets older. That's something that just happens naturally. That he's not even in his mature body yet, right? He hasn't gotten there yet. Don't mess him up too early, right? Don't get him banged up to the point where he doesn't need to be banged up. Put him in places where he can succeed. Yep. If there's a situation on the outside where the tackle is not that great, they're very slow-footed, then let him attack that tackle. But you can't let him be going after great offensive linemen bigger dudes that can be able to move their feet and just take him out of games. Right. You need to be able to move him around and make him find the weakness. Find the weakness in the defense, in the offense, and then let him attack that. So that's what they need to do. If you're a great defensive coordinator, if you're a great mind, if you have a guy like that, that's how you use them. It's pretty simple.
Who do you guys think? Has had the crack him if you gotta?
Crack him if you got him, son.
Since I already I talked to these two nonstop, I'm going to ask the two guests that we have on. Who do you guys think have had the best draft thus far, and why?
Eagles,
and Texans. I like the Texans. What they've done.
Eagles,
I just
Texans.
Looked at some of their picks.
Yeah. I think Detroit did well too. Go ahead, Brian.
No, you're good. The Eagles, obviously, if you look at their roster or what they did, I mean, they address needs. I mean, they said, we got boat raced in the Super Bowl, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to get a pass rusher up the middle, Jalen Carter, then another edge rusher, Nolan Smith, and then they replaced 2 of their safeties, right? Epps left and came to Las Vegas, and Gardner, he went to Detroit, I think.
Yeah.
Either way, they replaced those guys. So you can tell their focus is we sucked on defense. Although we thought we were good on defense, Patrick Mahomes showed us that we weren't shit, really. So we need to address that. And then the Texans, I thought, the Texans did a pretty good job. They got 2 cornerstone guys, right? At least we think, right? You got your quarterback of the future, and then you got an edge rusher for the future. That division is going to be very fun to watch if you really think about all the young quarterbacks that are in that division. So why not go get an edge rusher? So those are 2 teams that come to mind. I can't think of anybody else off the top of my head. But Philly, I know.
Well, and with Philly, like they picked up Swift in this.
Right.
As
And you got DeAndre Swift.
Well, it's weird. You guys keep calling them the Eagles, but I believe their new moniker is the Bulldogs.
The Bulldogs, the Philadelphia Bulldogs.
The Philly
Think
Bulldogs.
about this though. Philly went out in the 6th round and got Tanner McKee.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
You got to imagine. This is the thing with Jalen Hurts.
Smart. Yeah.
Jalen Hurts is getting to the point in his career, and you see this with every mobile quarterback. Yes, he can throw, but this is where you start seeing them get nicks and bruises. What happens now next season? Yeah, you take him for a fucking quarterback sneaker. He rolls out, and next thing you know, broken ankle. That happened to Dak Prescott. Dak was always that guy. If the play broke down, he would run until he wasn't that guy when he had his ankle twisted basically 360 degrees. So I just it's not a bad idea for the Eagles to get a little insurance at quarterback.
And you also look at this year. In the 2nd round, the Houston Texans added Scruggs, and he was way the fuck back.
I like Scruggs though,
and they came. And I like Tank Dell. They got Tank Dell. He's a return specialist. Like people forget about special teams, man. You can flip the field with a guy like that.
We talked about that. We like it's so small, but the difference of a 5 or 7 yards that the returner can get you, or that the kick can push the team back,
or the momentum.
Ask the Chiefs. Ask the Eagles. Guys, what happened to them in the Super Bowl?
Yep.
Jake Moody in the 3rd round. San Francisco trading up to get Jake Moody. That just shows you how much they value having a kicker.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Because it's about, for me, it's about you never want to punt. If you're good, if you can kick a 50-yard field goal, then at least you can feel confident. Let's get to the fucking whatever it is, 40-yard line. Yeah, and let's get 3 points every. It keeps you in the fucking game.
It does.
The heartbreaks are when you punt twice in a row. It's like you gave up
3 and outs.
Yeah.
Such a fucking gun punch.
Gave up a possession. You just giving up possessions.
The Cowboys, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seemed like last year, almost every game, it was like either you're starting 3 and out or you're going down to score, but we're getting one of these and it was more than likely the fucking 3 and out punt. That's okay. They just need some time to get going. Oh, that was horrible.
And sorry, Barry, I know you kind of answered when Ryan was answering, but I'll let you give your response in a second. I think like when you're looking and you're talking about, obviously you look at something like the Eagles and you're like, okay, Eagles are having a good draft. Rich gets richer. They're making trades, but you mentioned the Lions. I love what the Lions are doing this draft. The amount of moves they're making shows that they're being aggressive in what they want to do. They're trying, yeah, absolutely. They're not just like, okay, we're gonna compete this year.
Just to be picking.
Yeah, like they're like legit. They're making some solid effort and some solid moves for not only this season but for future seasons to come. So I really like what the Lions are doing outside of all 3 of them. And I can't say the Eagles as my number 1 just for the sake.
I get it. You know? No, I'm with you, but it's hard, man. I like to be objective as much as possible because that's how I am. I love the Cowboys still, but you got to respect game, man. Like they're doing what they're doing, and there's a reason why. There's a reason why. Yep, exactly. There's a reason why they fired a coach, got rid of a quarterback, and then they were back in the Super Bowl within 5 years.
Yeah.
And we haven't been in the Super Bowl since I was in the 6th grade the last time.
It's wild.
Yeah.
Let's
Same.
also.
What grade was that? You were in the 6th grade?
96
grade.
96. So I would have been 9. So I was in grade. Is that grade 4?
I think I was 5, grade 5, maybe.
Yeah. Barry, Alex, and I are all the same age. So yeah, and I guess Ryan, Ryan, how old are you?
He's a year.
I'll be 40 next year.
He's a year older. He's a year older than us.
Oh, so maybe my math's way off.
Yeah,
then.
your math's off. Your math's fucked me up.
Well, I was born in 86. They were in 96. I was 9 years old. What are you in 9 years old? You're in 4th grade. My math is banging, bitch.
I'm 40 next year.
I'm 40 next year too.
So I think Ryan Flowers' math might be off a little bit.
No, 1984.
They're 84 babies. I'm 85, and then you're 86. And
yeah.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
I see.
So us old seniors here, Ryan, Alex,
80s babies.
Ryan, Alex, and I.
My balls haven't quite got to your guys' length yet. No. They're on their way though. They're on their. They're a year 2 away.
When you hit 38, they just droop, baby.
And mom in the chat saying to you, Anth, you were born in 87.
That's what I said.
No, but Barry said 86 to you.
He's 87.
Yeah, and
Ant's a real baby. Don't sleep on New York Giants.
You little bitch.
New York Giants came in and made the division a lot more competitive with Deontay Banks, Schmidt,
John Michael
Jingleheimer Schmidt, and
they got Jalen Hyatt.
And then also added Eric Gray, who we were looking at.
Low key draft by the Giants. Very good draft by the Giants. I would trade our draft in a heartbeat for the Giants draft.
You know who else?
Me too, man.
You know who else had a good draft? The Cardinals, I think, had a good draft.
Yes.
I feel like they're picked all the time.
Let's see. AJ's gonna read
Seahawks again. Seahawks.
Seahawks had a good draft.
Charbonnet, which was kind of weird because they had Kenneth Walker. That was kind of a weird pick.
But it's the two. You need the two-headed monster in today's NFL.
It's the double battering
But they got
ram.
DJ Dallas. They got DJ Dallas there too.
It's weird. It was a weird pick, but if Charbonnet is what we think, we were big on Charbonnet at the CanFan Studios. So if he can even get a little bit of our hope that we had for him, the Seahawks have a baller for sure.
And Ryan, make sure you next time you say DJ Dallas, you go DJ Dallas.
DJ Dallas. 107.5. The Fan. Okay. Arizona, they picked up a slew of guys. And what's really interesting is two
sausage party over
two
here.
Dudes who continually falled on our mock drafts. They took in Garrett Williams, the CB, and Michael Wilson, the wide receiver.
Michael Wilson is good, man.
Yeah, both of those guys had super high ceilings, but there was a question mark. And Arizona said, look,
we're taking it.
Yeah, and they Paris Johnson Jr. was kind of a surprise.
That was a surprise that they took him over Skoronski.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But otherwise, they picked up a whole bunch of players in this draft and a lot before the 4th round that
They
could
address
make an
some
impact.
needs. They address needs.
Can
That's
you bring
what
up
they
the
did,
Pats?
like what you're supposed to do in the draft?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, can you bring up the Pats? Jeremiah saying Pats had a really good draft.
Instead of just doing
They
the
did, yeah.
Cowboys
Oh,
and
yes,
throwing,
Yes, they did.
throwing
Yes,
a
they
dart,
did.
throwing a dart at a board, the Cowboys just, we're going edge rusher.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, Patriots start off with Christian Gonzalez.
That was a great
That's
pick.
probably the steal of the draft so far.
Great pick.
before
At
anyone plays.
17. At 17.
They were thinking about trading up to get him, and then they traded back at 14 because the teams that they thought were going to take a corner took corners, but didn't take Gonzalez. Traded back, picked up a pick, and still got the guy that they were going to trade up for.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
that's
magic.
Prime.
And they picked up a guy, Marte Mapu from Sacramento State. He's a New England kind of guy. Like, he's one of those guys that he's a linebacker, but he could cover a little bit. So you can bring him in on like 3rd down, but to play the run, but also cover too. Smaller school, but he's a New England guy. So
okay.
And Keon White was in the second. And
Keon White looked very disappointed.
I posted him on Twitter. He looked like he had someone just spit in his sandwich.
Like
his face when he got drafted. I was like,
he was not happy.
He was not.
The Sports Illustrated interviewed him and were like asking why he looked so mad. He's like, I'm just a chill guy. That's just how I was.
he's going to New England. He's not gonna have fun.
Right? That's what I thought. But it's like it's like, congrats, you became a millionaire, and he looked like he just got punched in the balls.
God damn, Bill Belichick's gonna be on my.
Well, he's coming from
ass.
Atlanta to New England.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Booty also ended up in New
Sean
England.
Booty.
Shouts out to the Bears too. I think the Bears did a good job.
Bears, yeah.
Oh yeah. Bears kept on stealing some guys that we wanted.
Well, they picked up who?
It seems like, hey, I see a trend. There's every other team's been having a good draft except for the Cowboys.
What I wanted to say when we were talking about the New England pick of Christian Gonzalez, minus the Micah Parsons trade back and picking up an extra pick and getting a guy that you love, when the hell did the Cowboys ever do anything like that? Where they trade back, get a guy they want, and pick up a pick?
Never. I can't remember. It's been that long. If they've ever.
It felt like if ever there was a time that you could make a move, teams were very willing. There was 5 teams that were involved in a bunch of trades, and I might be exaggerating.
Now, granted, this is the other thing too, AJ. No mean to cut you, but I want to just get this out there. This draft, I think everybody's gearing up for next year's draft because next year's draft has a lot more.
Yeah.
I would say like flair players that you would rather trade up for and try to snag before somebody else gets them. So I think, I'm just trying to get into the war room of the Cowboys, or maybe they're thinking like that. That's like, all right, cool. Let's go ahead and just get these guys that we want here in the defensive. And then next year, when there's a little bit more offensive firepower, they can be able to dive into that. That's
I feel good about that statement, Barry. But look at how many trades went happen in this.
I get you, man. Sorry. I get you.
A wide receiver next year, I would put up into my 1 or 2.
Oh, you have to. Yeah. You have to, and especially if they didn't go wide, if the Cowboys didn't go wide receiver, which it looks like they're not going to, which means now they're going to pick one because I just said that. But you have to, you have to, because Michael Gallup, he's going to even be coming up on his contract again.
Right.
Brandon Cooks is going to be coming up.
We just don't know.
You don't know. You need to always. That's the point of the NFL draft. You never ever want to get to a spot where you're like, fuck, we don't have this player in this position.
Right.
I do want to throw out 2 nice sneaky picks here for the Chicago Bears since we brought them up. Was Roshan Johnson at 115 in the 4th and Noah Sewell at 148 in the 5th.
Yes, the brother of Penne.
Yep.
Or cousins, I think.
Yep.
That's good.
I like Sewell as a linebacker size, 6'3", 262.
Just hit motherfuckers. That's just go run forward and hit people.
And Roshan. I mean, he could be someone really special. He was tucked behind Bijan, right?
He was silenced at the Lambs behind.
But he's 6'2", 222. So like, if he was just a step behind Bijan.
Well, and you got to think this: he's not going to have the pressure of Bijan. Bijan's now going to Atlanta.
Truth.
With all the lights on, where Roshan's going, where he's going, and it's like, okay, just be good.
21 Armando's in the chat saying, "Crack 'em, fellas."
Mondo, crack 'em. He was at the draft.
He was at, or he is at.
No, they weren't sticking around for day 3. Kind of like what we did last year, Ad.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like now though, I would totally stick around for day 3, just with how less people and just kind of cruise around. pay $80 a drink. Like, kind of want that. Kind of want that. You know?
Get chicken wings where it's like $5 a wing and you get a pound. It's like, okay, you're $75.
Sorry, did you say 5 cents a wing or $5 a wing?
$5.
No, $5 a wing.
It doesn't matter. I'm paying it anyway.
Yeah, there's nowhere else to eat. You have to buy it.
I mean, when we were at the draft last year and we had those massive burritos, they were good.
They were good, but they were also like
$150.
That's what it felt like. Adam and I went back, so we each got 2 tall White Claw seltzers, the big ones.
Yep.
So we'd take turns buying them around. So I'd go buy 4 of those. Fucking like $85.
Hey, so a quick little tale of the last time we were at Cowboys Stadium, or AT&T Stadium, I should say. Represent right here. We were in line, and you're only allowed to get 2 cans, and we walked through, and I just told the lady when I pulled up, did I grab a third? I can't remember.
Grabbed 4.
You grabbed
4.
And you had to debate with her, and like we're running, like the kickoff's about to happen, and Adam and I are behind you, and I'm like, AJ, just fucking buy 2. Like, why are you chatting this chick up? Just get 2. But you ended up weaseling 4, which was awesome.
I told her I'm just gonna come back and get 2 more right away, and then she's like, fine, here, take 4. So,
break.
And I still think we missed the.
No, we didn't miss kickoff.
But the opening stuff.
Oh, we always miss the opening stuff. But we didn't miss the Jonas Brothers. That's the most important part.
Yeah. Armando saying
Jonas Brothers.
Yeah, Armando saying, bro, it was a disaster trying to get beers the first day. So just like see how many people. So just for context, if you see those wide shots of the draft on day 1 of how many people, there's like 120,000 people there.
Wow.
There was probably half the amount.
Vegas was 60.
Vegas.
They said 60 in Vegas.
And like
probably
60,000 people
out.
was 60,000 people was packed in Vegas.
But Vegas is just you would spread out more. I think like
where they had the draft at is not a good area.
Yeah, it's a parking
small
lot.
area.
Oh, I see. The area was just smaller.
No, the area was just it was literally just a parking lot. Where you have KC, it's over these like
field,
acres and acres.
KC, it's grassy knolls. People are fucking laying on the ground picnicking. We're standing and just getting heat coming up through our legs. People are passing out.
I'm slamming a drink, telling Adam I need water, but I can't do it. I'm like, I'm so warm, but I spent $45 on this drink.
It's mostly water.
Yeah, that area is a parking lot.
It is. Yeah, it's a parking lot. Well, you're from Vegas, aren't you, Ryan?
Yeah, I live here. Yeah.
Oh, I just thought that maybe there would be more opportunities that you would go to the draft, but there would be so many more venues being Vegas, but.
No,
the problem is they want to do everything on the strip because they want to generate, they want to funnel you into the casinos.
They want you drunk and then going to the
and playing.
Flamingo.
That's it. Because even our stadiums, they're all off the strip. I mean, and it's a nightmare sometimes with traffic. But we have tons of rural areas. Like where I live is rural. You could, if you were dropping in my neighborhood, you'd be like, "This is Vegas? Are you kidding me?"
Ryan, how pumped are you that the Super Bowl's coming to Vegas?
I'm pumped because I feel like it's gonna be exciting as like a fan. They'll probably have some stuff at the convention center. I mean, I'm not gonna go nowhere near that area because it's gonna be retarded out there.
So you're not gonna go down. You're not gonna. So we're actually probably gonna Airbnb a place.
Oh yeah.
And then we're gonna do the whole week. We're gonna do like a show that week. But we want to go right into Ground Zero.
Oh yeah, we're going Ground Zero.
Well, I can show you. I can definitely take you into Ground Zero if you need to. So
there you go. We got our Vegas.
Do I need to wear my fatigues?
No, it's not that bad.
Okay.
It's not that bad, but yeah, but
I don't have fatigue. I've never been in the military.
Hey, there's a surplus store on the way. We can stop at the surplus store where I get my smoke.
Because there you go. But so you were thinking of just not even going down and kind of partaking in all the shenanigans that are happening.
No, not that, but I'll probably go to like the convention area. Usually sometimes when they have big events like that, the convention area is it's a further away and it's huge. It's designed to accommodate a lot of people.
They must be doing. They probably will do something that week because that's where like they do CES and NAB and all that and all those and all the shows.
Are we going to the Super Bowl?
Oh, we got it.
We're going to Vegas during the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Sorry.
I don't know. As a crew, we're dropping $18,000 to go watch a game that the Cowboys probably aren't going to be in. But
what you could do too, though, they have They have stadium tours there, so I don't know what it'll be like that week. I would probably imagine be crazy expensive, but
stadium tour get AJ. We'll sneak AJ into a small little cubby hole
they do
somewhere.
Stadium tours. They're like $80.
Well, every time we come down, I mean, we did.
Yeah, we tried to do
the
that.
last 2 years. We've gone to our Thanksgiving.
We have to pre-book. They do those tours of AT&T Stadium, and
They do.
both years we've shown up. They've been sold out, so we need to pre-book that.
Yeah, you got to
for
do
next
that.
year. Yeah,
I was a tour guide for the Cowboys many years ago, back in the day.
you lead them. You're like, you lead them into the bathroom. This is where the players do their business.
At AT&T Stadium or the
No, Texas Stadium.
Yeah.
Well, I take that back. I did do a little bit while I was there at AT&T, and I ended up moving back to Las Vegas. But so I have a little experience on both stadiums. Yeah, but Texas Stadium was a lot more fun as a tour guide because there's more history. Now AT&T is like it's
Get
like
your money out.
Pretty much. I mean, they got cool art and stuff like that, but as a tour guide, no one gives a shit about art. Like, you want to hear some history. Like, I would take people into Texas Stadium. We would go into the locker room, and I can show you where, like, Tony Dorsett sat.
Yeah.
Roger Staubach, guys like that, or going to the opposing locker room. You can see where Walter Payton inscribed his name on one of the lockers. Stuff like that. So, it's cool stuff like that.
Is that stadium still around, or did they tear it
Demolished.
Yeah, they ripped it down.
Demolished it. Yeah.
Man,
Ripped her down.
The parking lot now, I think.
Shit,
Sad.
It is sad, but such is life, I guess. Well, yeah, that is the kind of shitty thing when you build a new stadium. Yes, it's got all the bells and whistles, but it does feel a little empty.
Misses that. Yep.
You need to build the history, and that takes a lot of time. Like, to feel
we ain't
that.
won nothing.
We
haven't won shit in AT&T, so
there's not enough ghosts.
Well,
in the hallways.
The thing with AT&T, now that you mention that, since AT&T Stadium's been around, as far as postseason success goes,
nothing.
One we beat the Lions once in the wild card round.
And the Seahawks. That's it.
Was that at AT&T though?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
It had to have been.
It was. Yeah. Lions and Seahawks.
Yeah, because that 2018, right? Seahawks.
Those are the only. Yeah. Those are the
2018.
only. Yeah. Those are. So Dak has what, 3 playoff wins?
Three playoff wins.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got the
Against
Lions,
Seattle, yep.
Lions, Seattle, and Tampa Bay this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. There's no history in AT&T.
Or sorry, it wasn't the Lions. The Lions was Romo. I'm getting all.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. So yeah, Dak's only got 2. Yeah. So, but yeah, only 3 playoff wins in that building since what? 2009.
Yeah. 2009.
Yeah, that's when it was opened. Man, it took
2023.
They broke ground in 2005.
Yeah, the place is fucking massive.
It took a long time.
My gripe about it, and it's probably going to get less and less as all these all these teams start building new stadiums, and it's not the best of the best, is when you pay to go down to a Cowboys game, and it's, I would say, pretty much close, maybe not 50-50, but at least like 60-40, I'd say, with the opposing team. Like there was a shit. The last year when we went with the Raiders, there was a ton of Raiders fans. Yep. Actually, I guess against the Giants, it wasn't too bad this year. Yeah. Against the Giants on Thanksgiving, the Cowboys fans turned up.
Oh yeah, Thanksgiving is big for the Cowboys. Obviously, you guys know that. I had the opportunity to go a couple times when I lived there. It's massive. But I think too, what happens, they price people out. Texas Stadium was rather cheap to get into a game. Like, you can go last minute and get a ticket for like $45.
Yeah.
Was it a nosebleed? Yeah, but you were in the building. Now, it's
I don't even want to tell you what we spent on our nosebleeds for the Raiders game.
Oh yeah,
and it's Canadian too.
Yeah, Canadian. well,
it's American. But
American. It was. I think it was $315 a ticket. That's without the fees.
With the fees, yeah.
And we bought that up. We bought that about a month and a half out.
Yeah,
from the Raiders one.
Which if we would have bought last year, we actually got lucky. We did the smart thing on we saw a situation and we capitalized off it. Dak Prescott, week 1, gets hurt. We're like, guys, this is the time. Cowboys fans are going to be selling their tickets cheap. Let's buy our tickets right now. We bought them right after Dak got hurt.
Took advantage of people's emotions.
We did.
I think we bought them for just around $200.
They weren't bad.
Okay.
That's
about the going rate.
We got the Minneapolis ticket and the Cowboys ticket, so back-to-back games for the price that we had paid just for our Raiders Cowboys ticket the prior year.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom because the Cowboys are up in 3.
Oh yeah,
go get it.
Go drain it.
Go drain that little lizard.
But here's the thing, man.
Because once they pick Dwayne McBride, I don't want to pee my pants.
I feel bad for McBride, man. I feel bad for him.
Yeah, he might not even get drafted.
Which is good. I mean, that's good too, because then
we can bring him in.
Bring him in. Cowboys, and that's an underrated thing. The Cowboys have always been very good at getting some of the best.
That's what I said. I was saying
undrafted guys.
Players want to the only 2 states that I know of. There might be other ones. I think there are, but Florida and Texas have 0 income tax on or something
State
like
tax.
that. State tax, yeah.
Because they only pay 7% or something for their taxes.
Yeah, so there is that. So it's a little incentive, right? If you're making a decision, it's an incentive to go play there.
Yep.
And on top of that, Dallas is a great organization in how they treat their players. It's one of the top 5, I believe. If you remember seeing that, yeah. So like you're going to get treated right, and if they want you, you're going to get
all that.
Yeah, and as long as you're a Cowboy, you're going to be treated right.
Well, and put it this way: if you're a practice squad player who's not making crazy money, he's making good money as far as jobs go. But if you but if you can shave 13% off taxes or whatever state taxes in the states,
yep.
off of that helps.
Makes it absolutely
that helps.
Yeah, and you know, I enjoyed Texas going there. The weather is actually interestingly similar sometimes to British Columbia. Probably a lot different in most months, but there was some.
It was fucking awful there on Thanksgiving.
Oh God, yeah, it was
awful.
Fucking cold. Man.
It was cold and wet. I was
It
like,
snows.
did we even?
It can snow.
It was cold and wet. I was like, did we even leave Canada? Like, where the fuck are we? Right? I thought I'm like, I got my shorts. Well, it was funny. The first year we went down, the day before we were kind of walking around Cowboys Stadium, AT&T Stadium, drinking and having a good time. We're wearing shorts and wearing t-shirts. The next day, I leave the stadium to go to the game in shorts and a t-shirt, and it was like 50 degrees Fahrenheit out. Yeah. So it was cold.
Oh yeah. Well, that's when we had to rush around town to get COVID shots.
And find a place that we could get hoodies. AJ, can you throw me one there, brother?
Did you guys go to the Walmart across the street?
It was closed. It was closed because it was Thanksgiving.
Oh.
We had to go to a Trader Joe's, but luckily our Uber dude knew.
Our Uber guy was super cool.
Yeah. Next time you go, hit up that Walmart, man. It's like
we hit it up. We hit it up this year.
We didn't think
we went the day before.
This year we did it right.
We went the Wednesday because I was telling the guys, I was like, oh, we don't got to worry about beer. We don't got to worry about clothes. We'll just go to the Walmart before. Yep. I call. They're like, it's closed on Thanksgiving.
It's like, what?
Yeah, we just forget. We just forgot.
Canada's Thanksgiving is a lot before. It's in October.
Remember our Uber driver? He'd be driving by Raiders fans. He'd be laying on the horn. He'd be holding his hands
fingering
out the window, fingering them. And we're like, he's just gonna troll a bunch of Raider fans and then pull up and drop us off. All right, get the fuck out of my car.
Yeah, anger a bunch of fucking Raiders fans and then kick us out.
Yeah.
I mean, the Raider fans fucking let us have it afterwards, though. That's for sure.
They did.
I don't really like that out of my Uber driver. I want you to just be neutral. I don't need you fingering
or the
other team.
I thought it was funny.
It was funny.
I don't need you fingering the other team. That sounds so crazy.
Hey, at least he's got your back though.
I would love my Uber driver to finger anyone on the other team.
Do you like that?
Oh,
he wants that smoke. He's about it.
He did, yeah. Hey,
he's all about that smoke.
We're Canadian. Don't hit us.
Yeah.
I find that's the best way to deflate a situation if you're in the States. I'm Canadian. Oh, I love Canada.
Oh yeah.
Hey, look at this.
Okay.
This is Russell Wilson's trades.
Wow.
The Seahawks got Witherspoon, Derek Hall, Charles Cross, Bowie Mafia. I mean, I don't know any of those guys really. But this year, Derek Hall and
Witherspoon's the best. Yes, one of the best players in the whole draft.
Yeah, Witherspoon.
That alone.
He fits their scheme.
Boys.
He fits their scheme.
And Noah Fant.
Dallas is on the clock. Dallas is on the clock. Pick 212, round 6.
Feels like it's been an eternity. Good thing we traded up.
Good thing we traded up.
Was this one of our original picks or just like a compensatory?
I think this is the original pick. I believe.
I think our only comp pick was our 5th.
Pete Carroll looks like he's just a dad whose son works for the team, and he's in there just on day 3 having a look around.
Where are the toiletry facilities?
Yeah.
It's crazy that what do you guys think about Zach Kuntz?
I'm confused that everyone says his name wrong.
I like him. Old Dominion, right? Old Dominion.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of people
6'7".
A lot of people who have talked about him. Yeah.
6'. He's a fucking monster.
That's what I'm saying. I'd rather take a chance on him, right?
Crack him, pick his in.
Yeah, maybe
at this point, yeah. At this point, might as well.
Exactly, double downing on a position you already took and just stacking it. That's not bad.
Get me my guy.
Take his in.
Although we also like Ford Wheaton.
I do like
I wouldn't mind Bryce Ford Wheaton here. Big guy.
Yeah.
And quick. 4.5.
You can teach everything else. You can teach. They were like, he was
Can't
so
teach size, man.
Yeah, you can't. And there was his issue in college was he kind of didn't get separation because it was almost like he was faster and bigger than everyone that he just kind of did it just enough to get the ball.
Yeah,
right.
Which is funny.
It was more of his effort, though.
Yeah,
not necessarily.
Well, that's what I mean. It's funny. So you put him in the NFL. Well, now
he's
you're
gonna
a 6th-round pick. Well, now you're gonna see what this guy's gonna do.
Oh.
Did you guys see Stetson Bennett?
Yeah.
Went to the Rams?
Yeah, he went to the Rams early, like a lot earlier than people thought.
He's you gotta
way earlier.
The thing I think that a team can weigh highly is he is a 2-time champion. He knows how to win. I don't like his size, but
that's pretty much his only selling point.
That's it. That's all you got.
Yeah. Well, he threw the ball really threw a lot of touchdowns.
That's like,
I mean,
Deuce Vaughn coming up, AJ.
Yeah.
Deuce Vaughn.
He's Rex Grossman.
Deuce Vaughn.
That's like if you. That's like you know,
Cowboys.
if you have an ugly girl, you're like, oh, her personality is good.
Right.
You know, she's-
Ken Dorsey. Who won a lot at Miami.
Colt McCoy, you won a lot, but I mean,
Right.
Colt McCoy kind of figured himself. He was never a starter, but
he's got a good role as a
he
backup.
set himself up for life by just being,
No,
one of the
props
top
to him.
50 guys to play quarterback in the world.
No, props to him.
Nate
Props
Dogg
to
says,
him.
I can't wait for Bosa to end Bennett's career. Our boy Nate Dogg's a Frisco.
The thing
Frisco fan.
thing about a quarterback position is, can anyone any year name 32 starting quarterbacks? Probably not. Like, there's always going to be a handful, 5 or 6 quarterbacks who you're like, they're just there because it's a hard position to fill. There's not even enough for every NFL team.
To be,
Oh, here we go. This could have been us.
Is that Bieber?
This could have been us.
Oh,
The Bieber boys?
young studs.
That could have been the bandwagon boys plus Anth.
Who do we get? Who do we get? Deuce Vaughn, Kansas State.
AJ hates it. AJ 5'5", 179. AJ hates it.
Makes no sense.
What the fuck, guys?
Makes no sense. Makes no sense.
He is a fucking child.
His dad is a scout for the Cowboys.
That is hilarious. We've been trolling AJ the last couple days, saying we were going to draft Deuce Vaughn because he was so mad. We took him in a mock draft, and AJ hated it so much that this is funny.
He's going to be going up against
Deuce Vaughn.
6 foot.
So is Turpin gone then?
Barry, your audio's out.
Ay.
Oh, my bad. I had it on mute. We took Deuce Vaughn?
We took Deuce Vaughn. They love it. Oh, look, there's his dad. His dad's crying. Well, that's a wholesome moment.
Oh.
I mean, good for him. Congratulations, but what a shitty pick.
I would take McBride 100 times more
Come
than that.
on, McBride is the guy, man.
If you did this just to make this guy happy, I'm pissed off. That's
Bro,
bullshit.
he's 5'5".
Yeah.
I've taken bigger dumps.
Like we have a small we have a small running back group. Like what are we doing?
Tony Pollard's not big.
He's not big.
No.
Rojo is I mean, could you call Rojo a bigger type of back?
He's not a big guy either. Like, no.
So it's
Frickin' shortest players in NFL history.
Yeah.
wow. Now listen,
Here's
my thing.
20s, the 1930s and 20s.
And here's my
Great
thing.
Depression.
Here's the part that really bothers me, right? Is that we have Kevontae Turpin, right?
Yeah, he's the exact same kind of player.
You draft this kid, but you already have Turpin, who's a year into the offense. Use him in that situation.
Yep.
Why have another short guy that?
But Turpin's a wide receiver, though.
We have
What I'm saying is that you can use him as a gadget guy to be able to do end
But
arounds.
he's not.
And
This
stuff
guy's
like
not
that.
even a gadget guy. He's not fast. It's one thing if he was Darren Sproles. With
You
that
5'5"
size.
and not fast.
He's not. You know, he's not fast. He doesn't pull away from nobody.
I don't understand it then.
Check him out. I did a clutch combine on him, and I said it. He will not pull away from people. He's productive. Like, he was a productive guy in college. I get it. But in the NFL,
You're dead. You're dead.
You're dead. He won't be fast enough to hit those
EJ
holes.
Savage is saying that he's fast. EJ Savage says he's fast, so he kind of
Is he like game
He's not
fast? He
pulling
might
away
not be
from
40.
nobody.
He might not be 40 fast, but he's probably game fast.
Pull up his 40. Let's see.
let's
Pull
pull
up
it
his
up.
40.
Pull up his 40. That is wild that they actually picked Deuce Vaughn. I was just trying to troll AJ a little bit. And then it actually happened.
Look at his face.
He didn't run a 40. He didn't run a 40 in the combine.
AJ hates it so much.
But he was probably smart not to.
Yeah. They
Why?
said
Because he's not fast.
Well, look what the Cowboys are doing right now. They're totally like, this is. I feel like they are just because he's the scout.
They're trying to get out of there. They're trying to hit it to the Walmart across the street or wherever. And,
crazy.
Like,
on film they have him as a 4-4.
So that's not bad. That's still pretty quick.
For 5'5", you want a 4-3.
4-3 to
actually
to justify the pick.
Yes.
Absolutely. You want somebody who's a literal scud missile, and he's not that.
I think this is a C+ draft for the Cowboys.
He's shorter than me.
Listen, I give it a C-. I'm being honest.
Dude, that's an F. That's an F.
That's a really bad pick.
We talking about the whole draft.
The draft. Oh yeah. Dude, you're being good.
Yes.
I would say a D.
Oh,
D+.
shit.
Okay, so here's a couple thoughts. So EJ Savage saying he runs a 4.5 40. If he was 5'10", he's running a 4.4.
But
he's not 5'10". That's the problem.
Right? But listen,
he's 5 inches shorter.
Does his speed translate on the football field? Like that's what I care about.
Right.
When you saw on his tape, it doesn't.
Our boy Kilo C saying one of his strengths, low center of gravity that bolsters contact balance.
He's 5'5". Of course, his low center of gravity.
One thing he can do, he can catch passes.
Even if his gravity is in his shoulders, that's low.
Whoever said that as a scout, A+ scouting right there. Low center of gravity.
Another report's coming in saying that now that he's signed that contract, he's getting a knee surgery to give himself some 3 inches.
Oh, like South Park, like the South Park episode where they extend their shins.
Yeah. So
hey, listen, they do that, right?
He's 5'8".
They do that nowadays. Where you take a year off and all of a sudden you're like 5'10".
Break your legs a little bit.
Deuce Vaughn. Vicky Vaughn.
Well,
AJ.
He's not going to be in on third downs because he can't block.
That's a surprising pick. I'm surprised because I was a big McBride guy who McBride actually complements the offense, even if he might not be.
He fills a need.
He fills a need.
Fills a need.
A 5'5" running back.
If we're not gonna find a way to bring Zeke back, you need some guy to be able to get those third and short yardage. You need a fourth down back, right? That be able to get that goal line touch. We don't have that.
Fourth and one, get Vaughn in here.
Get Deuce Vaughn because he's got low center gravity.
Where is he?
Where is Ant-Man?
He's low center. He's low center. Where's Ant-Man?
Do the Cowboys feel? Do the Cowboys feel like Rojo is that guy?
No,
they have to though, Barry. They have to.
I'm not saying we do.
Here's the thing, and I hate to be this guy, right? I hate to be this guy, but I know what's gonna happen. Rojo's gonna shit the bed because he's Fumbleina, right? And then they're gonna go ahead and cut him, and then go into the bargain bazaar and see who they can be able to find.
Well, they'll bring Zeke back, who's still not on a team.
Right. That's the problem. It's like why even put yourself in that situation? Go get yourself a guy on the cheap in the draft that you can be able to use and have a nice particular niche role in your team. McBride fits all of those particular boxes. He checks all those boxes.
Okay, so let's a quick question for you guys.
TP20 running back.
TP20 isn't in the mix. Does Deuce Vaughn fill the role of TP20?
No, not even close.
No.
It's impossible. It's impossible.
A unanimous fuck no by everybody.
It's impossible. It's impossible. It's a law of physics, man. There's no absolute possible way that a 5'5", 179-pound running back can be anything more than a gadget player in the NFL.
Or survive more than 150 carries.
Yes,
like
I know.
I can't even imagine him getting 100 carries this year.
Adam's 10-year-old kid,
or any
or
point.
13-year-old kid is almost the same size.
He ain't wrong.
Let's take a step back and just try to think, where will Deuce Vaughn be used in the offense? At least
kick return.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
It's got to be between him and Turpin to see who gets the
I'm taking Turpin because he's faster.
Yeah, and that's what Turpin's big.
Turpin's good.
It's funny to say this. Turpin's bigger.
Turpin's bigger.
Turpin's bigger than this guy.
Okay. So chat's coming back. saying disagree. Jeremiah says disagree. He did have a heavy workload in college, and I get college is not the NFL.
College.
Kilo C says weakness runs with unusual long strides for a short back. And then EJ Savage says, y'all mad of a 6-rounder instead of the other picks? I mean, we're mad about all
we
the
mad
other
at
picks.
every one of them.
I'm mad that they didn't take McBride. McBride fills a role on the team.
Yeah, and as Stephen Jones of this draft room, I said, if I can't get my guy, DTR,
didn't want me to get my guy?
I don't want you to get your guy of Dwayne McBride.
You're such a slut. You're such a slut.
And then to put it, I want to make sure that we get Deuce Vaughn to make AJ.
You know what though? Yes. What I'll say, okay, well, for anyone in the chat, do you want Deuce Vaughn touching the football and running anywhere near Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis? Could you imagine? They will kill
go
him.
ahead, right, exactly. Go ahead and have him get 175 carries this year. Go ahead and see what happens.
I do want to just throw this little bright side out.
Oh, okay. If AJ's coming around.
I'm not up on it. I'm
Wasn't a big fan of the Killers, the Mr. Brightside album, but go ahead.
When you get a pile of shit dumped in front of you, you got to start looking for some gems, okay?
Find some mushrooms in it.
Find some mushrooms. So he's had 49 and 42 receptions for over 9 yards average on the last 2 seasons.
I can also see fast forward me in September, October, him catching it and breaking a tackle and just standing up screaming, "Run, you little fucker." So,
yeah.
I mean, if anyone I want to succeed more, I want him to succeed. It's going to be hard. It's hard. It's going to be very, very hard for him.
And right on cue, another grid member, Mike Guido, is shown up to give his thoughts on the latest Cowboys pick.
Sup.
Mike, what do you think about Deuce Vaughn?
Oh,
I absolutely so fired up right now with him.
Like,
believe it. I love Deuce Vaughn.
Whoa, okay.
Whoa,
Everything about
perspective.
It. Okay, so give us
5. I get that he's small, but like I covered him all year, and this.
Oh, we
This
lost.
is all the kid does. All this is average carry and catch for 12 in the backfield, and like he is change of pace for the offense. Like you knew that Dallas needed to address running back at some point. Whether it was going to or one of the guys that had gotten taken earlier, Chase Brown, whatever, address it in some sense. Vaughn is such an electric player. I'm so going to have an immediate role.
Mike, do you have some headphones you can pop in? It's just because the noise cancellation on Zoom, it keeps cutting you in and out. We're only getting.
And I feel like everything you were saying was absolutely.
was fire,
I want to hear because Mike Guido loves the Deuce Vaughn pick.
Yes. Yeah. Hold on 1 second. I'll leave and come back. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks. So what do you guys think so far?
We're very polarized. We're very divided here in regards to the chat. The chat loves Deuce Vaughn. We in here, we don't particularly love Deuce Vaughn. Mike Guido, who is a scouting guru, loves Deuce Vaughn. I know a lot of other people that love Deuce Vaughn. Here's my thing. Listen, you got to find ways to use him, right? And I don't trust this offense. I don't trust Mike McCarthy to be able to utilize him the right way. That's my whole thing. Like, what is the perfect way to use him? You cannot use him as an every down type of back. He's not that type of guy.
Doesn't need to be an every down type of back, though.
Do you guys even think he makes the final roster?
I think he does.
That is true. We're talking 6th round now, right? So
yeah.
There's a chance he's not even on the team. To be honest, he could be a practice squad guy.
Yeah, he might be, but I don't know, man.
It just goes the whole reason that you don't see guys under 5'8" in the NFL is because they'll die. That's just facts. Like that's just
unless you're elite at something, like Darren Sproles. How tall was Darren Sproles?
He was
about 5'6".
Yeah, but he was super fast though.
But he was also stocky. Darren Sproles.
Yeah, he was.
Stocky.
Yep.
Darren Sproles was a different type of guy.
Hey, in all fairness, Deuce Vaughn is 180 pounds at 5'5".
So he's stocky.
That's stocky.
That is stocky.
Okay, so Gweeds, hit us with your scouting report on why you're so jacked up about Deuce Vaughn.
I just took a Deuce Vaughn.
Well, first of all, sound check. How's this coming in?
Oh, perfect.
Oh, yeah, that's
better.
Hey, crack me if you got him.
Crack me if you got him.
Awesome. Great. Yeah, I love him. He's just such a productive player. Everything he does well. You know, like he's 5'5". He's never going to be a pass protection kind of guy. He's not an every down back. Like, this is not going to be a guy that's going to be your bell cow, but this is your James White. This is your Darren Sproles. That's this type of player. And I actually think he can be better than those guys because, not only is he such a great pass catching back, but I mean, he's really good between the tackles. He really is. His lateral quickness and his side to side movement is so quick. He's just such an electric player. He just is.
Here's a question for you, Mike. Do you think that he makes the roster?
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
Okay.
I definitely do. Not only do I think he makes the roster, I think he's our second back. I think it's Tony Pollard, and then it's going to be him.
That's not saying much because we got
7 carries a game.
We have Fumbelina as the second back right now, so anybody can take that.
So let me just get some perspective. Let me get some perspective here. You said James White and Darren Sproles, right?
Yeah.
James White's 5'10", so that takes him off the board. That takes him completely off the board. But yeah, Darren Sproles, 5'6", 200 or 190 pounds, still stockier. 10 pounds on a small frame is a big deal. Sproles had that body to take NFL punishment. Yeah, maybe this guy can put on some more weight and be able to take the hits. I'm just worried that he just doesn't have the size to be able to take on NFL. And you're saying run through the tackles, especially now in the NFC East. I don't think he has the size to run through the tackles in that division.
I don't know. I disagree. I think he's just such an electric player between the tackles. And just, again, his big thing, and I don't think that, they're not going to give him 20 carries between the tackles. They're not going to do that. What they're going to do is they're going to line him up in the slot. They're going to run him on screens. They're going to get him the ball in open space and let him win. That's what they're going to do.
But here's my question for you, though, Mike. Right? We have Kevontae Turpin. We didn't use him in that particular situation last season. So now we have two guys that's that size. And so what do we do with Turpin?
Well, I don't think Kevontae Turpin takes that role. Kevontae Turpin is not a good enough wide receiver to play in an every down offense. All he is he's great when the ball is in his hands in open space. But the problem is that if you can't create separation, then there's no use. You know what I mean? You can't get the ball. You can't run bubble screens every play. And that's Kevontae Turpin's problem. That's why his best fit is as a kick returner, punt returner, special teams kind of guy. And that's fine. But I think Deuce Vaughn gives you more than that. Again, he is only, I forget what it was. Todd McShay just said it. He's the 5th player in FBS history since 1996 to tally over 3,600 yards on the ground and 1,200 yards through the air. He's just a ridiculous producer. So I think he's going to carve out a role, regardless of how big it is. You need electric players on the offense. You need guys that are fast and quick and are good with the ball in open space, and that's what you need. You know, I wish we had taken a wide receiver. I wish we had taken another sort of back that can carry the ball 15, 20 times a game.
Were you a fan of McBride?
I do like McBride, but again, he seems to be falling. And to be honest, if he's falling, then that means, that means every team's not taking him. You know what I mean? There's got to be some reason that's happening. So I don't know. I'm fired up for it. I really am. And I really think you guys should be too. He's such a
we were fired up.
We were fired up in the
awesome, dude.
We were fired up in the other direction. But I mean, I'm very impressionable.
I think it's more funny just that we get to troll AJ with it.
No,
I think Mike is doing a good job.
He is.
You know, putting this in a nice boat for us right now.
He definitely is. I'd like to hear other side of it. It's just hard until I see it with my own eyes in the NFL, and I'll be the first one to admit that I was wrong. I have no issues with going back and being like, hey, when we drafted this guy, I was saying he's too small. Wow, he's had a great career or a great, even making an NFL team will be a success for him. I'll be the first guy to cheer for him, the first guy to admit that I was wrong about it. I just have to see that before I agree with the pick when there was bigger backs. This goes back to not even the 6th round pick. This goes back to earlier rounds when there was a running back that could automatically fit on our team for 15 carries that we could have taken that we avoided taking, and then we settle for a guy that's 5'5", 179 pounds. So I have nothing against Deuce Vaughn. Most of the time, 6th round picks are going to have a hard time making it on an NFL roster anyways. If this guy doesn't succumb to all the odds against him and ends up being a starter in the NFL or even a piece of the offense in the NFL, fucking awesome.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, I think he's just so good. I do. It's one of these things where it's the 6th round. You know what I mean? At this point, and I know that Ryan's done a lot of work on the draft too, and he kind of understands how this stuff works. I mean, once you get this late, you get into the 5th, 6th, 7th round, you're going to be taking players that are definitely flawed in a big way.
Right.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. So the guy that you're taking here in Deuce Vaughn, just for this example, he's 5'5", he's real small. He might get beat up in the NFL. But he also did run for 3,600 yards and catch for 1,200 in college. So if you're going to take a guy like that, don't take the guy from Old Dominion that you've never seen play.
Yeah.
Take the guy who dominated the Big 12 for 3 years and just let him roll. I mean, this guy, regardless of the size, this guy is a good fucking football player.
I mean,
he just is.
You're selling me. I feel like I'm Brad Pitt in Moneyball, and Jonah Hill's telling me the guy who throws up with the sidearm. He's like, he has the potential to be the best player in the MLB.
Chad Bradford.
Deuce Vaughn is Chad Bradford.
Hey, speaking of Old Dominion, Zach Kuntz just went to the Jets.
Kuntz went. And speaking of
him.
complete opposite side of the size spectrum, a guy that's 6'7", however many pounds, literally probably the tallest, or if not one of the tallest guys in the draft.
That's a great grab by the Jets to be able to have him there and develop him and see how he does, man. But he has all of the metrics that you want for a tight end, right?
Can't wait to watch Aaron Rodgers yell at him.
Aaron Rodgers has an ability.
You're supposed to be in the flat.
He has an ability to make his receivers and tight ends very important, very good at their position. So.
And throw wherever they are. A 6'7" Aaron Rodgers, if he wants to throw it 7'2" in the sky there, where literally the only 6'7" guy is going to catch it, Aaron Rodgers is able to do it.
It's going to be the fucking giant from Happy Gilmore who's jumping through the air after.
That's Mr. Gilmore's coat.
And I'll see you in the parking lot.
Okay, so Mike, Mike, you're stoked on the Deuce Vaughn. What about the rest of the draft? How do you feel?
Well, we got one more pick.
Well, I know. I'm not calling him out. I'm not calling him out. I just want to know what he thinks of the draft so far.
I'm saying the rest of the draft. We got one more pick.
Who cares?
Yeah, we got one more pick in the 7th. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a kicker. I really wouldn't be.
Or Dugan.
Sure.
Yeah, but listen, I'm a little on the fence. I'm very emotionally torn by this draft because as much as I follow it, I get so caught up in value and. I looked at Mazi Smith in the 1st round, and I'm just like, dude, this guy was destined to go in the 2nd round.
Yep.
So, but when you really think about it, right, because the report had come out, and I put it in my column, where, the Chiefs were calling the Cowboys to trade up to 26, and the Cowboys said, listen, who you taking? They said, we want Mazi Smith. The Chiefs said the wrong name, and they stayed.
Yeah.
So I can trust in the fact, it gives me a little bit of comfort. I know it kind of sounds silly, but it gives me a little bit of comfort that if the Chiefs wanted him, because if if the Chiefs get him, he's going to be the next Warren Sapp.
Totally.
You just know it, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that the Cowboys stuck to their guns and took the guy, it makes me feel a little bit better. DeMarvion Overshown, I really, really love. I think he's a really great player. Sideline to sideline linebacker. He is a violent tackler, this guy. I think he's great in coverage. Yeah, he's just a superior athlete. And again, a lot of what they did on day 3, I think I'm okay with. I mean, Viliami Fehoko he was the Mountain West Defensive Player of the Year. So that's, there's something there. He doesn't have elite athleticism, so it doesn't jump on tape. But, I mean, he's really, really productive. So there's something with that. I think the pick I struggled the most with was Luke Schoonmaker in round 2.
Oh,
and
man.
The problem with that was it's less about the player. It's more about, I think that was the first time in this draft, and maybe the first time in drafts in a while, that I think the Cowboys let the board fall to them and not them dictating the board, right? Like there was the run on tight ends, right? Luke Musgrave went, Michael Mayer went, Sam Laporta went, right? They all went, and they were sitting there just like, okay, listen, like we really need a tight end, and Darnell Washington has that knee thing, and we're not sure about that, and Tucker Kraft is a bit of a reach. Luke Schoonmaker is really the only guy that you can justify in this spot. And Luke Schoonmaker is a good player. I think he's going to really contribute. Size, fast, good route runner, good hands. He's a good blocker. If you can develop and refine those skills, you can be a really good player. But, I mean, I think I mocked Luke Schoonmaker in the 4th or 5th round. So I'm like, it's going to take a lot for me to come around on that, I think. So I'm a little emotionally torn on this. So I don't know, but we'll see, fellas. It's one of these drafts where I think we got to see it to believe it.
Zach Evans just went to the LA Rams, running back that probably could have been taken by the Cowboys.
Well, could have been, absolutely, 100%.
Could have been, should have been, possibly. But I like Guido. Guido is making the pick. I'm glad we're not all doom and gloom. At least we have someone that's giving us a little bit of light and a guy that knows what he's talking about. That makes me happy.
Well, look, we had a lot of people in chat really excited about the
Deuce Vaughn.
The Deuce Vaughn pickup.
And it's a 6th round pick. Like you said, there's flaws at 6th round. Fucking roll the dice, man.
Yeah.
No, hey, we were talking about your 6th and 7th round pick. We want something dynamic about them. Maybe they're average in a lot of things, but they're big or whatever. This guy just went the opposite way. He's the smallest player, and maybe there's something to that. Here's the other thing I was thinking of, and it's just a positive way. Does 5'5" also make him more difficult to tackle? And it might be so small that you can never really get a smashing hit on him.
The Barry Sanders effect. Yeah. You can't even see him behind the offensive line.
You might not be able to hit this guy really hard. Which my concern with the small size is that they're gonna get fucking pumped and not be able to play a full game, a full season.
And who's to say that they don't put Mazi Smith in at fullback and he just jumps on Mozzie's back?
True.
And he rides Mazi Smith into the end zone.
There you go.
So we don't know what their plans are.
That sounds like a good plan too.
AJ brought up a good point. Like, how many receivers out there that are like $180 and they're because of their height, it's all right. Deuce Vaughn's 5'5", 180. Put another 10 to 15 pounds on him, and
yeah, but wide receivers don't have to run through a defensive line.
Linebackers, defensive tackles.
They got a one-on-one matchup. They got a one-on-one.
They don't have
matchup.
to pick up. We don't have to pick up blocks, things like, pick up
Dwayne
blitzes.
McBride, finally, to the Vikings.
To the Vikings.
Good for him.
Well, listen, they're about to get rid of Cook, so you know.
I'm excited to watch this guy.
This is the other thing with the running back scenario is who's going to be available post-draft for a trade, who can come in there and be that Zeke guy. I mean, I think that there's going to be more people available than we think.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. The second wave of free agency is always fun to watch, too.
Yeah.
And I know a guy that's going to be very Zeke-like that we can go get.
Maybe Zeke.
Yeah, Zeke.
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 Might be Zeke.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, you might be onto something there, Barry, because when you heard the news coming out that he had narrowed his teams down to 3, that was all bullshit, right? Like, me and you talked about it, Barry, as soon as he was released, kind of saying that Zeke might be a camp casualty guy. Someone gets hurt in camp, and they need a running back, so they sign Zeke.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's exactly right.
And don't be surprised if Zeke isn't signed and ends up signing week 4 to 6 in a season. Like, he will have a good stretch of 6 weeks. It's just at some point after that, something's gonna happen, right? We've seen that.
He wears down,
breaks down.
But you bring him in, let's say the last kind of 6 games of the season,
It's like that car you keep fixing. You're like, okay, I fixed it. It's going to last me at least 6 months.
Got 6 months on this, baby.
Nope. 4 weeks.
Yeah, well.
Head gasket gone.
Yeah, you know what? Kicker at this point, if there's someone there who can.
What's the BPA?
Well, there's a run on punters right now. There's just been back-to-back punters picked.
Well, we don't need that. We got Akers. He is.
Akers.
No.
Anger.
Anger, my bad. Sorry, guys.
And I like to get angry.
You know who's out there still?
Obi Trice? No. You're looking at, sorry.
Well,
Corey Trice.
Corey Trice.
Is Corey Trice still available?
Eli Ricks.
Obi
Trice.
And Eli
Let me tell you
Ricks.
something.
Wow.
Corey Trice is a Dan Quinn corner.
Big,
He's
right,
like-
big corner, 6'3". Yeah.
They love Dan Quinn loves big corners.
Richard Sherman prototype. So look out for that.
I wanted Corey Trice just so that the entire season I could be yelling out, Obi Trice!
Yeah, that's what we wanted the whole time.
Now go for Trice or Ricks for me. Either one of those guys, draft them.
So they're picking a center then, if that's what you want.
Okay.
So, yeah, there's just a lot of edge.
Or
safeties.
Voorhees. I mean, I know
Voorhees is out there.
I do like Voorhees, but he's kind of a stash
Whippler
him.
fell? Is Whippler still on the board or Whipler?
No,
he's
gone.
What cubes do we have besides Dugan? Fucking Max Dugan.
That's it, man.
Dugan's going to be an undrafted free agent to the Cowboys.
The rest of these QBs, surprising guys. Malik, well, maybe not surprising, but maybe one of the largest drops. Malik Cunningham. I think in some mock drafts at the beginning, he was going first or second round.
Yeah, I saw him. I don't think I ever saw him first, but I know I saw him in day 2 at certain points. Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh,
Falcons have a target style. That's the Falcons have the it looks. So what we're also doing on Wednesday, we're going to grade everybody's war rooms. The Atlanta Falcons looks like
doctor office.
They look like it's Target's employees' lunchroom.
Yeah,
they have like an old ass Samsung television in there. A couple tables that they just found in fucking aisle 8.
A fridge with way too many sticky notes on all the food in it.
Guys, I am going to head out. Love you guys.
Yeah, love
and
you,
I'll be
Barry.
watching the rest of it.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks,
Later.
Barry. Peace. All Even Podcast. Make sure you check them out. And a member of the Grid Network, who we're kind of having a little Grid party here.
I gotta get.
And you got both y'all here. If you guys have to hop off too, we don't want to force you to or make you feel like you have to stay. We appreciate your time, but you are more than welcome to just hang on and chat.
Corey Trice was the 141st ranked Daniel Jeremiah's best available. Wow.
Yeah, if they took him in the 7th, it would be unbelievable value.
So why do you think he hasn't been snagged yet?
Well, because I think here's the thing. I think something that we don't really understand as fans, or like whatever you want to call us, right?
As human beings.
Right? Yeah, sure. But something that we don't generally understand is our boards are much different than theirs.
Oh, for sure.
You know what I mean? All the experts, Kuiper, McShay, Daniel Jeremiah, Lance Zierlein, everybody, all the big experts, Matt Miller, whoever else. Right. I mean, their board is completely different than, because that's the thing is these guys will end up having, whatever it is, 30-something round 1 grades. I mean, the Cowboys, I think, had 11. I think the Cowboys had 11 first-round grades on guys. And the rest, then the board just opens up. And then it's just whoever you like. It's whoever interviewed well. It's whoever you had in your top 30. Like, that's how these boards fall. So, and it's every year in the draft where you see guys who are just like, damn, I really thought he was going to go like 3rd round, 4th round. And he ends up going undrafted. And that's how half the league ends up being undrafted. Is because all these guys that we thought were supposed to be picked, I don't know, they had a crappy interview or something like that, and the team every team passed on them.
So and obviously, all these teams,
that's probably part of it.
All these teams obviously talk to each other because it's a unanimous thing when someone starts to fall, right?
Well, look at Will Levis. Will Levis fell so bad, and everyone's attributing that to a lot of his interviews, how cocky how overconfident he was.
Absolutely.
And when you look at Anthony Richardson and Will Levis, they're both raw, who's the more coachable player that everybody wants to take a chance on? Well, Anthony Richardson went, top 5. So
yeah,
that's the difference.
Well, Cowboys have not picked a QB, so I mean, that's probably not going to happen.
They won't. You got Cooper Rush there still.
Yeah.
So.
Dugan's coming there undrafted.
Well, what do we think? What do we think we're going to be picking here? And I mean, obviously,
it's kind of a crapshoot, man. It's kind of
you know
a
what?
crapshoot.
I was just looking at who's best available. There's a guard out of USC. I know he injured his ACL during the combine. Andrew Voorhees. Now it's a risk.
Voorhees,
obviously, he's not going to play probably this year at all. But maybe you grab him now. The guy was a stud at USC. I mean, he blocked his ass off for 5 years or something like that. Maybe you take a risk on him. I mean, like you guys said, it's the 6th, 7th round. Like at this point,
you take a flyer.
Who cares? I mean, we had Isaac Alacone for how many years, and now he's going to defense.
Yeah.
So
right.
Yeah.
Andrew Voorhees is one of those players who was at one point. You want to talk about guys projected to go earlier.
Exactly.
Andrew Voorhees was at one point projected as a 1st-round pick. He was a real player. So.
Yeah.
So is he legit not going to play? You don't think he'll play if he
tore his knee in the combine?
Yeah, he just did it. Yeah, he's recently just did it.
That's literally a month and a half ago, 2 months.
Yeah, he wouldn't be projected to play this season, but I would like the pickup just in terms of stashing him.
Stash and bash, baby.
I am in that win now mentality. But what are we looking for a starter in the 7th?
No, you're in the 7th.
You're picking up those Brock Purdy-esque type of players, right?
Or
you're hoping for a Brock Purdy.
Oh, or you get lucky, you get a Pacheco. Wasn't he a 7th round?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was a 7th round.
There was a cool ad that I saw where it's all these like 7th rounders, and they're talking about like their scouting reports, and they've all.
It was Aaron Jones, Max Crosby, Pacheco, and Brock Purdy.
Yep. Mac Jones.
Max Crosby.
Was it Max Crosby?
Yes. And Aaron Jones.
Oh, I thought it was Mac Jones though,
No.
from the Patriots. EJ Savage says, "I'd like to have you guys compare the Bills draft to the Cowboys and let our guests decide which draft they'd rather have."
Well, we already know our answers.
Let me pull them up real quick.
Let me tell you the Bills' 2 first picks: Kincaid and Osiris Torrance.
That should have been the Cowboys.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we don't even need to read through the rest of the draft.
Dorian Williams is the next one,
and Dorian Williams.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's a great draft by the Bills.
Okay, what about the Bengals? Can you bring the Bengals up and let's read off the Bengals?
Yeah, I'm pulling them up too.
Bengals got Miles Murphy in the 1st round. That was a hell of a pick by them.
Yeah,
their pass rush is going to be nasty next year.
Yeah, so we got Miles Murphy. We got DJ Turner.
Fast.
Turner the burner.
Yeah, DJ Turner is he's a burner.
Yeah. And then Jordan Battle, safety, which was not on the Cowboys' radar, but a big boy, 6'1", 206 for a safety.
Yep. Well, they replaced the need. Bates left for Atlanta. Boom.
Right.
You insert him. You think, right? So.
Yeah. Jordan Battle's a good player.
I feel like these teams, they address their needs. I don't know. We kind of just were like, who said?
Well, here's the thing. The Cowboys very clearly made it, they made it very clear what they wanted to do in this draft. And they wanted to solidify stopping the run, period.
Right.
Mazi Smith, Viliami Fehoko. I mean, Viliami Fehoko, according to Pro Football Focus, ranked in the 99th percentile among college players in stopping the run.
Wow.
Like these are guys that just specialize. I mean, even DeMarvion Overshown, I mean, he's not a great run defender yet, but he's got that athleticism where if you just stick him in the middle and let him shoot a gap, he's going to catch somebody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, they are committed to stopping the run. And listen, a lot of Cowboy fans, including most of us, right? We hate it originally because we're just like, what the hell are we doing? Dak led the league in interceptions last year, and we did nothing to help him. So, it's just one of those things. It wasn't a set draft for the Cowboys, but it could end up being very, very good because, again, they are filling some sort of a need.
I mean, the thought, sorry, Alex, but so like when we're filling the need, and obviously someone like, it seems unanimous that Schoonmaker was like everyone is almost more upset about the Schoonmaker pick versus anything else. Like why even draft a tight end just for the sake of it in that if Schoonmaker isn't.
Well, they were scared because there was the run on them. There was a run on them.
I know, but why not draft someone else?
I like Schoonmaker.
I honestly don't hate it either.
Schoonmaker might not be the premier pick that we were looking for, I do like the addressing of a tight end, and I hope for the best of them. But on DeMarvion Overshawn, he's 6'4". Now his weight is a little light, but he's got a 6'4" frame. It's easy for him to put on some weight there and become a little bit more formidable. So I like this. The height of him, and if he has that athletic ability, it's not going to take. If he puts on a couple more pounds of muscle, it's not going to take away too much from that.
Well, I got a question about the Schoonmaker pick for everyone. No is the answer. I got a question about it. Like, what kind of stat line does he need to have for everyone to be happy with the pick? Like, what was Schultz's stat line last year? It wasn't great. It wasn't
800 and something.
So right there, you're up. You're at least probably going to be able to mimic Schultz's stat line from last year. But I want to know what's the stat line everyone needs to see for it to be like, okay, this wasn't a terrible pick.
So sorry for reference, Schultz last year had only 577.
I know,
yards
that's what I'm saying.
And 5 TDs.
He didn't have a great. He didn't have a great
2021
season.
800 and
wasn't he hurt too? He missed games too.
But even listen to the year before, which was his best year.
808 yards and 8 touchdowns. So that's what we're looking to replace, let's say.
Which is doable.
Well, Dalton Schultz wasn't a big yak guy. We a lot of times last year he fucking volleyed it in the end zone. So it's like so Dalton Schultz.
He's had a 10-yard average per reception for his career though.
Which is good. First down.
So he's a he's a first down, I'm just saying, agreeing with your no yak. Like, he's gonna catch the ball, turn around, and do that weird little huddle.
He's gonna catch the ball, turn around, possibly fumble the ball because he's trying to get the more yards. He's gonna volleyball it out of the fucking end zone, and he's gonna block the Cowboys CanFan. So fuck Dalton Schultz.
Dallas has made it onto the bottom ticker there. We can finally see us for our last pick.
This is my answer. For it is, I think he needs to eclipse 800 yards and get. He needs to beat that 2021 season, and then. But we also need, if that's the case, that he's only getting 800 or so yards and 8 touchdowns or 9 touchdowns. We need to see Hendershot and Ferguson also carrying weight there. In combination for tight ends, I want to see over 1,200 yards and over 12 touchdowns.
Yep.
In the tight end position. If you split that up between the guys, I'm happy. But for a second-round pick, I know the expectations are, we want to see.
You're going to want to see
80% of that come
bigger
from him.
piece of the pie.
Yeah.
Barry's saying 55 receptions, 575, 3 TDs from him if he starts.
Well, that seems completely doable to me. In the Dak Prescott friendly tight end. Dak Prescott.
And we don't even know what the offense is going to look like under Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
So
how much of a change do you guys think that Mike McCarthy is going to, like, what type of offense? What is Mike McCarthy going to alter with our offense that we didn't see last year under Kellen Moore's offensive guidance?
I think more 2 tight end sets. I think that's probably why they went and got a third tight end or added another tight end to the group. I mean, run the football, kind of what he did in Green Bay, I think. So
yeah, West Coast
take the ball out of Dak's hands.
West Coast is predominantly you get a 2 tight end set. So you're probably right with that.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be a lot of 2 tight end sets. I think they're going to run the hell out of the football. And I think they're going to be a lot more innovative behind the line of scrimmage. So I think you're going to see a lot more CeeDee Lamb, stepping back 1 yard in. And I really think that McCarthy is going to focus on designing an offense that plays towards Dak's limitations. So it's not going to be a lot of big plays. It's going to be a lot of letting your playmakers win in open space. And I know I keep saying that, but that's kind of how the Cowboys have built their offense, is they have a lot of great athletes who are great after the catch, and they just need to let them win. That's it. You know what I mean? So I think that's kind of where they're going. Yeah.
Guard Andrew Voorhees off the board to the Baltimore Ravens, round 7, pick 229.
Yep. Great pick.
He's a starting guard in the NFL.
Low key, we didn't even talk about the Ravens as much, but after they lock in Lamar and then the picks that they've got in the drafts, the first 2 rounds of the draft, I think the Ravens have addressed some solid positioning.
With Zay Flowers in the first round, Trenton Simpson, linebacker, in the third. They didn't have a second-round pick.
And that's a big Trenton Simpson could have been a second-round pick, so that is a good pick in the third.
Other than Andrew Voorhees, he's the other big name that we know of is Caillou Blue Kelly, cornerback in the 5th.
Yep.
So what I know it's so hard to say, but Cowboys coming up in what 10 picks ish by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Sorry, 14 picks here.
Yeah.
There's just
I don't know.
It's a crapshoot, really.
I think at this point, it's like I want to see, and this kind of goes in with the Deuce Vaughn. I want to see something that is unique. That's just an exceptional trait, even if that means everything else is average or below average. Like a Bobo. I like his stature. He's a big wide receiver. We have not addressed. And let me go look.
Oh,
I don't
maybe
think we've seen Bryce.
We're taking Bobo.
Ford Wheaton's not gone yet.
We're taking Bobo now in our next pick here.
Have you guys had a look at Bryce Ford Wheaton at all?
Out of Western Virginia.
I've not watched him very much. No.
He's got the size. He's like 6'4", runs a 4.4. Like he's a guy that has all the intangibles, but his biggest weakness is he doesn't get separation. And it's like his size. It's like, how the hell are you not getting separation with your measurables?
He's had and he had a really good combine, 41 vertical
catches, contested passes. His scouting tape and notes are very weird because they contradict what you'd think. Everything they say is good about him, except the fact that he can't get separation. You're like, well, how the hell is this guy?
And that's a problem. That's a problem.
It's
already.
like, how the hell are you not getting separation?
Right.
You're fast enough to.
But they sorry, just to add on to that though, they were leaning on to that more being a mental thing because he just believes he can catch the ball. Which it could still be an issue in the NFL, absolutely. But if it's just him thinking, I'm going to catch the ball, and maybe you can change that and create a little bit of a dog mentality, it could be better.
Wow.
Richie Mercado in the chat is bringing up he's basically talking about the tight end situation in us drafting Schoonmaker, and he's saying why not? There's a lot of tight end free agents still. Why wouldn't we have gone for? I don't know who he's talking with Cole Kmet, but Evan Ingram, Hawkinson, Gerald Everett, Noah Fant, Hunter Henry, and Tyler Higbee are all free agents that we could trade for before the season. So why take a flyer on
cheaper option?
Cheaper.
Yeah, that's a good point.
All those guys are going to be asking for the same amount that you would have got that Schultz was asking for.
Probably more. Like Tyler Higbee would have been more than.
Well, there's legit I'd say 7 actual decent tight ends that you want to pay money to, but 15 of them are all going to get paid around the same amount.
Right.
True.
So a second round pick, and I hope he's one of these picks because we were kind of shell shocked about it too when it happened. I hope he's one of these ones that were just like by the end of the season we're like, wow. I'm glad we got him.
Yeah.
I hope it ends up being something like that. I do think there was other ways we could have went, but I know the Cowboys. I know the Cowboys were scared of the tight end run. They got scared and they just
true.
They put the next best tight end.
And Mike was when you and Mike were saying that 2 tight end set for the West Coast offense. When you look at Jake Ferguson and
Hendershot.
Jake Ferguson and Hendershot, but Jake Ferguson compared to Schoonmaker, Schoonmaker out like all of his stats outweigh or all of his abilities outweigh what Ferguson can do by edging him out just a little bit in terms of like looking at their draft scouting reports.
So like if they were both put in the same draft, Schoonmaker's still going ahead of.
Yeah, he's one. So now you have like you slot them up on separate ends and you have almost like a similar tight end.
Well, Cowboys fans I think are really sold on Hendershot and Ferguson, and I don't think there's a valid point of us being sold on them yet.
Right.
I like them, right? But none of them have any of that, or have shown. Not that I'm but I don't think they've shown enough to be like, yes, I'm super confident with these guys moving forward.
Yeah, that's true.
Here's the fun.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
You got to keep in mind. Sorry, just on Schoonmaker. You got to keep in mind too, though, is that Michigan ran a 2 tight end set. And until Eric All got hurt, Schoonmaker was not the main guy. You know what I mean? So he was a number 2 tight end at Michigan. And here's really the thing with him. I don't know that he needs to outplay Schultz. I think he needs to outplay what Ferguson did last year.
Yeah.
And Ferguson needs to outplay Schultz.
Okay.
And that's, I think, what you have to see. Like as long as you can see consistent growth, because I eventually think, as far as upside is concerned, I think Schoonmaker's probably good enough to become your top tight end just based on the all-around package, receiving ability, blocking ability, all of that. But if you can get 600, 700 yards out of Jake Ferguson next year and 400 yards or 300 yards out of Schoonmaker, then all right, you won. You got it, right?
And,
like that, then now it works.
And you're playing Schoonmaker maybe more on those blocking plays when you're needing that extra lineman to come in.
Right.
So he still might be playing and playing in a pivotal role, but yeah, maybe he doesn't.
He's just blocking, making huge lanes for Deucey boy.
Yeah, Iceberg Slim says, let Deuce loose.
Hey, Deuce is loose.
Deuce is loose.
You can sell me. You can sell me on a slogan.
Okay, so Kilo had a great slogan for Eric Scott free. So we got not so bland and Scott free in the backfield.
In the backfield, nice.
So here's another thought. EJ is saying, if we add Jalen Tolbert to this draft class, I actually feel better. He wasn't a factor last year, so this is basically his rookie season.
Well, that's kind of why they haven't targeted a wide receiver. I still think the Cowboys front office, and I've said this a couple times, I think they're still high on Jalen Tolbert. I do think they expect him to have a much more productive season than he did, which isn't saying much. He would have to have 5 or 6 catches to have a better season this year. So we're not really setting the bar high, but I think the front office is expecting him to take a jump in comparison to his rookie season.
I'm excited for movie situations where you have a wide receiver who was a non-factor in his rookie season and he comes out and he's just a dog in his second year. I'm also a big sucker for an impact story like scouting son Deuce Vaughn gets drafted, 5'5", Ant-Man comes through and he's a fucking beast.
Yeah, but that's what the Cowboys got sold on too.
I know. That's why I'm a Cowboys fan. Obviously, you get me with the hype video, I'm in love.
Yeah.
You get me with a good backstory, I'm in love. You get me with a size differentiator or some sort of like that's why I like Darren Waller, fucking crack addict to top tight end. That's why I let him ride on my.
It is a good story.
Team, right?
It is a good story. Yeah.
It is a good story.
Put down the pipe.
Hey, so I don't know if we asked you guys, but we yesterday while we're waiting for this next pick to roll in, we graded the interdivisional team. So. For the Dallas Cowboys. So Eagles, Washington Commanders, and New York Giants, and ranked them 1 through 4 with how they've done. We've had a few more rounds, so this could change. But just wondering what your guys' thoughts are, and if you can rank them 1 to 4, 1 being the best, 4 being the worst out of those 4 teams.
I think you can't not put the Eagles at 1.
Yeah.
The Eagles have done
I did yesterday,
a good job, dude. They just they do seem to have this obsession with Georgia players, but I mean, they're it's Georgia, so
why not?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
right.
Historically, one of the best defenses of all time, and they just loaded up their defense with. I mean, listen, Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith in the first round was insane. I loved the fact that they traded up to get Keely Ringo today. I thought. And Ryan knows this from the draft show. Keely Ringo is my guy. This dude is a dominant corner.
Yep.
So I love what the Eagles have done. I actually think the Giants have done a good job too, for the most part. Just all around their draft. I mean, Deonte Banks is a really legit corner. That everybody focused on their needed wide receiver, and they really needed a wide receiver. But they also had a big needed corner, and Deonte Banks fills that. And then they ended up getting Jalen Hyatt later in the draft anyway, so it all worked out for them. I mean, I think it's tough to tell because Washington has not done an incredible job. I think I might rank Dallas over Washington, but it's close. I mean, because you got to keep in mind, Dallas is one of those teams where, like, in Will McClay we trust, right?
Yeah,
I mean, most of the time he's right.
Yeah,
so even when we hate it, we love it at the end because he's just right so often. So I'll rank Dallas ahead of Washington, and that's kind of how I'll go. But I think the Eagles are a clear 1.
So you're saying Philly, New York, Dallas, Washington. I think that's the consensus. That was the same with us. We felt the same. Oh man, the Giants had a low key really good draft.
Dude, I really really did. I knew Eagles were gonna take it. I really wanted the Cowboys to outshine the Giants because what I think happened here is all three teams in the NFC East, all
conspired against us.
No. Those three teams got a lot better, and for my money, that's the dominant conference in the NFC right now.
Yep.
So it wasn't. I was hoping that the Giants weren't going to improve as much, and we just have to worry about the Eagles, but that just was not the case.
Yeah, no, the Giants definitely had a couple players that they picked that are going to help on that team and be day one starters and give the Cowboys headaches.
I still think Cowboys are neck and neck with the Eagles there. We did make some moves, including pre-draft trades that you felt good. I feel good that the Cowboys have a better team this year than they did last year. Although, still a lot of holes in my opinion, or some major holes, let's say, that need to be filled, and that one of them being running back. But in will we trust?
I think there's a lot of questions. There's a lot of questions. Especially with this draft and even with the current roster. It's like, yeah, we talk about Michael Gallup. He's back. He's healthy. Well, how's he going to play? Tolbert, another guy. Like, that's what makes me concerned is that there's not, especially this year. Last year I think we felt a lot more optimistic. There were some guys there that we can maybe count on, but this year on the offensive side, it's a lot of questions. Defensively, I think we're good, but just a lot of questions for me this year. But as far as the draft order, I think that's spot on. I mean, Philly, New York, us, and then Washington. But
the thing that drives me nuts is I think about the Eagles getting the 2 first-round picks, and I'm like, well, of course you're going to have a good draft. You have 2 first-round picks. But then I think back to the last time the Cowboys had 2 first-round picks in 2008, and they took Mike Jenkins and Felix Jones. It's like, they took those two. Crack him if you got him. They took those two guys.
We just hit hours. We just hit hour 6 of our live stream.
Hey,
crack him if you got him.
Hour 6. Crack him if you got him. And this is, I don't know, I think this is my 8th or 9th of one of these, and I'm starting to feel a little bit drunk.
Yeah. A little bit good.
Ooh, I'm feeling good. I'm like, man, Deuce Vaughn's great. But I'm happy drunk about it, though. I'm happy drunk about it.
No, you're not happy like that.
Oh, you want me to be angry drunk?
No, if you were drunk, this would be Anthony. Nah, Deuce Vaughn, he's trash. He's trash. Deuce Vaughn's trash. AJ, if you were smoking some reefer, you'd be like, oh, Deuce Vaughn, man, chill. Just toss him that pigskin, son.
It all goes back to the fact that I do, and Mike just said this, I trust in Will McClay. I do. He hits more than he misses. Obviously, these guys have a better understanding of what they're trying to do with the team than I do. So, yeah, I could be pissed off about every single pick, but I also got to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Well, and the whole thought about, the Cowboys drafted Deuce Vaughn, nepotism, his dad's there. He was still ranked pretty high.
Don't try to.
AJ thinks it's all nepotism.
You and Mike can stay over there.
Yeah. Mike.
I ain't buying it yet, but guess what?
You guys is haters.
No.
Here's the thing. Don't loop me in with him.
I am not. I'm not one of those.
I'm with you, Adam. That's what I mean.
You guys are together.
I know, but Mike and I are boys. And it took one guy to come in and Mike could be like, Deuce Vaughn's a dog. I love him. Oh yeah, fuck, I love him.
Let's be realistic. It's a 6th-round pick. That's probably not going to matter. It's a 6th-round pick that's not going to matter in 5 years. No, that's how I feel about it.
But look, we are all very good in that we are happy to say when we're wrong. And if Deuce Vaughn comes in and just does some exceptional things, I'll eat my words.
No. We'll delete this. We'll delete this whole live feed.
No. Put it up. Make a clip of it. I want it. I want
this Thanksgiving when we're all wearing Deuce Vaughn jerseys.
I want to be wrong about every negative thing I say about the Cowboys.
The Vaughn boys?
The Vaughn boys. Deuce is loose. Deuce is loose. Deuce is loose. Deuce is loose.
There are some really there is Jalen Redmond, edge from Oklahoma, who's ranked 59, who's not been drafted.
Crazy.
Andre Carter's more understanding because he's Army, so he's probably going to get be drafted or signed after the draft just because of the question marks with Army, I guess.
But so that's the thing. That was the occasional thought with guys that are serving, but
they changed the process.
Yeah, they changed the process. You don't have to do your years until after your NFL career's done.
Oh. Well,
So
he
that
was
can't
ranked
be
68.
Yeah, I know. So I don't really understand.
Or what they do sometimes too, they allow them to do like a reservist type of role where they can fulfill their requirements still by doing like, some monthly type of work or anything like that.
Recruitment and stuff.
You're an NFL
Yeah,
player.
stuff like where
just
he can stay locally around. Yeah.
Yeah, you're an NFL player. You're going to be you're going to be an
service.
asset
It's a
to
service,
the Army if you're getting a lot of people looking at you if you're
But the other three here, Moro Ojomo, Corey Trice, still, and Eli Ricks. I mean, what the fuck is going on?
Those
with
are all
these
guys that we had going way before the 7th.
Way before
Eli
Eric
Ricks.
Scott Free Jr.
Yeah.
Eli Ricks, we thought
we
was
drafted
like,
him in the 2nd before.
Well, we did, but even like when it was in the 3rd or 4th round, we were like, we should take him now. Like it was, we saw him dropping, but not this significantly.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
That's what happens, guys. I mean, this is what every year you get those guys where you're just like, yeah, he should be 3rd round, but he ends up going undrafted.
Yeah.
And then some team picks him up and he's a stud.
Yeah.
It happens every year.
It's just the level of caliber for the NFL and the fact that like you just don't know what when you look at a room like so when we're talking about the war room, sorry, Alex, you were about to say it.
No,
you look at a war room and
interested.
there's 35 fucking people all chiming in, and all of those are all variables to someone's career and someone's life. And it could just be one Mike Guido coming in and saying Deuce is a dog to turn the entire fucking room that we're all the Deuces Lose fans. And that probably happens in some of these war rooms, in some of these situations, specifically.
But there's when it comes this late in the draft, there's a consensus on all 32 teams as to why
He's fell to the 7th round.
Otherwise, they would have been taken.
Oh yeah.
Right? So they're what is it? Like what do they know that no one else knew? Or maybe it was an obvious thing, because I didn't really read too much up on anyone, but maybe it's an obvious thing and it was just a much more impactful point than what was what these analysts thought. So
we're about 8 picks away, gentlemen, for the final
question.
pick.
Are we we're not rolling the whole draft though, like after the Cowboys.
Oh fuck no!
After the Cowboys, we can wrap up our final.
I'm hanging on till then. I'm hanging on till then.
Just pull the power plug.
Yeah. I'm gonna go shower and I'm gonna go drive out to watch some independent wrestling.
There you go.
Some
Oh
wrestling.
shit! What are you watching? ECC'd up?
Do you want in? We got an extra ticket.
What time is it at?
Well, we would be leaving here at 4.
Okay. Well, see, because I do have to rush home and just make sure my doggy has.
The way the draft's going, we're gonna be wrapped in the next half an hour. It's gonna be perfect.
Truth.
Yeah, I have Tay coming to pick me up. It's gonna work out perfect. I was telling myself this morning, I was like, yeah, I probably would just have some water and eat some food. And then it's like the first time the Cowboys were up, I was like, let's go.
Hey, boys,
they snuck up on me.
You both were on the grid. A day 1 draft. How was that? What were the highlights from there? Was there? I mean, I know there's a predominantly amount.
I watched a little bit of it. Yeah,
but there's
the Jets pick was crazy.
When Alfred lost it.
he
I saw that. Yeah. He chucked his. Did he throw his hat or just rip it off? It was a hat move.
Yeah, he was pissed.
Why though? Why was he so pissed about it?
Well, because I think the Jets really needed an offensive lineman, but they were all gone. I know he really wanted Christian Gonzalez because Christian Gonzalez had fallen that far. And they ended up taking Will McDonald, who's a really good player. I mean, he's a big turn-the-corner kind of pass rusher. And he's just like, what the hell are we doing? We don't need a linebacker. So I get it a little bit because I probably wouldn't have taken Will McDonald mid-first, but I don't know. Will McDonald's a good player.
I mean,
I would have been more. Go ahead.
I mean, I'd say Alfred should be pumped about the fucking Jets right now, though. I mean,
but why not get like Kincaid or someone or Mayer?
Right.
Someone that's gonna instantly help Aaron Rodgers out.
Well, didn't they pick?
I think he wanted a receiver. He wanted to take a receiver. I think it was.
He probably wanted JSN at the time because I thought they were gonna go. I thought they were gonna go JSN.
Well, we were saying that. I mean, good for Seattle for picking up JSN. So they got Tippmann. They got Tippmann. So they did pick up. I mean, Tippmann's not a bad lineman. Obviously, you could have. I mean, yeah, they're looking at their draft list. It's not.
Well, they in rounds 2 and 4 because they didn't have a 3rd round pick.
We're talking about the Jets here.
The Jets. They did go O-line, so they went
Joe
interior
Tippmann
with Tippmann and then tackle with Carter Warren. He's a big boy.
Yeah.
It's one of those.
Joe Tippmann, and they're gonna love Joe Tippmann.
Yeah,
Joe
I was gonna
Tippmann's
say
a
like
dog.
Tippmann. Okay, so I could see him being pissed about that,
Wisconsin.
but he must be all right with Tippmann coming onto the team.
Wisconsin, less lineman you. I need guys from Wisconsin more often not hit. So.
Seahawks taking a second running back. They took
Charbonnet
early in the second, and now they got just McIntosh. But I would have been okay with McIntosh too. I would have been okay with McIntosh as a Cowboy.
No,
I like his size.
I don't mind the move of double downing on a position, although running back is interesting for Seattle because we thought that with Kenny Walker they wouldn't need to, but maybe they're just like
DJ Dallas.
Look, you got to think they're who'd they draft in wide receiver?
Who they Bengals? They drafted JSN.
Yeah, so now they got JSN, Lockett, and DJ Metcalf.
That's scary.
Like the Seahawks low key have a fucking.
If you're gonna be
a good team.
If you're a team that's gonna get JSN, you need a DK Metcalf on your team.
Oh yeah, you need.
Like Green Bay would have been a good spot, or sorry, the Las Vegas Raiders would have been a good spot for JSN because you have Devontae Adams on the outside. So like you have the opposite of what he is, right?
But that's, I mean, the same could be said that DK Metcalf wants a JSN on that team. Like think of what he's thinking about now that he has Lockett and JSN on that team.
Yeah, I don't even know.
And Geno Smith.
Well, because Lockett does play a lot of outside for being a smaller guy, so JSN's going to fit right into the slot and just kill people up in the middle.
They're going to be solid next year for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to challenge. I don't say challenge, but push the Niners just a little bit, because they got an offense to go with it, and their defense is pretty solid too. So, but I mean, Niners are still probably the kings of that division.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Niners have some insecurity at quarterback. I'm not sure
they do. They do. That's probably the biggest.
Are we
question.
really confident that Brock Purdy is going to come out and wreck like he did last year? I'm not sure.
Now, do you think do you think the Niners are going to change out Trey Lance anywhere, or do you think they're going to hold on to both?
Oh, and I think they got to hold on to both of them because you know how what's the health of Brock Purdy? What didn't he tore his, like what did he do?
He did. Yes.
He tore whatever his arm ligament, but he doesn't. He was even saying he doesn't know if he's going to be ready for season.
Yeah. See.
Yeah, no, I think Brock Purdy was getting Tommy John surgery, so I think.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
I think that's what it was. So, and listen, when I was in high school, I tore that same muscle twice. You're never the same when you come back.
Oof.
You're never the same. I'm telling you right now. So, and I don't know how it is with football. I played baseball, so I I'm sure it's
because that's a baseball. That's a higher baseball injury than it being a football injury. Man,
what a throwing arm. That's throwing elbow.
Barry Grant Jr. of the All Even podcast says Brock Lesnar ain't doing nothing for the Niners this year.
Brock Lesnar.
Brock Lesnar.
Could you imagine Brock Lesnar at quarterback, like creative player? You could just switch over.
Just have that, everybody.
Lay off
like
the steroids, dude.
Max Duggan just went to the fucking Chargers.
The Chargers took Duggan.
Shit.
Really?
Wow.
I thought he was going undrafted,
No,
guys.
dude.
Wow.
Chargers took Duggan. So everybody.
I knew we should have taken him earlier. I'm just kidding.
Everybody in chat who was trolling me about picking up Max Duggan, well, there you go. He's a Charger.
And he got drafted.
So
Congrats, man.
Just to answer, Brock Purdy has a 6 to 8 month recovery time.
Wow. There's no time worse than getting hurt in the very last game of the season, like Tony Pollard breaking his leg.
Yes.
I mean, obviously,
mind you, that one was a 3 to 4 month recovery. I believe
it's a clean break. Right?
I would rather have a break than a tear.
Yeah. Oh, Hundo P, man.
Because what Brock Purdy has, he has a tear.
And it's in his throwing arm.
Tear in his throwing arm.
Quarterback.
And Mike Guido was just saying he tore that same
shit.
Playing baseball, and he's like, it doesn't come, you don't come back. And so I mean, now granted, Mike Guido not knowing anything about your high school years or college years, if you played ball there, you probably didn't have the same type of medical assistance like the NFL does. So possibly Brock Purdy is getting some solid fucking treatment.
Well, he should be getting the best, but you can't. The limitations of the human body, they can only do so much.
Well, there's certain injuries. There's certain injuries that the medical field still hasn't caught up to, and that could be one of them.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of the knee stuff, I'm a little. You get a little bit less severity in it because of the amount of.
Yeah, Adrian Peterson.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, he's
it all depends.
Adrian Peterson is a fucking 1 percentile
Yes.
of the human race as far as physical specimens go. So to come back off a knee injury and run for over 2,000 yards, that's insane.
It's unheard
just
of.
to come back and be productive is well, look at
Yes.
Michael Gallup, right? Michael Gallup came back and he was not the same player. He wasn't the same player last year, but it does give you hope that possibly his second year removed from the injury, he could have a chance of getting back to his norm.
I agree with you, though. I think a lot of that is the mental aspect, too, of just not trusting your body. Yeah. And you got to remember, there was that game. It was scary. Gallup pulled up in the end zone with a non-contact injury. Mind you, he came back into the game.
And we thought he was done again.
We thought he was done. I don't know if you guys remember that, but that was like a moment where I was like, oh, fuck
He's
me.
gone. I like that you say that, the mindset thing. Adrian Peterson is the type of guy that was gonna run until it blew up again.
Yeah.
He wasn't
doesn't care.
going. He doesn't care. He's not. I'm not gonna cut. I'm not gonna do this because I'm nervous about my knee. His mindset is, I'm a freak. I'm going to run exactly how I ran pre-injury, and he did. Actually, probably better that one year. He was just such a maniac. It was so good.
We're getting a look in the LA Walmart Chargers draft war room. They're talking about the Max
Another Michigan guy.
Dugan pick.
Michigan has had a lot of players.
Yeah,
I think it's been Michigan.
Had a good draft.
It has to
I
be
think
for
this
the
is
top.
the most Michigan guys ever.
Michigan, I think, has the most out of the draft so far. I think a close second has to be Georgia, right? Georgia has to be a close second.
Texans, though?
Well, mostly due to the
Longhorns?
Eagles drafting.
Well, that's what I mean. And then there's been a couple guys that have went, like McIntosh went. They've had a couple other
Morris
players.
went from the
Darnell Washington. Like the Bulldogs have had a lot of players, but so have the
Wolverines.
Wolverines.
I was saying,
It's crazy because we're used to hearing like Alabama or LSU have a bunch of guys.
Yeah.
And,
Interesting,
how many Bama guys? I don't even know. Like 2 or 3. I mean,
Alabama,
not a lot. Yeah.
Minus
Bryce Young,
yeah,
Will
minus
Anderson.
Bryce Young.
And maybe a lineman, maybe I think somewhere. So
It's always
Not a
an
lot of-
interesting. It's always interesting to see the teams that produce the most players from the college teams. I like. It's a fun kind of side thing in the draft.
I like seeing the war rooms and everybody on day 3. It's like everyone just doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, they
just,
dress chilled
They
out.
don't.
They're wearing fucking whatever, and they're just like, yeah, whatever, take this.
I know the first night they were wearing like their best Armani.
yeah.
Gucci
Oh, yeah.
suits.
Yeah, blinged out. They're like the picks. They're just they're dripped out.
Except for the Cowboys, all they do is like, okay, guys, day 3, you're allowed taking your ties off.
Yeah.
You don't need to wear a tie if you want to wear a golf shirt.
We'll possibly draft someone's kid that's in the room.
Yeah, as long if you got to wear a collared shirt with button up if we're gonna draft your kid.
Dolphins, I give them an A for that war room. I really like the clean.
Dolphins are up there.
It's clean. It's small. It's down to business.
The Dolphins have been a top 5.
Yeah,
I think that's 10.
Seahawks keep creeping their fucking camera closer and closer to the.
Yeah, because they don't want to show.
Is that like an AC unit they have in the middle? What is
No,
that?
that's like one of those fucking
speaker.
Costco speakers
that's
you
a
can buy.
speaker? Okay.
That Costco, they have those like karaoke machines.
For a
That's
block party?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Buy this for
Obi
summer.
Trice off the board to the Steelers.
That's a great pick.
So now
Another
they're pairing him with Joey Porter Jr. Wow, a couple juniors.
JP Jr. and Corey Obi Trice.
CTJ and
Double
and
Junes.
JPJ.
3 more picks
like
to the
that.
Cowboys, then we can wrap this up. But
Yes,
here,
sir.
picks by school: Alabama, Georgia, Michigan. So Alabama
wow.
still ended up with
Alabama's
10.
still at 10.
See, a sneaky.
That's crazy.
How many
And
did?
8 from TCU.
Well, what was it was Bama, Georgia, and then what?
Bama and Georgia with 10, and then Michigan and TCU with 8.
Obi Trice off the board.
Which we did. We are noticing Michigan. We see you, Michigan.
We see you, Michigan.
Where's the draft next year? You guys know what's that?
Detroit. What?
Oh.
8 Mile. We're gonna go rap with Eminem.
Are we going to?
We're
I think we have
we're
to.
talking about doing it.
I had serious FOMO. Not even fear of missing out. I just had missing out.
Detroit, Michigan. So that's North U.S., right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Northeast.
Mike Tag from the Cowboys
like
Cave.
middle central.
Mid
like
Central, yeah. Well, for us, dude, we're on the far west coast, so I don't know if it's just me, but there's a habit of calling Toronto, which is aligned right with Detroit, actually, the east coast of Canada,
Yeah.
even though it's not. It's like the
Right.
Yeah.
But like
We do
for,
call
for
it-
I know what you mean.
yeah, for business, it's like
East
west
Coast.
coast is Vancouver, east coast is Toronto, even though it's kind of
Not
in the
on a
center.
coast?
Yeah.
Our boy Mike Tagg from Cowboys Cave just popped into the chat. He says, "Man, y'all are putting in the work this weekend. Great show. I also love the Deuce pick."
Okay, so there's a lot of people
Mike
that
Tagg.
like it. Hey, man, I'll say
I mean,
this.
we respect
Look at
a
Mike.
lot. Yeah.
I'll say this. It's been tough. All this draft coverage, it's been really hard to sit in a room and get drunk for 3 days in a row.
4, because we did a show on we did
Sorry,
a show,
4 days in a row.
We
Yeah,
did a show Wednesday night.
You know, my liver is hitting me right now.
We went 2 hours, then like 4 hours, then 5 hours, and then this one's going to be like 7. This one's going to be 7 hours.
Gradually went up.
And we appreciate you guys coming on and giving your time here and hanging out with us. I mean, this is great because we've not really had a time to have you guys on either, or maybe we just haven't reached out and that's rude of us. But appreciate
both of you guys have an open invite to pop
Always.
on whenever. We
Always.
do 2 shows a week, Wednesdays and then Sundays. Specifically, when you get this off season, it's just
we've been doing Wednesday mock drafts. That was our show, so now it's going to be
a month.
Like 2 months.
2 months.
2
We
months.
did 11 mock drafts.
Oh yeah.
11 mock drafts.
8 weeks of mock drafts. And guess what?
It worked.
Schoonmaker was the only person that we
And
mocked.
guess what? We didn't draft a single person right to the Cowboys.
But I'm saying we're gonna have to fill.
And Deuce. Schoonmaker and Deuce were our guys.
That's true.
That we had on our.
Yeah.
Yes, we did have Deuce. Even
And
though
Deuce was a tier 4. We had Deuce as a tier 4.
It's slotted in correctly.
Hey, we drafted Deuce Vaughn. I like it. And Scoot.
Hey, but you know what though? It prepared you guys for this weekend. Honestly, when you do those drafts, you get to learn about some of these guys. You can see certain things, and it keeps you informed. That way, when you're talking, you don't sound like an idiot.
Well, I try to think back to last year when we didn't do it. I'm like, what the fuck did we talk about coming up to the draft?
Yeah, exactly.
Like Adam and I were at the draft last year, and I knew like maybe 3 players in the first round.
I knew like 2 people.
It was we just kind of walked around and got
I
drunk.
remember when Tyler Smith got picked. I was like, Anth, give your thoughts. He's like, I don't know anything
about Tyler Smith. I was like, okay, I wanted to tackle. I'll just go on that.
But I mean, for our lack of knowledge, we turned it up, and nobody could out jam us. And we got a lot of subscribers from that boots on the ground.
I had a great time in Vegas last year, and it looked like KC night 1 looked fucking insane.
Yeah, KC night 1 and 2 actually looked
It
pretty
looked like
back.
Woodstock.
Yep.
It did. It honestly did. 125,000 people. That's wild.
Jeremiah in the chat's asking, when's this year's Can Fantasy draft? It'll happen.
August.
We'll do another one this year.
September possibly.
Yeah, we'll put out the invite to everybody.
What a weird finisher to last year's season.
Yeah, it came out to be so just for the record, boys, we did a Can Fantasy Football draft. Winner of the draft, we were going to send them a jersey. It ended up being the Bandwagon Boys as one team versus Anthbess in the finals. So it was like a rigged.
But then the Hamlin injury happened, and they had Josh Allen. So I ended up winning by like 0.3, and I would have lost.
He would have lost because we had Josh Allen as our QB.
Did we just call it a tie?
We did. We ended up just calling it a tie. But I mean, the what is he called?
Rigged.
Rigged. Everyone in chat saying rigged.
No, who's not the GM, but the commissioner in me being the commissioner.
Yep.
As much as I hate it, you play the ball where it fucking lies, and the consensus would have made Ant the winner. So it's
by 0.3 points because you guys lost Josh Allen.
Yes.
And another
CanFan Gate is coming from the Grid Network. CanFan Gate.
It was a fun one. Next year, though, we definitely there will be some rotation because unfortunately there was a couple guys who just abandoned their teams.
I think 2 guys kind of just.
So there's going to be 2 slots open.
Well, I thought the team that lost the championship game also had to submit.
No.
I'm kidding.
No.
Yeah, fuck you, dickhead.
Okay, we're up, guys.
Hang on. Give me a nice clean intro there. Okay, go for it.
So we are coming up for the Dallas Cowboys' last pick of the draft, round 7, 244. The Giants just took Jordan Riley, defensive tackle out of Oregon, and here we go, the last pick of the draft. At this point, let's just say position. Guessing a player is almost impossible. What do we think position-wise the Cowboys are going to do here?
Offensive lineman.
Yeah,
guard.
I was going to say the same thing. I was going to say interior O-line.
Okay, we got Flowers and Guido saying offensive line. What are the Bandwagon boys feeling? Better say it fast.
I
Pick
would
us
love
in.
offensive line too. Yeah. But like, I don't know who. But
Yeah, right.
Adam
or Bobo.
Some guy from.
Yeah, I think we're gonna go for. I think they're gonna pick Bobo.
I'm going wide receiver. I think wide receiver. I would love to see just a run on a wide receiver here. Just take a athletic freak. Take the fastest guy in the draft. I actually don't care what position.
Who's out there?
We got Bryce Ford Wheaton. We got let me just go
Boba
through the
Fett.
top. Jalen
Ronnie
Moreno
Bell out of
proper.
Michigan, I think, is still out there too.
Sorry?
Ronnie Bell.
I said Ronnie Bell out of Michigan, I think, is
Oh,
still out
yeah,
there.
Yes, Ronnie Bell.
He's right there.
Yep, he's there. Yep.
What's his size though?
Do you know how big he is?
Because AJ only drafts people on size.
No, I just feel for running back especially, we're missing that 6'3" plus.
He's not 5'5".
Okay.
He can ride rides at Six Flags.
He's six.
He's not regulated to the teacup ride at Disneyland.
No, he's 6 foot. He's 6 foot 190. So, I mean, he's a baller.
I mean, look. Okay, so we're like, look. This is pick 244. We're an hour 6.5 here.
Jesus.
We got
we sat here for 6.5 hours. That's wild.
we got Ryan Flowers from Clutch Sports Talk, and we got Mike Guido from the Grid joining with us to
Double grid,
all Trip Grid members here.
Trip Grid.
And we're gonna all embrace on this final bizarro Dallas Cowboys drafting pick.
I do find that the thing that got us the most heated on any of the picks was round 6 running back pick. That actually emitted the most emotion from any of us, mainly because it's just funny that our 6th round pick was the one that got us most fired up. Close second was the Mazi Smith one, but I'm pretty sure the most animated we were was when we grabbed Deuce Vaughn.
I agree.
Well,
I
we
agree.
we were our post game, our post pick reaction that we did. We were instant, and we were all pretty liquored. We were rating the pick like 3 out of 10, 4 out of 10. And then we had to sober up, and then we saw it.
Sobered up. And the reason we graded it like that was because there was guys that we thought or that we had drafted or that we had done a lot of, tape watching on, such as Joey Porter Jr., Nolan Smith, that were like, oh, man, these guys fell. You got to take them. But the Cowboys stuck to their guns, and they took a position of need. And it kind of and I don't think we're the only Cowboys fans that felt that way. I think everyone, and we had mentioned earlier in the podcast today, everyone in here kind of felt the same about the Mazi Smith pick at the time, and everyone's now kind of warmed up to it.
Yeah.
And I mean, after I watch a dope highlight reel on Deuce's Loose Vaughn, I'm going to be best pick of the draft.
That's the sleeper pick of the
It
draft.
is electric. I'm telling you.
I like
It's
it.
crazy.
Oh yeah,
You know what?
there's no doubt that is that his footage is electric. It's just, can he handle the increase of just talent moving up to the NFL, and that comes with like weight and strength. He also though can put on his weight too. He is a small stature, but he does have that bulk. But it's like, how much more can he put on that little frame?
Pick us in.
Oh, Jalen Brooks, wide receiver. So we went wide receiver, guys.
Jalen Brooks.
They don't even announce it; they just show it.
Yeah. So give us. He is deep on this list. He's not even on this list.
Jalen Brooks, 6'1", so not the height we wanted. Only 200 pounds and ran a 4.69. So I mean,
4.69.
Yeah.
He's not even on the fucking list, boys.
He ran a 4.69.
He wasn't even listed on the wide receiver list. So give us some stats there, AJ.
Well, his career, I'll read it out here because it's on the screen. 110 receiving yards, 1,800 yards, 12 TDs in his whole career in college.
Okay, 6'2", 205.
Oh, that's why. He's a big dude.
But
that's the reason why they got him.
But they just showed it on the screen at 6'1", so it's always this weird.
Oh, yeah, I know.
It's always this weird.
Who's the fucking...
Well, we went wide
That's
receiver.
That's how they measure at the combine, yeah.
Right.
So are we happy with this pick?
I don't know.
It's a fucking
Who
crapshoot, man.
the fuck is this guy?
Yeah.
That's the quote right there. Who the fuck is this guy?
Hey,
he's not even on the. He's not even rated on here. Mike Guido has no idea who he is, and that makes me.
What's his name again?
Jalen Brooks. He to rival Jalen Smith.
They didn't even have a highlight tape of him up on the screen.
South Carolina, huh?
We
Is
didn't
he
even
from
get
South
it.
Carolina?
Yeah, he was South Carolina.
33 receptions.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting
yards.
for EJ Savage to pop in the chat and say who Jalen Brooks is. But
interesting, guys.
This year's Mr. Irrelevant.
Well, we got ourselves a wide receiver.
Got a wideout.
He's a red zone
Brooks.
guy, probably.
Jalen Brooks.
Jalen Brooks. He's probably like out at a buddy's house, like playing basketball
holy fuck,
or
I
playing
didn't
video
know
games.
yeah.
Someone calls him and it's fucking Jerry Jones is like, "Hey, is this Jalen?" He's like, "Who's this?" Jalen, it's draft day. What are you doing?
Oh shit!
You're a cowboy. We had no idea he was gonna go drafted.
Jalen Brooks didn't look very. His definitely his measurables don't jump out at you. His stats don't jump out at you.
No,
but we went for him. Cowboys got a wide receiver.
4.6, one on the 40, 1.5 on the 10-yard split, which is good. Vertical jump 35, not no bueno. Broad jump of 10 foot 10 inches, which is pretty damn good. 3-cone drill of 7.15 seconds and a 20-yard shuffle of 4.31 seconds. No bench press.
Yeah,
he doesn't need to bench.
No, he needs to catch footballs.
Yeah,
catch
and
footballs.
What's the any type of scouting report on him on the board? Like, what's his weaknesses and strengths?
Sure, I mean, take him from what they will.
Yeah, it says he's got favorable size, strong hands, can high point the ball, agility and athleticism to pick off balls, adjust speed. So I guess he can catch deep balls. He's good at adjusting to that.
Yeah.
Has aggressive, combative hands. So he looks like he'll fight for a ball. So he sounds like a red zone threat to me.
Okay.
Sounds like another guy that's not making the team to me.
Pretty much.
The problem is his weaknesses: marginal production, inefficient footwork.
Right.
Hey,
outside release could be roadblock.
Weakness: no draft highlight video.
Yeah, I know, right?
upright with sluggish change of direction in his routes.
Sign him up. You're stop telling me these. I just get them.
Well, gentlemen.
Hey, that was awesome. We did it.
We are looking at.
Welcome to the team,
Welcome to
Jalen
the
Brooks.
Brooks. And we are looking at the roster of the Dallas Cowboys going into 2023. At least 90%. There could be a couple changes. Could be a couple changes coming up, but otherwise, this is our team.
So AJ, before we sign out here and before we call the guys out, let's go through. Let's see.
Yes.
Let's get the Cowboys draft picks
Final
1 to 7. Let's read them out. We did get 2 6th-round picks.
John Dodo says, "Who's he related to?" Question mark. Smiley face. And then Daniel Thomas says, "Cool highlight catches." So maybe, hey, guess what? Possibly.
I think he's trolling.
Possibly, he might be my new number one. We don't know. We'll see.
So Adam's gonna watch one. Adam's gonna watch one highlight. Ad's gonna watch one highlight and be sold that he's our top wide
Guys,
receiver.
I really think that Brandon Cooks better fucking watch out. And I just say Jalen Brooks in his thing, he's gonna say, "I'm gonna make those veterans' lives a living hell this offseason."
That'd be awesome. Comes in cocky as fuck. I would be okay.
I was being a Zach Wilson, but sorry, AJ, go ahead.
No, so obviously, first round pick, Mazi Smith. Second round, Luke Schoonmaker. Third round, DeMar Overshone. Fourth round, Viliami Fiocco. Fifth round, Assam Richards, offensive tackle.
Yep. Which
bad.
None of us really ever talked about,
No.
but
Sixth round, we got Eric Scott, cornerback. Eric Scott Jr., I should say, cornerback. Then Deuce Vaughn as well, running back.
Deuce is loose.
And the final pick, Jalen Brooks, wide receiver.
So in our 11 mock drafts, we took 2 of those players.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
That's not bad.
It's not bad. We'll take it. We'll take it.
Any final thoughts out there?
Okay, no. So Daniel Thomas isn't training. He goes, "A for real. Check the Georgia game catch against Georgia."
All right, we'll check. We'll have to check it out.
We'll check it, but
Jalen,
make it. Hey, he's got to make it to the fucking preseason.
He's got to make it to at least week 3 in the preseason.
Yeah, exactly.
So
might not
guys,
even do that.
what are you guys' last final thoughts on the Cowboys draft? I know it's going to be a quick, it just happened. It's hard to take the time in to actually get a complete
Instant reaction.
Yeah,
though.
instant reaction. Give us an instant reaction grade.
Honestly, they better be fucking good at the run this season. That's all I got to say. You invest this much and we suck at the run, then this draft was a waste. So
Was
that's
nil.
how I think about it.
But that's without a grade though. We still need that grade.
Oh, a grade? I think the Cowboys probably get a C minus.
Wow.
Wow. Okay. Fair.
Okay.
All right.
Pessimistic.
Wow. And Mike Guido was the optimist, and he's saying CC minus is optimistic. All right, Mike. Well, then let's hear what you got going for your grade.
So I think, I don't know. Look, they clearly went for stopping the run. I think that's a good decision because, listen, as much as we don't like to admit it, we complain about it every year. This team can't fucking stop the run.
100%.
When Leonard Fournette fucking runs for 150 yards in week 1, we're just like, dude, we can't stop a nosebleed.
Yeah.
So, like, we complain about it. So I think they solved that problem. That's going to be a real thing. And I think our defense is probably going to be nasty next year. I really do. I really think so. I'm going to give this a B minus just because I think they could have capitalized on value a little bit more.
Yeah.
But overall, I think they did okay. I'll call it okay.
Okay, and that's fair.
AJ, what do you got it rated at?
Me, well, I was thinking B minus, but just to add some variance, I'll go C plus because I feel I'm on the same boat. Like I'm happy they addressed the defense heavily, but I really, really was looking for that offensive draft, and perhaps had we gone Kincaid Osiris instead of like if we would have got the Bills' first 2 picks, that might have been the
Swayed
case.
it to you, yeah.
But all in all, I mean, look, I honestly I do like Schoonmaker. I hope I'm right with that, and so for that reason, I could even go up to a B. But I like C plus because we did not address running back sufficiently, in my opinion.
Adam,
B minus. I think, Mike Guido got me on the running back situation with Deuces Lose. I mean, we addressed the spots that we wanted to address. Possibly they're not the players. Again, we're fans who are watching internet tape. We aren't scouting them. We're not doing it. I mean, we are talking football 365 days a year, but yeah, I mean, Mazi Smith, we got our tight end, we got our tackle, like we got all the positions that we wanted. It's odd for some of the ones for where they picked them, but it seemed like they were sure on it. I mean, who am I to say any different? But because obviously they didn't get everybody that we wanted, it's a B minus.
Yeah, I'm going to kind of touch on that as far as just guys that I had watched. And again, we're not scouts. We don't get paid to do this. We're dudes in a basement getting drunk right now. But for me personally, I would say I'm going to go C plus also, just because I honestly thought day 1 and 2 were a lot better than day 3. I thought day 3 was kind of going to be the silver lining when the Cowboys started getting positions that we really thought the Cowboys needed depth at. And it just didn't seem that way to me. And for that reason itself, I got to give it a C plus. I would love to be wrong about it. I love our first 3 picks. I think all 3 of those guys have a chance to be contributors next year. And then hopefully all it takes is one guy from rounds 4 to 7 to make an impact. And it's a win in my mind. If you get a guy from round 4 to 7 that can be a starter in the NFL, you won in that draft. And for that, C plus, which isn't a bad rating, but I think it's a C plus, fringe B minus. Moro Ojomo to the Eagles. Wow, just keep making your defensive fucking line better. Yeah. Fuck you.
Good pickup for the Eagles. And with that, I think let's bring this fucking baby to a close. I mean, we appreciate both y'all's time, Mike. And
let's give you guys a shout out here. Mike Guido, where can people find you?
Yeah, listen, man, I got stuff in the works at Mike Guido 49. That's my Twitter handle.
49, that's a specific number. Why is it a 49? Are you a 49er fan?
That was my uniform number throughout my whole life.
Perfect answer. Perfect answer.
So you can find me there, and you're probably going to find me most right now on shows like these. On yours, I'm sure on All Even. I'm sure on Targeted Up. I'm sure one day I'll be on Clutch. Yep. So this is where you're going to find me now, boys. But stuff's in the works. It's coming.
Man, we appreciate having you on. It was a blast having you on. I think you came on at the perfect time with a little bit of optimism. But
we needed it. I needed it.
We needed it. Ryan, where can people find you, man?
Yeah, you guys can hit me up on TikTok mainly right now under Clutch_Talk_Sports. But my YouTube, try to make that push. Just crossed over 200 subscribers, so trying to get to 500 by like July or
so. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah.
Get it, dog. Get it.
Yeah.
Need your help. But yeah, so yeah, you guys will find me there. It was a pleasure, man. Listen, anytime I get a chance to watch you guys, it's amazing. Especially during the season, there would be times where I'm like, oh, we're gonna lose this game, and then Ann would say something inspirational, and I'd be like, fuck yeah, let's go back and win this game. You know what I mean? So you guys make it easier to watch those games because sometimes I can't even watch it. I'm watching your feed because I can't even watch the game.
I monitor the chat, so as soon as you come in, I always have to announce that.
Exactly, I appreciate
Ryan Flowers,
you guys,
always
man.
a shout out. Okay, man, we love having you guys on. For the bandwagon boys over there, man, we just did like I think 16 to 20 hours of draft coverage.
It was lovely.
Wow.
I loved it.
Well, I feel like
Successful,
like we're powering up. We're powering up. Oh, crack him if you got him.
Final
son.
crack him.
All right, for Ant's Best, we're out, man, and we're gonna just see how this draft actually pans out in less than 4 months, 5 months. So keep your heads up, Cowboys fans. You never know how this is gonna play out. We out, son.
Peace.